Some stories don't just entertain. They infiltrate your thoughts, making you question what's real and who's watching. This is a third-person retelling of The Puppet Masters by Robert A. Heinlein, a nightmare born from the chilling paranoia of the early Cold War, where fears of invisible communist infiltration echoed the horror of slug-like alien parasites that attach to human spines, hijack minds, and erase free will forever. First published in 1951, this enduring classic has sold millions of copies worldwide across decades. Its author, Robert A. Heinlein, Grandmaster of science fiction, multiple Hugo winner, and one of the genre's most influential voices, is celebrated for landmark works like Starship Troopers, Stranger in a Strange Land, and The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. The terror leaped to the screen in 1994's film adaptation starring Donald Sutherland, expanding Heinlein's vision to new generations. Any visuals you see are generated by today's technology. They may not perfectly match the 1950s scenes or Heinlein's exact descriptions, but they'll help you visualize the creeping invasion, so bear with the artistic interpretation. This is my narrative perspective, not a verbatim reading, drawing you straight into the shadows. By the time it's over, you might wonder, are your own thoughts truly your own? Stick around. At the end, I'll reveal fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes secrets, and trivia few readers catch. The story begins. Sam wondered if those things had ever been truly intelligent on their own. He had no idea, and as a field operator rather than a lab technician, he doubted anyone ever would. With the Soviets, it had been clear enough. They simply seized raw power and stretched it further, stripping away every trace of softness the commissars dismissed as liberal weakness. With the animals, though, the invaders had been something more than animal. It felt strange now, never seeing dogs anymore. When the reckoning finally came, millions of them would demand vengeance, and cats too. For Sam, one cat in particular still clawed at memory. If the creatures lacked real intelligence, he hoped he would never live to face anything that truly possessed it. He already knew who would lose: himself, everyone he cared about, the whole so-called human race. It had begun far too early on the morning of July 12, 2007. His emergency phone shrieked at a pitch designed to slice straight through bone. Half asleep, he groped across the room for the jacket he had tossed aside the night before. The voice in his ear cut through without mercy. Emergency. Report in person at once. Sam told the caller exactly where he could shove the emergency. He was still on a 72-hour pass. But the moment the voice named the old man, everything changed. Sam acknowledged, sat up sharply, and felt the stab behind his eyes. He found himself staring at the blonde beside him. She sat up too, wide-eyed, demanding to know who he had been talking to. Sam stalled, mind racing for a plausible lie, while the drug of wakefulness cleared his head. She could not possibly have heard the other side of the call. The bone conduction implant behind his left ear kept it private. He muttered something about a nightmare and talking in his sleep, then assured her he was fine. She drifted back under almost at once. In the bath, he punched a quarter grain of gyro into his arm, let the vibro shower hammer him for 3 minutes, and stepped out feeling reassembled. The blonde was snoring softly. His subconscious had already run the numbers. He owed her nothing. The apartment held no trace of him. He left without looking back. He slipped into section offices through the washroom booth at MacArthur Station. The place did not exist on any directory. Neither officially did he. Alternate routes led through a stamp shop that would try to sell you a 2-penny black, but he never used them. One thing no head of state could ever know was the true quality of his intelligence service until it failed him. That was why the section existed. Suspenders and belt. The United Nations had never heard of them. Central Intelligence probably had not either. Sam only knew the brutal training he had survived and the missions the old man sent him on. Some of them were interesting if you did not mind where you slept, what you ate, or how long you lived. 3 years behind the curtain had taught him to drink vodka without flinching and curse fluently in Russian, Cantonese, Kurdish, and worse. He had concluded that nothing lurked there that Paducah, Kentucky did not already do bigger and better. Still, it was a living. If he had possessed any sense, he would have quit for honest work. The only problem was that honest work would mean no longer working for the old man. That made all the difference. The old man was never soft. He could order a man to climb into a hole at the base of an oak tree and then shovel dirt over him without blinking, provided the odds favored nourishing the tree of liberty by at least 53%. Every agent would have gone willingly, and the old man would have buried them without hesitation if the math demanded it. Sam entered the briefing room. The old man rose and limped toward him, that old wound still unhealed. Pride in the scar, Sam guessed, though he would never ask. The old man's hairless skull and Roman nose gave him the look of Satan crossed with punch from the old puppet shows. A wicked smile split his face. "Welcome, Sam. Sorry to drag you out of bed." Sam knew the apology was hollow. He had been on leave, rare and precious. But the old man simply announced they were all taking a vacation. Sam did not rise to the bait. He had learned not to trust those vacations. The old man assigned cover names on the spot. Sam Cavanaugh, with the old man as Uncle Charlie, and the woman in the room as Sister Mary. Sam finally allowed himself a proper look at her. Tall, lean, unmistakably curved, with strong legs and broad shoulders. Flaming red hair framed a handsome face and a skull built like a predator's. Her teeth flashed sharp and white as she studied him like a side of beef. The brother-sister cover made sense. An indoctrinated agent could no more break character than a professional actor could forget lines. But it still felt like a cruel joke. The old man laid down the rules in that deceptively gentle voice. They had been raised properly, doted on each other in the most wholesome, all-American way. No incest in the Cavanaugh family. Sam would gladly die to protect his sister, because right now she was more valuable to the organization than he was. Sam acknowledged the point with a tight smile and asked when they started. They sent him to cosmetics first. The techs buried his personal phone deeper under the overhang of his skull, cemented matching red hair over it, bleached his skin, and reshaped his cheekbones and chin until the mirror showed a perfect redhead to match his new sister. He donned the provided clothes, took the packed jump bag, and rejoined them. The old man now wore crisp, pinkish-white curls. Subtle work on his face completed the family resemblance. All three looked like bloodkin from the same curious red-headed tribe. They rode up to the north side launching platform overlooking Manhattan Crater. Sam took the controls, while the old man briefed them in the car. Once clear of local traffic control, he set the autopilot for Des Moines, Iowa, then joined Mary and Uncle Charlie in the lounge. The old man gave them their cover histories and warned that if anything unusual happened, they would behave exactly like nosy, irresponsible tourists. Sam pressed for details. The old man admitted they might have to play it by ear. When Sam joked that it was nice to know why you were dying, Mary stayed silent. She had the rare gift of saying nothing when she had nothing to say. The old man studied him a long moment, then asked if Sam had ever heard of flying saucers. Sam admitted he remembered the old craze from before the disorders. Mass hallucinations, nothing more. The old man simply smiled and told him to brace himself. Today they were going to inspect one. Maybe even saw off a souvenir like proper tourists. 17 hours and 23 minutes earlier, an unidentified ship had landed near Grinnell, Iowa, disc-shaped, roughly 150 feet across. No trajectory had been tracked. A long-range photo from Space Station Beta showed only a gray circle half hidden by trees and cloud shadow. 6 agents had already gone in. None had reported back. One had managed a partial call, The ship was opening, little creatures were coming out, and then silence. Later newscasts claimed the whole thing was a hoax, cooked up by 2 local farm boys and a prank-loving announcer. The ship was supposedly sheet metal and plastic in the woods. The announcer had been fired, but the old man pointed out that the space station photo still refused to match the news reports, and the Des Moines stereo station had gone mysteriously dark for 2 full hours. Sam felt the chill settle in his bones. This was no routine job. The old man himself was risking his irreplaceable brain. Mary came second in priority. Sam realized he was number 3, expendable as a paperclip. He did not like the math at all. They left the car 5 miles short of Grinnell and began searching for the McLean farm. A professional-looking sign pointed the way to the spaceship. The road was lined with parked vehicles. Refreshment stands and souvenir stalls did brisk business. A state cop directed traffic. The old man played the part perfectly, bouncing out with his cane, buying cigars, buttonholing strangers, radiating the image of a wealthy, slightly senile uncle on holiday. Mary clung to Sam's arm, suddenly shorter and younger, cooing about how strong her big brother was. Sam forced a self-conscious smirk and kept moving. They paid the gate fee and followed the thinning crowd down the wooded path. 6 agents had walked this same trail and never returned. Sam moved carefully, wishing for eyes in the back of his head. Uncle Charlie and Mary walked ahead, Mary chattering like an empty-headed tourist. The trees opened into a clearing. And there it stood, the so-called spaceship. Sam felt the fake ship's wrongness the moment they stepped into the clearing. It matched the reported size, over 100 feet across, but the construction screamed amateur. Thin sheet metal and plastic sprayed with aluminum, 2 giant pie plates slapped face to face. Nothing about it looked alien. Mary let out a delighted squeal anyway, playing her part to perfection. Oh, how exciting! A pimply, sunburned teenager, 18 or 19, poked his head through a crude hatch on top and offered a tour for 50 cents extra. Uncle Charlie paid without hesitation. Mary paused at the hatch, suddenly hesitant. The boy was joined by what looked like his identical twin. They reached to help her down. She shrank back. Sam moved in fast, every professional instinct screaming danger. The air itself felt thick with threat. Mary's voice quavered that it was dark inside. The second boy insisted it was perfectly safe. They had been running sightseers through all day. He introduced himself as Vink McLean, one of the owners. Uncle Charlie peered down the opening like a protective hen, then declared there might be snakes and decided Mary should stay out. The first boy pressed harder, safe as houses. Uncle Charlie kept the money, checked his finger watch, announced they were already late, and turned them back up the path. Sam followed, every hair on his neck standing. He kept his senses wide open the whole way. Back in the car and rolling again, the old man's voice cut sharp. What had Sam seen? Sam answered with a question. Any doubt about that first agent's interrupted report? None, the old man said. Sam pointed out the obvious. No trained agent would have mistaken that plywood and tin fraud for a real ship, even in poor light. The old man agreed. Sam pressed further. The fake had used fresh sheet metal, new paint, easily 1,000 feet of bracing lumber. Yet the McLean farm looked one mortgage payment from collapse. No fresh paint on house or barn. If the boys were in on it, someone else had bankrolled the prop. The old man turned to Mary. She asked if he had noticed how the state sergeant and the 2 boys treated her. Sam bristled. Who? She explained. When she turned on the sweet little bundle of sex act, men reacted. These hadn't... Attentive on the surface, yes, but dead inside. Like harem guards. The old man asked if she thought hypnosis. Possibly, she said, or drugs. She frowned, genuinely puzzled. He directed Sam to take the next left. They were heading for the triangulated point 2 miles south, where the space station photo placed a real landing. They never reached it. A washed-out bridge blocked the first route. No way to hop it in a ground car without drawing attention. They circled south and hit a highway cop and detour sign. "Brush fire ahead," he explained. "Go farther, and they might get drafted into the lines." He half-seriously considered sending Sam up himself. Mary fluttered lashes and pleaded helplessness. She and Uncle Charlie couldn't drive. The cop softened and waved him through. Sam asked her afterward, "Harem guard?" She laughed. "No, a most attractive man." The old man ruled out an aerial pass over the site. "Useless," he said. They drove to Des Moines instead, paid to take the car into the city, and bluffed their way into the main stereo studios. Uncle Charlie stormed the general manager's office, trailing Sam and Mary, and laid on the big brass act. What was this nonsense about a hoax? License in jeopardy if the man didn't speak plainly. The manager, Barnes, a round-shouldered little man, remained unruffled, merely irritated. Full explanation had already gone out over the channels. They had been victimized by one of their own. The announcer was fired. Uncle Charlie pressed harder, hardly adequate. He jabbed his cigar forward. He had conducted his own investigation. 2 farm boys and a junior announcer couldn't have pulled this off without serious money. And where did money come from? The top. Mary had seated herself near the desk, subtly adjusting her costume to reveal more skin. She struck a pose that would have stopped traffic. Her hand gave the old man a discreet thumbs down. Barnes should not have seen it. His eyes were on the old man. But he did. His face went blank. He reached for the desk drawer. The old man's command cracked like a whip. "Sam, kill him!" Sam fired. The beam took Barnes's legs. The trunk dropped. A sloppy shot, he had aimed for the belly. He stepped forward, kicked the gun away from still twitching fingers, ready to finish it. The old man stopped him cold. "Don't touch him. Mary, stand back." They retreated. The old man approached cautiously, cane ready, studying the body like an unknown species. Barnes gave a long, bubbling sigh and went still. Shock death. Gun burns did not bleed much. The old man prodded gently. Sam urged they leave. The old man disagreed. They were as safe here as anywhere. Probably safer. The building might already be swarming with them. With what? Whatever Barnes had become. Mary choked on a sob, the first real emotion Sam had seen from her, and pointed. The body lay face down. The back of the jacket rose and fell as though something underneath still breathed. The old man poked again. "Sam, strip it. Use gloves. Be careful." Sam pulled on agent gloves, acid-proof yet sensitive enough to read a coin in the dark, and turned the corpse. The back heaved unnaturally. He pressed a palm between the shoulder blades. Bone and muscle should have met his hand. Instead, he felt jelly, soft, undulating. He jerked away. Mary passed him scissors from the desk. He cut the jacket open. Under a thin singlet, from neck halfway down the back, something alien clung. 2 inches thick, it gave the corpse a humped look. It pulsed like a jellyfish. As they watched, it slid slowly off the back, away from them. Sam reached to lift the singlet. The old man knocked his hand away with the cane. Sam muttered to make up his mind. The old man used the cane tip to work the shirt higher. The thing lay exposed, grayish, faintly translucent, veined with darker structure, shapeless as a giant clot of frog eggs. It pulsed, quivered, flowed. It oozed down into the crook of Barnes's arm and chest and lodged there. The old man spoke softly. The poor devil. Not the thing, the man. Remind me to get him a Purple Heart when this ends, if it ever does." He straightened and stumped around the room, apparently forgetting the horror nestled against the corpse. Sam kept his distance, gun ready. The thing could not move fast or fly, but he took no chances. Mary pressed close, shoulder against his. He slipped his free arm around her. The old man spotted an empty stereotape can on a side table, dumped the reels, and returned. He set it on the floor and prodded the creature, trying to irritate it inside. It retreated under the body instead. Sam heaved the corpse aside. The thing flopped free. Under the old man's directions, they used low-power burns on the floor to herd it into the can. It fit, barely. Sam slammed the lid. The old man tucked the can under his arm. "On our way." At the door, he called a casual goodbye to Barnes, then told the secretary he would see the boss again tomorrow. No appointment needed. They moved through the building at a deliberate pace. Mary chattered like an empty-headed tourist. The old man paused in the lobby to buy a cigar and ask directions, all bumbling self-importance. In the car, he gave quiet directions and warned against speed. They pulled into a garage. The old man used a recognition signal. "Mr. Malone wants this car. Immediately." The manager understood. The duo would vanish into spare parts within 20 minutes. They slipped through a back door, ended up in an elderly couple's apartment. There they became brunettes again. The old man reclaimed his bald head. Sam grew a mustache that did him no favors. Mary looked just as striking dark-haired. The Kavanaugh cover vanished. She became a chic nurse, Sam a chauffeur, the old man their invalid employer, shawl, temper, the works. A fresh car waited. The return trip was uneventful. They could have stayed redheads. Sam kept the Des Moines screen on. No word of Barnes yet. They went straight to the old man's office. There they opened the can, carefully. The stench hit like gangrene, decaying flesh, rotten enough to force the lid back on and crank the blowers. Dr. Graves, head of the biolab, arrived and wrinkled his nose. What in the world was that? Smelled like a dead baby. The old man ordered him to find out, using handling gear, in suits, in a germ-free compartment. Assume it is not dead. Graves scoffed. "If that's alive, I'm Queen Anne." The old man cut him off. It was a parasite, extraterrestrial, capable of attaching to a host like a man and controlling him. Forget theories about incompatible chemistries. It had been living on Barnes. Find where it fits or where its kind hides. No conclusions. Facts only. He warned. Don't waste it. Most was needed as evidence. Don't assume death. That stench might be a weapon. If it got on a lab man, the old man would almost certainly have to kill him. Graves left, pride dented. The old man sank into his chair, sighed, closed his eyes. He seemed to sleep. Mary and Sam stayed silent. After 5 minutes, he opened them and looked at Sam. How many mustard plaster-sized parasites could arrive in a ship the size of the fraud they had seen? Sam asked if there had even been a ship. Evidence seemed thin. The old man insisted. Slim, but incontrovertible. There was a ship. There still is. They should have examined the site, Sam said. The old man replied that would have been their last sight. The other 6 agents weren't fools. Answer the question. Sam admitted he couldn't. Without knowing propulsion, jump distance, supply needs, payload was guesswork. Horseback estimate, several hundred, maybe thousands. The old man nodded. So, several hundred, maybe thousands of zombies or harem guards loose in Iowa tonight? But how to reach the Queen without shooting every round-shouldered man in the state? That would cause talk. He smiled weakly. Sam threw back another unanswerable. If one ship landed in Iowa yesterday, how many tomorrow in North Dakota? Or Brazil? The old man agreed. He answered with the same rope metaphor. Long enough to choke you to death. He told them to wash up, enjoy themselves. They might not get another chance. Stay inside the offices. Sam returned to cosmetics, reclaimed his natural coloring, soaked, got a massage, then headed to the staff lounge for a drink and company. He scanned for the right build, uncertain of hair color. He spotted her, redhead again. Mary sat in a booth, sipping, looking much as she had the first time, as his sister. He slid in beside her. Hi, sis. She smiled, made room. Hello, bud. Drag up a rock. He dialed bourbon and water, medicinal, and asked if this was her real appearance. She shook her head. Zebra stripes and 2 heads. What about his? He joked that his mother had smothered him with a pillow at first sight. She studied him again, that side of beef look, then said she could understand her impulse, but she was probably more hardened. He'd do. He thanked her, then asked to drop the bud and sis routine. It gave him inhibitions. She suggested he needed them. He claimed he was never violent, more the willing type. She noted that Miss Barkis was not willing, at least tonight. Drink up, reorder. They sat, warm and comfortable, tension eased for the moment. Rare hours in their line of work. He savored this one. Mary kept her sexuality turned low, enough to warm without overwhelming. She never wielded it socially. A gentleman in her way. Sitting there, saying little. Sam pictured her across a fireplace. His job had always made marriage seem pointless. A babe was a babe. But Mary was an agent. Conversation would not vanish into echoes. He realized how long he had been lonely. Mary, he asked if she was married. She was surprised. Why? No, not now. Why did it matter? It might, he said. She shook her head. He pressed. Look him over. Both hands, both feet, fairly young, no mud tracked in. She could do worse. She laughed kindly. Better lines next time. Those had to be improvised. They were, he admitted. She said she would forget them. A woman saying no to tonight was no reason to panic and propose. Some would hold him to it. He insisted he meant it. She teased about salary. He offered half his pay, or she could keep hers, and he would retire her if she wanted. She shook her head. She would never demand a settlement from a man she was willing to marry. He hadn't thought she would. She admitted she had been testing him, making sure he wasn't serious. Then, softer. Perhaps he was. He was... She shook her head again. Agents should not marry. Agents should only marry agents. She started to reply. His phone buzzed in his ear, the old man's voice. Mary's expression told him she heard it too. Come into my office. Sam and Mary rose together in silence. At the door, she stopped him with a hand on his arm and looked up into his eyes. She explained why any talk of marriage was pointless right now. They still had this job to finish. The whole time they had been speaking, both of them had been thinking only of the mission. He denied it. She saw straight through him. Consider this. Suppose he woke up married and found one of those things riding his wife's shoulders, controlling her. Horror edged her voice as she went on. Suppose she woke to find one on his. He would take that chance, and he would never let one reach her. She touched his cheek gently. She believed he would not. They continued into the old man's office. He looked up just long enough to order them along. They were leaving. Sam asked where or shouldn't he. The old man snapped, "The White House. To see the president." "Shut up." Sam shut up. At the beginning of a forest fire or an epidemic, there's a narrow window when a minimum of correct action can still contain and destroy it. The biowarfare boys reduced it to exponential equations, but Sam understood it without math. Early diagnosis and immediate action before the thing got out of hand. The old man had already worked out exactly what the president had to do: declare a national emergency, cordon off the entire Des Moines area, shoot anyone trying to slip out, whether it was a Cocker Spaniel or a grandmother with her cookie jar, then process them one at a time, stripped and search for parasites. Meanwhile, radar, rocket crews, and space stations would watch for and smash any new landings, warn every other nation, including those behind the curtain, and ask for help. International law could wait. This was a fight for the survival of the human race against an outside invader. Origin did not matter yet. Mars, Venus, the Jovian moons, or beyond the system, repel the invasion. The old man had cracked the case, analyzed it, and delivered the right answer in a little more than 24 hours. His unique gift was the ability to reason logically with facts that should not exist as easily as with the everyday. Sam had never met anyone else who could do it without the mind locking up on, "I just can't believe it." And the old man had the president's ear. Secret Service ran them through the full polite gauntlet. The X-ray beeped. Sam surrendered his heater. Mary triggered 4 beeps and a hiccup. She was a walking arsenal under that outfit. The old man handed over his cane without being asked. Sam suspected he did not want it X-rayed. Their buried audio capsules caused trouble, visible on both X-ray and metal detector, but the guards were not equipped for surgery. A hurried conference with the presidential secretary ended with the head guard ruling that anything embedded in flesh did not count as a potential weapon. They were fingerprinted, retina photographed, and parked in a waiting room. The old man was taken straight into the president alone. Sam wondered why they had been brought at all. The old man already knew everything they knew. Mary gave no answer, so he spent the time mentally picking apart the security around the president. They did it better behind the curtain. Any competent assassin could walk straight through. It left him quietly indignant. Eventually, they were ushered in. Stage fright hit Sam so hard he stumbled over his own feet. The old man introduced him. Sam stammered. Mary simply bowed. The president said he was glad to see them and turned on that famous smile, the one from the stereocast, and suddenly Sam felt genuinely welcome, warm inside, embarrassment gone. No longer worried. The president, with the old man's help, would act, and the horror they had seen would be cleaned up. The old man told Sam to report everything he had done, seen, and heard on this assignment. Sam kept it brief, but complete. When he reached the moment he killed Barnes, he tried to catch the old man's eye, but got nothing. So he left out the direct order and made it sound as if he had fired only to protect Mary when Barnes reached for a gun. The old man cut in sharply. "Make the report complete." Sam added the order. The president gave the old man one quick glance. That was his only reaction. Sam continued through the discovery of the parasite and right up to the present moment. No one told him to stop. Then it was Mary's turn. She struggled to explain to the president why she had expected a normal male reaction and received none from the McLean boys, the state sergeant, or Barnes. The president helped her, along with a warm smile, a seated half bow, and the assurance that he quite believed her. Mary blushed and went on. The president listened gravely, asked 2 quiet questions, then sat still for several minutes. He looked up and addressed the old man by name. Andrew, his section had been invaluable, tipping the balance in crucial moments of history at least twice. The old man snorted. So the answer was no? The president had not said that. The old man knew he was about to. The president suggested the young people withdraw, but now it did not matter. Andrew, you are a genius, but even geniuses overwork and lose judgment. He himself was no genius, but had learned to relax 40 years ago. How long since the old man's last vacation? The old man cursed the vacations. He had anticipated this refusal. That was why he brought witnesses. Neither drugged nor coached. Call in the site crew and try to break their stories. The president shook his head. The old man would never bring witnesses who could be cracked. He inspired that kind of loyalty. The young man had risked a murder charge to shield him. As for the young lady, he could not start what amounted to war on the basis of a woman's intuition. Mary stepped forward, voice earnest. Mr. President, she knew. Every time. She could not explain how, but those men had not been normal. He did not dispute her, but offered the obvious explanation. They actually were harem guards. Unfortunates always present in any population. By chance, she had simply encountered 4 in one day. He apologized for the term. Mary fell silent. The old man did not. He swore at the president by his first name, Tom, reminded him of their long shared history. He would never bring a fairy tale if any other explanation existed. Facts had to be faced or destroyed. What about the ship? What was inside it? Why had he been unable to reach the landing site? He shoved the space station photo under the president's nose. The president stayed calm. Facts? Yes, both of them loved facts. But he had other sources. That photo, the meets and bounds of the McLean farm from the county courthouse, matched the triangulated coordinates exactly. Once he himself had turned off a block too soon and gotten lost in his own neighborhood. The old man had not even been in his... The old man pressed. Tom, you had not personally checked those courthouse maps? Of course not. Thank God, or the president would now be carrying 3 pounds of pulsing tapioca between his shoulder blades. God save the United States. The courthouse clerk and any agent sent to him were already ridden by parasites. So were the Des Moines chief of police, newspaper editors, dispatchers, key people everywhere. They were severing the nerve cells of the social body before true messages could return, or replacing them with fakes, exactly as they had done with Barnes. Mr. President, order an immediate, drastic quarantine of the whole area. There was no other hope. The president repeated Barnes softly, as if nothing else had registered. He had hoped to spare the old man this, but... He keyed his desk for stereo station WDS in Des Moines, manager's office. A screen lit. The wall display showed the exact room they had been in hours earlier, past the shoulders of Barnes, or his twin. Sam had killed the man. He expected him to stay dead. The sight shook him, but he still trusted his gun. The man on screen sounded dazzled by the honor. You asked for me, Mr. President? Yes, thank you. Did he recognize any of these people? Barnes looked surprised. No? Should he? The old man broke in. Tell him to call in his office force. The president did. Barnes complied, puzzled. The staff filed in, mostly girls. Sam recognized the secretary who had sat outside the door. One squealed that it was the president. They all began buzzing. None of them identified Sam, the old man, or Mary. Not surprising for the men, but Mary looked exactly as she had that day in the office, and Sam knew any woman who had seen her would remember. Yet every single one of them was round-shouldered. The president eased them out. He placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. Seriously, Andrew, take that vacation. He flashed the famous smile. The Republic would not fall. He would worry it through until the old man returned. 10 minutes later, they stood in the wind on the Rock Creek platform. The old man looked suddenly shrunken and old for the first time. "What now, boss?" For the two of them, nothing. Both on leave until recalled. Sam wanted to take another look at Barnes's office. "Don't go near it. Stay out of Iowa." Order. What was the old man going to do? He had heard the president, hadn't he? Down to Florida to lie in the sun and wait for the world to go to hell. If Sam had any sense, he would do the same. Damn little time left. The old man squared his shoulders and stumped away. Sam turned to speak to Mary, but she was already gone. The advice suddenly sounded good. Waiting for the end of the world might not be so bad if she helped him do it. He looked around quickly but could not spot her. He trotted after the old man. "Excuse me, boss. Where did Mary go?" "Huh?" "On leave, no doubt. Don't bother him." Sam considered trying to reach her through the section circuit, then remembered he did not know her real name, her code, or her ID number. Describing her would be useless. Only cosmetics records knew an agent's original appearance, and they never talked. All he knew was that she had appeared as a redhead at least twice, once by choice, and that for his taste, she was exactly why men fight. You could not punch that description into a phone. Instead, he found a room for the night. Then wondered why he had not simply left the capital and gone back to his own apartment. Then wondered if the blonde was still there. Then wondered who the blonde had even been. Then he slept. He woke at dusk. The room had a real window. Section Pay allowed small luxuries. He looked out over the Capitol, coming alive for the night. The river swept in a wide bend past the memorial. It was summer, and they had added fluorescein upstream, so the water glowed in sweeping curves of rose and amber and emerald and living fire. Little pleasure boats sliced through the colors, each filled, he was sure, with couples up to no good and enjoying every second. On land, bubble domes were lighting among the older buildings, turning the city into glowing fairyland. To the east, where the bomb had fallen, there were no old buildings at all, just an Easter basket of color, giant eggs lighted from within. Sam had seen the Capitol at night more often than most because of his work. He liked the place but had never thought about it much. Tonight, it hit him with a last ride together feeling. It was so beautiful, it hurt. But the beauty was not what closed his throat. It was knowing that under those warm lights lived real individual people going about their lawful business, making love or quarreling, doing whatever they damn well pleased, each under his own vine and fig tree, with no one to make him afraid. He thought of all those gentle, kindly people, with the occasional heel, and pictured each one with a gray slug clinging to the back of his neck, making the limbs twitch, forcing the voice to speak the slug's words, steering the body wherever the slug wanted to go. Hell's bells, life under the commissars could not be that bad. He knew. He had lived behind the curtain. He made himself a solemn promise. If the parasites won, he would arrange to be dead before one of them ever rode him the way it had ridden Barnes. For an agent, it would be simple. Just bite the nails or use one of the other ways the old man had built in for professional necessities. But the old man had not planned those arrangements for this purpose, and Sam knew it. His job, and the old man's, was to keep the people down there safe, not to crawl into a hole when things turned rough. He turned from the window. There was nothing he could do about it right now. What he needed was company. The room held the usual catalog of escort bureaus and model agencies found in any good hotel except perhaps the Martha Washington. He thumbed through it, looking the girls over, then slammed it shut. He did not want a whoopee girl. He wanted one particular girl, one who would as soon shoot as shake hands and would bite in the clinches. And he had no idea where she had gone. He always carried a tube of Tempest Fugit pills. Most agents did. You never knew when a jolt to the reflexes would save your life. Despite the scare propaganda, they were not habit-forming the way old Hashish had been. A purist might call him addicted, because he sometimes took them to stretch a 24-hour leave into a week. He enjoyed the mild euphoria as a side effect. Mostly they simply stretched subjective time by a factor of 10 or more, chopping the minutes finer so you lived longer on the same clock and calendar. What was wrong with that? He knew the horror story of the man who died of old age in a single calendar month from steady use. But Sam took them only once in a while. Maybe that man had the right idea. Long, happy life, died happy at the end. Who cared that the sun rose only 30 times? Who was keeping score, and what were the rules anyway? He sat staring at the tube. There were enough pills to keep him hopped up and contented for what would feel like at least 2 years to him. He could crawl into his hole and pull it in after him if he wanted. He took out 2 pills and poured a glass of water. Then he put them carefully back in the tube, strapped on his gun and phone, left the hotel, and headed for the Library of Congress. On the way, he stopped in a bar for a quick one and checked the newscast. There was no news from Iowa, but when was there ever? At the library, he went to the general catalog, slipped on blinkers, and began scanning references. Flying saucers led to flying discs, then Project Saucer, lights in the sky, fireballs, cosmic diffusion theory of life origins, and 24 blind alleys and crackpot branches. He needed some kind of Geiger counter to separate paid dirt from garbage, especially since anything useful was almost certainly coded somewhere between Aesop's fables and lost continent myths. Still, in an hour he had a double handful of selector cards. He handed them to the librarian at the desk and waited while she fed them into the hopper. She told him most of the films were already in use. The rest would be delivered to study room 9A South escalator, please. Room 9A had 1 occupant. She looked up as he entered and said, "Well, the wolf in person. How had he managed to pick her up again? She could swear she had given him a clean miss." Sam said, "Hello, Mary." "Hello. And now goodbye." Miss Barkis still was not willing, and she had work to do. Sam felt annoyance rise. "Listen, you conceited little twerp." Odd as it might seem, he had not come here looking for her no doubt beautiful white body. He occasionally did actual work himself, and that was why he was here. If she could stand his unwelcome presence until his spools arrived, he would get the hell out and find another study room, a stag one. Instead of snapping back, she softened at once, proving she was more of a gentleman than he was. "Sorry, Sam." A woman hears the same line so many thousand times that she begins to think no other topic is possible. "Sit down." "No, thanks." He would take his spools to an unoccupied room. He really did want to work. "Stay here," she insisted. "Read the notice on the wall. If you remove spools from the room to which they are delivered, you will not only blow a dozen tubes in the sorter, but give the chief reference librarian a nervous breakdown." He would bring them back when he was through. She took his arm. Warm tingles ran up it. "Please, Sam. Sorry." Sam sat down and grinned at her. Nothing could persuade him to leave now. He had not expected to find her here, but having done so, he had no intention of letting her out of his sight until he knew her phone code, her home address, and the true color of her hair. She called him Wolf, soft and wrinkling her nose. He would never know any of those things. She made a show of fitting her head back into the study machine, pointedly ignoring him, but he could see she was not displeased. The delivery tube thumped. His spools spilled into the basket. He gathered them, stacked them beside the other machine. One rolled against Mary's pile and knocked it over. She looked up. He picked up what he thought was his. Glanced at the end, serial number and selector dots only, then turned it, read the label, and added it to his stack. Mary protested. That was hers. She had read the label when it faced her. It was the one she needed next. The obvious finally hit him. Mary would not be here researching medieval footgear. He picked up several more of hers, checked the labels, so that was why nothing he wanted had been available. She had beaten him to most of the good ones. He handed her the few he had found that she had missed. Mary looked them over, then pushed all the spools into one pile. Should they split 50-50 or both watch everything? 50-50 first to cull the junk, he decided. Then both review the survivors. Time to get busy. Even after seeing the parasite on Barnes's back, even after the old man's flat assurance that a flying saucer had landed, Sam was unprepared for the sheer volume of evidence buried in a public library. To hell with Digby and his evaluating formula. Digby was a floxenotinee hyperprolificator at heart, an $8 way of saying a man who refused to believe anything he could not bite. The evidence was unmistakable. Earth had been visited by ships from space not once, but many times. Reports stretched back long before humanity's own spaceflight. Some into the 17th century, earlier still if one accepted pre-scientific accounts whose reliability no one could judge. Systematic data began in the United States in the 1940s and 1950s. Another wave hit in the 1980s, mostly from Russo-Siberia. Those were harder to evaluate. No direct intelligence from behind the curtain, and anything from there was usually fake by definition. He noticed a pattern and started noting dates. Sightings of strange objects in the sky seemed to crest roughly every 30 years. He jotted it down. A statistical analyst might find meaning, or the old man would see something in that crystal ball he called a brain. Flying saucers linked to mysterious disappearances, not just as fellow wild data like sea serpents or bloody rain, but in at least 3 well-documented cases, pilots had chased saucers and vanished completely, officially listed as crashed in remote areas and never recovered. The easy out, happy hurdle explanation. Another hunch struck. Was there a 30-year cycle in disappearances? And if so, did it align with the sky object cycle? There seemed to be some correlation, but too much steady noise. Too many people vanished every year for ordinary reasons, from amnesia to mothers-in-law. Vital records went back far, and not all had burned in the bombings. He noted it for professional analysis later. He did not dwell long on why reports clustered geographically and politically. He tabled the observation after one quick hypothesis. If you were scouting a strange planet, would you survey it uniformly or focus on areas that look promising by your own unknown criteria? Just a guess. He was ready to discard it by breakfast if needed. He and Mary exchanged maybe 3 words all night. Eventually they stretched, stood. He lent her change for the note spool she had made, Why Did Women Never Carry Change, and redeemed his own wires from Hawk. Well, what was the verdict? She felt like a sparrow who had built a perfect nest only to discover it sat in a rain spout. He recited the old jingle, and they would do the same, refuse to learn, rebuild in the spout again. No, she said. They had to act fast. The president had to be convinced. This time the pattern was complete. The invaders were moving in to stay. Could be. In fact, he thought they were. What did they do? Honey Chili, she was about to learn that in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man was in for a hell of a rough ride. Don't be cynical. No time. No time at all. Gather gear. Let's go. Dawn had broken as they left. The big library stood nearly empty. He suggested they find a barrel of beer, take it to his hotel room, bust ahead, and talk it over. She shook her head. Not his hotel room. Damn it. This was business. Her apartment, then. Only a couple 100 miles. She would fix breakfast when they arrived. He remembered his basic purpose in time to leer. Best offer he had all night. But seriously, why not the hotel? Breakfast there, save half an hour's travel. Did he not want to come to her apartment? She would not bite. He had been hoping she would so he could bite back. No, just wondering about the sudden switch. Perhaps she wanted to show him the bear traps, tastefully arranged around her bed, or prove she could cook. She dimpled briefly. He flagged a taxi. They went to her apartment. Inside, she left him standing while she searched the place carefully. Then she returned. Turn around. She wanted to feel his back. Why? Turn around. He did. She knuckled his back thoroughly. Nothing but skin and muscle. Now he could feel hers. With pleasure. He did a proper job anyway, he understood. Nothing under her clothes but girl and lethal hardware. She turned. Let out a deep sigh. That was why she had refused the hotel room. Now they were safe. For the first time since seeing the thing on the station manager's back, she felt safe. The apartment was tight. She shut off the air and sealed it like a vault every time she left. What about the air conditioning? Could one slip through the ducts? Possibly. But she had not turned on the conditioner. She cracked an air raid reserve bottle instead. Never mind. What did he want to eat? He almost suggested Mary herself on lettuce and toast. Then thought better. Any chance of 2 pounds of steak just warmed through? They split a 5-pound steak. He swore he ate the short half. While they chewed, they watched the newscast. Still no news from Iowa. He never saw the bear traps. She locked her bedroom door. He tried it. 3 hours later, she woke him. They had second breakfast. Presently, they lit cigarettes. He reached over and killed the newscast. It was showing states' entries for Miss America. Normally, he would have watched with interest, but none showed round shoulders and their costumes could not hide humps bigger than mosquito bites. Today, it felt irrelevant. Well, they had to arrange the facts they had dug up and rub the president's nose in them. Action had to be national. Global, really. How? See him again? How? She had no answer. Only one route, official channels. Through the old man. He put in the call, using both codes so she could hear. Chief Deputy Oldfield answered for the old man. He was unavailable. Shoot. It had to be the old man. Pause. Neither was listed as on assignment. Official or unofficial? Unofficial, he guessed. Then no connection to the old man for unofficial. Anything official, Oldfield was handling. Make up his mind. He thanked him and cut off before swearing. Then he coded the old man's special emergency line, the one guaranteed to haul him out of his coffin. God help the agent who used it lightly. He had not touched it in 5 years. The old man answered with profanity. Boss, on the Iowa matter. The cursing stopped. Yes? Mary and he had spent all night pulling former data from the files. They wanted to talk it over with him. More profanity. Brief it and turn it in for analysis. And he would have Sam's ears fried for a sandwich. Boss. Eh? If he could run out on the job, so could they. Both resigning from the section right now, official. Mary's eyebrows rose, but she stayed silent. Long silence. Sam thought the line had died. Then, tired and whipped, Palm Glade Hotel, North Miami Beach. 3rd sunburn from the end. Right away, he sent for a taxi. They went to the roof. He had the hack swing out over the ocean to dodge the Carolina speed trap. Good time. The old man was sunburned, all right. He lay there sullen, letting sand dribble through his fingers while they reported. Sam had brought a small buzz box so he could get the data straight off the wire. He looked up sharply at the 30-year cycles, let it ride until the possible matching disappearances cycle. Then he stopped him, called the section. Analysis. Peter. Boss here. Curve on unexplained disappearances. Quantitative. From 1800. People, not latchkeys. Smooth known factors. Discount steady load. Show humps and valleys. 2 hours ago. What are you waiting for? He switched off, struggled up, took his cane from Sam, back to the jute mill. No facilities here. To the White House? Mary asked eagerly. Be your age. Nothing they had picked up would change the president's mind. Then what? He did not know. Keep quiet unless they had a bright idea. The old man had a car waiting. Sam drove back. After turning it over to block control, he spoke. Boss, he had a caper that might convince the president, if the old man could get him to hold still. Grunt. Send 2 agents in, him and 1 other. The other carries portable scanning rig, keeps it trained on him the whole time. Get the president to watch. And if nothing happens, he planned to make it happen. First, bull straight to the landing site. Close-up pics of the real ship piped live to the White House. Then back to Barnes's office. Investigate those round shoulders. Tear shirts off on camera. No finesse, just sledgehammer. The old man pointed out he would have the same chance as a mouse at a cat convention. Maybe. These things had no superhuman powers, limited to whatever the host could do, maybe less. He did not plan to be a martyr. In any case, good picks. It might work, Mary said. She would be the other agent. No, both he and the old man said together. Sam flushed, not his call. Mary continued. She was logical because of her talent for spotting possessed men. No, the old man repeated. Not necessary. Where Sam was going, they would all have riders. Assume so until proven otherwise. Besides, he was saving her for something. She should have dropped it. She did not. For what? This was important. Quietly. So was the other job. He planned to make her a presidential bodyguard. Once he convinced the president this was serious. Oh, she thought. Boss. Eh? She was not certain she could spot a possessed woman. She was not equipped for it. Then they took his women's secretaries away. Ask me a hard one. And Mary, she would watch him too. He was a man. She turned it over, and if one got to him anyway, necessary action. Vice President succeeds. She gets shot for treason. Simple. Now about this mission. Jarvis with the scanner. Davidson as extra hatchet man. Jarvis keeps pickup on Sam. Davidson watches Jarvis. Sam tries to watch Davidson. Ring around the rosy. He thought it would work? No. But any plan beat no plan. Might stir something. While Sam, Jarvis, and Davidson headed for Iowa, the old man returned to Washington with Mary. She cornered Sam just before they left, grabbed his ears, kissed him firmly. Sam, try to come back. He went all tingly, felt 15 again. Second childhood? Probably. Davidson rode the car past the outbridge. Sam navigated from a large-scale ordnance map pinpointing the real landing site. The bridge gave a precise nearby reference. They turned off 0.2 of a mile due east. Jeep through scrub to the spot. No one stopped them. Almost to the spot. Freshly burned over ground forced him to walk. The space station photo site lay inside the fire area, and no flying saucer. Better detective than Sam would struggle to prove one had ever landed. Fire had erased any traces. Jarvis scanned anyway. Sam knew the Slugs had won another round. Coming out, they met an elderly farmer. Doctrine said keep distance, though he looked harmless. "Quite a fire," Sam remarked, sidling away. "Sure was. Killed 2 best milk cows. Poor dumb brutes." "You fellows reporters?" "Yes, but sent on a wild goose chase." He wished Mary were along. Probably natural round shoulders. But if the old man was right about the ship, and he had to be, this innocent bumpkin knew and was covering. Ergo, hag-ridden. He decided he had to try. Better odds capturing a live parasite here than in a crowd. He glanced at his teammates. Both alert, Jarvis scanning. As the farmer turned to leave, Sam tripped him. Face down. Sam landed on his back like a monkey, clawing the shirt. Jarvis moved in for close-up. Davidson covered point. Sam had the back bare before the man got his wind. Clean. No parasite, no sign. Nowhere on the body, Sam made sure before letting him up. He helped the farmer stand, brushed him off, both filthy with ashes. Terribly sorry. Bad mistake. The man trembled with anger. Young. He could not find a word bad enough. Mouth quivered. He would have the law on them. If 20 years younger, he would lick all 3. Believe him, old-timer. Mistake. Mistake. Face broke. Sam thought he might cry. Came back from Omaha, place burned, half stock gone, son-in-law missing. Came out to see why strangers snooped, nearly torn to pieces. Mistake! What was the world coming to? Sam could answer that last one, but did not try. He offered money for the indignity. The farmer slapped it to the ground. They tucked tails and left. Back in the car, rolling again, Davidson asked if he and the old man were sure they knew what they were doing. He could make a mistake, Sam said savagely. But had the old man ever? No. Where next? Straight to WDES main station. This one would not be a mistake. Anyhow, Jarvis said, good pickup throughout. Sam did not answer. At the Des Moines toll gates, the keeper hesitated over the fee. Glanced at a notebook, then plates. Sheriff had a call out for this car. Pull right. Barrier stayed down. Right it is. Sam backed 30 feet, gunned her. Section cars were beefed and hopped, a good thing. Barrier stout. He did not slow on the far side. This, Davidson said dreamily, is interesting. Still know what you're doing? Cut chatter. He might be crazy, but still agent in charge. Listen both. Unlikely they would get out. But they were getting those pics. As you say, Chief. He ran ahead of pursuit. Slammed to stop in front of the station. They poured out. No indirect methods. Straight into first open elevator, punch for top floor. Barnes's floor. He left the car door open, hoping to use it later. Into the outer office. Receptionist tried to stop them. They pushed past. Girls looked up, startled. Sam went straight to Barnes's inner door, locked. He turned to the secretary. Where's Barnes? Who is calling, please? Polite as a fish. He looked at the sweater fit across her shoulders. Humped. By God, this one had to be. She had been here when he killed Barnes. He bent, pulled up her sweater. Right. For the second time, he stared at raw parasite flesh. He wanted to retch, but was too busy. She struggled, clawed, tried to bite. He judo cut the side of her neck, almost got his hand in the mess. She went limp. 3 fingers in the stomach for good measure. Swung her around. Jarvis, close up. The idiot fiddled with gear. Bent over, big hind end blocking pickup. He straightened. School's out. Blew a tube. Replace it. Hurry! A stenographer rose across the room and fired. Not at Sam, not at Jarvis, but straight at the scanner. The beam struck true. Davidson and Sam burned her down in the same instant. As if the shot had been a signal, half a dozen others swarmed Davidson. They carried no guns. They simply piled on him in a silent wave. Sam kept his grip on the secretary and kept shooting from where he stood. A flicker of motion caught the corner of his eye. Barnes number 2, stood framed in the inner doorway. Sam put the bolt through the chest to make certain he took the slug riding the man's back. He swung back to the fight. Davidson was on his feet again. A wounded girl crawled toward him. He burned her, full in the face, and she stopped moving. His next shot hissed past Sam's ear. Sam glanced around. Thanks. Now get out. Jarvis, move. The elevator waited open. They piled in, Sam still dragging the secretary. He slammed the door and sent the car down. Davidson trembled. Jarvis had gone dead white. Sam told him to steady. They had not been shooting people. They had been shooting things, like this. He lifted the girl's body and looked at her own back. Then his stomach dropped. The specimen he had seized alive was gone. It must have slipped to the floor and oozed away in the chaos. He asked Jarvis if the pickup had caught anything. Jarvis shook his head. No one spoke. Davidson stayed silent. The girl's back showed a fresh red rash, millions of pinpricks where the thing had ridden her. Sam tugged the sweater down, propped her against the wall. She remained unconscious. At street level, they left her in the car. No one raised an alarm as they crossed the lobby. Their own car still waited at the curb. A policeman rested one foot on it while writing a ticket. He handed the slip to Sam as they climbed in. "You cannot park here, Mac," he said reprovingly. Sam apologized, signed the copy, quickest way out, and gunned away. He cleared traffic, then blasted straight up from the city street. He wondered whether the cop added that to the ticket. Once airborne, he switched plates and code. The old man thought of everything. The old man thought little of him when they reached the section. Sam tried to report en route. The old man cut him off and ordered them straight to the offices. Mary waited there with him. That told Sam everything. Despite the failure, the old man had not convinced the president, or she would still be at the White House. He let Sam recount every detail with only occasional grunts. How much had they seen? Transmission died at the toll barrier. The president had not been impressed. Sam supposed not. In fact, the president had told him to fire Sam. Sam stiffened. He had been ready to resign, but the words still stung. He started to say he was perfectly willing. Pipe down. The old man snapped that the president could fire him, but not his people. Sam was a thumb-fingered dolt, but irreplaceable right now. Thanks. Mary had been pacing. Sam tried to catch her eye. She gave him nothing. She stopped behind Jarvis's chair and flashed the old man the same warning sign she had used on Barnes. Sam struck Jarvis across the temple with his heater. Jarvis slumped from the chair. "Stand back, Davidson." The old man's gun leveled at Davidson's chest. "Mary, him?" "Clean." "And him?" "Sam's clean." The old man's eyes swept him. Sam felt death brush close. "Both of you, shirts off." They stripped. Mary was right. Sam had begun to wonder whether he would even know if one of those things rode him. Now him, the old man ordered. Gloves. They stretched Jarvis face down and cut the clothing away with care. They had their live specimen. Sam fought the urge to vomit. The thought of that thing traveling behind him in a closed car all the way from Iowa turned his stomach. He was not squeamish. He had hidden 4 days in Moscow sewers. But nothing prepared a man for the sight. Once he understood what it was. He swallowed hard. Let's work it off. Maybe they could still save Jarvis. Deep down, he doubted it. He suspected anyone ridden was spoiled forever. Some superstitious corner of his mind whispered that the things ate souls. The old man waved them back. Forget Jarvis. But stow it. If he could be saved, a few more minutes would not matter. In any case, he stopped. Sam understood. The principle that every individual mattered now required writing Jarvis off. They were expendable. The people of the United States were not. Sam liked Jarvis. The thought hurt. The old man kept his gun trained on the unconscious agent and the pulsing horror on his back. He told Mary to raise the president. Special code 0007. Mary tried. She reported an assistant on the screen instead. Which one? McDonough. The old man winced. McDonough was intelligent, likable, and had not changed his mind on anything since he was housebroken. The president used him as a buffer. The old man bellowed without the muffler. No, the president was unavailable. No, he could not be reached. No, McDonough was not exceeding authority. The president had been explicit, and the old man was not on any exception list, if such a list existed, which McDonough would not concede. Yes, he would make an appointment somehow. Next Friday? Today? Out of the question. Tomorrow? Equally impossible. The old man cut the connection. For a moment, Sam thought he would stroke out. Then he took 2 deep breaths, relaxed, and told Davidson to fetch Doc Graves. The rest keep distance and eyes open. Graves arrived, wiping his hands. The old man told him one specimen was still alive. Graves studied Jarvis, then the thing on his back. Interesting. Unique, possibly. He dropped to one knee. Stand back. Graves looked up. But I must have an opportunity. You and my half-wit aunt. First, keep it alive. Second, keep it from escaping. Third, protect yourself. Graves smiled. I'm not afraid. Be afraid. Order. I was about to say I'll need an incubator once we separated from the host. The dead one gave little chemistry data. But these clearly need oxygen. Host oxygen. A large dog might suffice. No? Leave it where it is. Eh? Is this man a volunteer? The old man did not answer. Graves protested. Human lab subjects must be volunteers. Professional ethics. These scientific types never broke the harness. The old man calmed. Dr. Graves, every agent here is a volunteer for whatever I deem necessary. That is what they signed for. Carry out the order. Stretcher. Take Jarvis out. Use care. After they wheeled Jarvis away, the old man dismissed them. Davidson, Mary, and Sam headed for the lounge. They needed drinks. Davidson shook. When the first one failed to settle, Sam told him he felt as bad about those girls as Davidson did, but it could not be helped. Get that through your head. How bad? Mary asked. Pretty bad. Maybe 6, maybe a dozen. No time to be careful. They had not been shooting people on purpose. They had been shooting parasites. He turned to Davidson. See that? Davidson straightened. That was the point. They had not been human. He thought he could shoot his own brother if the job required it. But these things were not human. You shot, and they kept coming. They did not. He broke off. Sam felt only pity. After a while, Davidson went to the dispensary for a shot. Mary and Sam talked longer, hunting answers and finding none. She announced she was sleepy and headed for the women's dormitory. The old man had ordered everyone to sleep in. After a nightcap, Sam went to the men's wing and crawled into a sack. Sleep would not come. He heard the city rumble overhead and kept picturing it already, like Des Moines. The air raid alarm jerked him awake. He stumbled in the clothes as the blowers sighed off. The intercom boomed in the old man's voice. Anti-gas and anti-radiation procedures. Seal everything. All hands to the conference hall. Move. As a field agent, Sam had no local duties. He shuffled down the tunnel to the offices. The old man stood in the big hall, grim. Sam wanted to ask what was happening, but a mixed dozen of clerks, agents, stenos, and staff already waited. He held his tongue. The old man sent him for the door tally from the watch guard. He called roll himself. Every living person on the tally was present, from old Miss Haynes down to the lounge steward, except the guard on watch and Jarvis. The count had to be exact. They tracked entries and exits tighter than banks track money. Sam fetched the door guard. A call back to the old man convinced the man it was safe to leave his post. He threw the bolt and followed. When they returned, Jarvis was already there, attended by Graves and a lab man. He stood in a hospital robe, conscious but dopey. The sight gave Sam his first real notion of what this was about. The old man left no doubt. He faced the staff at a safe distance, gun drawn. One of the invading parasites was loose among them. To some, that meant too much. To the rest, he would explain, the safety of every soul here and the whole human race depended on total cooperation and absolute obedience right now. He described the parasites with ugly precision and laid out the situation. In other words, one of them was almost certainly in this room. One of them looked human, but was an automaton moved by their deadliest enemy. A murmur rose. People stole glances. Some edged away. A moment earlier they had been a compatible team. Now they were a mob, each eyeing the next. Sam felt it himself and found himself shifting from Ronald the lounge steward, a man he had known for years. Graves cleared his throat. Chief, I want you to understand, I took every reasonable... Stow it. No excuses. Bring Jarvis forward. Robe off. Graves and his assistant obeyed. Jarvis seemed only half aware. A nasty blue welt marked his left cheek and temple, but that was not the cause. Sam had not hit him that hard. Graves must have drugged him. Turn him around. The mark showed plain, a red rash across shoulders and neck. You could all see where the thing rode him. Whispers and one nervous giggle died when Jarvis was stripped. Dead silence followed. Now we get that slug. Furthermore, we take it alive. Warning to any eager boys with itchy fingers. You have seen where they ride. Burn the parasite, and I burn the man who did it. If you must shoot the host to catch it, shoot low. Come here. He pointed the gun at Sam. Sam approached. The old man stopped him halfway. Graves, take Jarvis out of the way. Sit him behind me. Leave the robe off. Jarvis was led across, still docile. Graves and the assistant rejoined the group. The old man turned back to Sam. Gun out. Drop it. The old man's weapon stayed trained on Sam's belly. He drew with extreme care and slid the heater 6 feet away, all clothes off. Sam was no shrinking violet, but the order felt awkward. The old man's gun overcame every hesitation. It did not help that some of the younger girls giggled as he stripped. One murmured, Not bad. Another answered Nobby. He blushed like a bride. When the old man was satisfied, he told Sam to retrieve the gun and stand beside him. Back me up. Eye on the door. Dottie something or other. You're next. Dottie worked clerical. No gun, of course. She had clearly been in bed when the alarm sounded. Floor-length negligee. She stepped forward, stopped. The old man waved the gun. Come on, off. Don't take all night. You really mean it? She asked, incredulous. Move. She jumped. Well, no need to take a person's head off. She bit her lip, unfastened the clasp, then threw the robe aside in one motion. She posed for an instant, unmistakable. Sam conceded she had something to show, but he was in no mood to appreciate it. Against the wall, the old man said savagely, Renfrew! Sam never learned whether the old man alternated sexes on purpose, but it kept resistance low. The men were businesslike, though some blushed. The women giggled or flushed, but none fought. Sam would have found it interesting under other circumstances. As it was, they all learned things about one another they had never known. One girl they called Chesty. Never mind. In 20 minutes, more bearskin than Sam had ever seen filled the room, and the gun pile looked like an arsenal. Mary set the example when her turn came. Quick, unprovocative, wearing her skin with quiet dignity. The old man should have called her first instead of that Dottie baggage. What Sam saw only deepened his feelings for her. Mary added considerably to the hardware pile. Sam decided she simply liked guns. He had never needed more than one. Finally, everyone stood mother naked and plainly clean, except the old man and Miss Haynes. Sam thought the old man was a little in awe of her. She was older and inclined to boss him. It dawned on Sam who it had to be if the old man was right. He could be wrong. For all they knew, the thing might be on a ceiling girder waiting to drop. The old man looked distressed and poked the clothing pile with his cane. He knew nothing hid there, or perhaps he made certain. He looked up at his secretary. Miss Haynes, if you please. You are next. Sam thought, Brother, this time you will need force. She did not move. She faced him down, a statue of offended virginity. Sam saw the old man about to act. He moved closer and muttered out of the corner of his mouth. Boss, how about yourself? Take him off. The old man jerked his head. Sam meant it. You or her. Could be either. Strip. The old man could accept the inevitable. Have her stripped. I'm next. He began fumbling zippers, looking grim. Sam told Mary to take a couple of women and peel Miss Haynes. When he turned back, the old man's trousers were at half-mast, and Miss Haynes chose that moment to break for it. The old man stood between Sam and Miss Haynes, blocking any clean shot, and every other agent in the room had been disarmed. Sam realized it was no accident. The old man had never trusted them not to fire the instant the parasite showed itself. He wanted that slug taken alive. She bolted through the door and sprinted down the passage before Sam could react. He could have winged her in the corridor, but two things held him back. First, the emotional shift came too slowly. She was still old Miss Haynes to him, the spinster secretary who scolded his grammar and reports. Second, burning the parasite itself risked destroying it after everything they had been told. His aim was never the best anyway. She ducked into a room. Sam reached the door and hesitated again. Habit. It was the ladies' room. Only for a heartbeat. He slammed it open, gun raised, sweeping the space. Something struck hard behind his right ear. The world tilted in slow motion as the floor rushed up to meet him. The next moments blurred. He was out cold at least part of the time. Fragments came through. Struggle, shouts. "Look out! Damn her! She's bitten me! Watch your hands! Watch your hands!" Then quieter. "Bind her hands and feet. Careful. How about him? Later. He's not really hurt." He drifted near consciousness as they left. Life flooded back in waves. He sat up, urgency burning through him like fever. He staggered to his feet, reached the door, peered out. Empty corridor. He stepped into it and trotted away from the conference hall. At the outer door, he slowed, then jolted. He was still naked. He tore on toward the men's wing, snatched the first clothes he found, pulled them on. The shoes pinched badly. It did not seem to matter. Back to the exit. He fumbled the switch. The door opened. He thought he had escaped clean, but a shout, "Sam!" cut the air just as he crossed the threshold. He did not pause, plunged out. 6 doors faced him, then 3 more beyond the one he chose. The offices were a deliberate maze of tunnels designed for unseen comings and goings. He surfaced inside a subway fruit and book stall, nodded to the proprietor, who seemed unsurprised, and swung up the counter gate to melt into the crowd. A route he had never used before. He caught the upriver jet express, disembarked at the first stop, crossed to the downriver platform, loitered near the change window until a man flashed cash buying a counter. Sam boarded the same train, exited with him. At the first dark corner, he rabbit-punched the stranger. Now he had money. He did not know exactly why he needed it, only that he did for what came next. Language follows experience, they say. Experience first, words second. How could he describe what he felt? The world appeared through a double vision, as though viewed through rippling water. Yet no surprise touched him, no curiosity. He moved like a sleepwalker, ignorant of his next act yet wide awake, fully aware of who he was, where he had worked, what his section duties had been. No amnesia, every memory lay ready at call. Though he did not know what he would do, each step felt certain, necessary, purposeful in the moment. They say post-hypnotic commands work that way. He did not know. He resisted hypnosis poorly. Most of the time he felt only mild contentment, the quiet satisfaction of necessary work. That sat on the conscious surface, and he remained fully conscious, deeper, far deeper, locked away. A part of him writhed in terror, guilt, and anguish. But it stayed suppressed, barely registered, never allowed to interfere. He knew he had been seen leaving. That shout of Sam had been meant for him. Only 2 people called him that, and the old man would have used his proper name. Mary had spotted him. Good that he had learned her apartment address. It would need booby-trapping against her return. For now, he must continue the work and avoid capture. He moved through a warehouse district with careful agent stealth, avoiding notice. Soon he found a suitable building. Loft for lease. See rental agent on ground floor. He scouted it thoroughly, noted the address, doubled back 2 squares to the nearest Western Union booth. There he sat at a vacant machine and sent the message. Expedite 2 cases. Tiny tots. Talky tales. Same discount consigned to Joe Freeman, followed by the loft address. Sent to Roscoe and Dillard, jobbers and manufacturers agents, Des Moines, Iowa. Leaving the booth, the sight of a quick-fade all-night restaurant triggered sharp hunger. The reflex vanished instantly. He thought no more of it. He returned to the warehouse, found a shadowed corner in the rear, and settled to wait for dawn and business hours. He must have slept. Dim, repeating claustrophobic nightmares lingered. From daylight to 9, he lingered in a hiring hall, studying notices, the one place a man without visible occupation drew no eyes. At 9, he met the rental agent unlocking his office, leased the loft, paid a generous squeeze for immediate possession while paperwork processed. He climbed to the loft, unlocked it, waited. Around 10:30, the crates arrived. He let the 3 teamsters leave, too many for him yet, and he was not ready. After they departed, he opened one crate, removed the cell, warmed it, prepared it. Then he went downstairs, found the rental agent again. "Mr. Greenberg, could you come up a moment? I want to discuss lighting changes." Greenberg fussed but agreed. Inside the loft, Sam closed the door, led him to the open crate. "Here, if you lean over there, you'll see what I mean. If I could just..." He locked an arm around Greenberg's neck, cut off his wind, ripped jacket and shirt up, transferred a master from the cell to bare skin, held tight until struggles ceased. Then he tucked the shirt in, dusted him off. When Greenberg caught his breath, Sam asked, "What news from Des Moines?" "What do you want to know? How long have you been out?" Sam started to explain. Greenberg interrupted. "Let's have a direct conference and not waste time." Sam lifted his shirt. Greenberg did the same. They sat on the edge of the unopened crate, back to back, masters in contact. Sam's mind went blank. He watched a fly drone around a dusty cobweb, seeing it without thought. How long the conference lasted, he never knew. Next, they took the building superintendent, a large Swede who required both of them to subdue. After that, Greenberg called the owner, insisting he come at once to inspect some dreadful mishap to the structure. Sam never heard the exact lie. He was busy with the super warming more cells. The owner proved a prize. They all felt quiet satisfaction, the owner included. He belonged to the Constitution Club, whose membership read like who's who in finance, government, industry. Better still, it boasted the city's most famous chef. Any member in town was likely lunching there. Noon pressed close. No time to waste. The super went for suitable clothes and a satchel for Sam, while the owner's chauffeur was summoned and recruited. At 12:30, Sam and the owner left in the owner's car. The satchel held 12 masters, still in cells but ready. The owner signed, J. Hardwick, Potter and Guest. A flunky tried to take the bag. Sam insisted he needed to change his shirt before lunch. They lingered in the washroom until it emptied, save for the attendant, then recruited him and sent him with a message to the resident manager. A guest had taken ill in the washroom. After handling the manager, he provided Sam a white coat. Sam became another washroom attendant. 10 masters remained, but the cases would soon arrive from the loft. He and the regular attendant used those 10 before the lunch rush ended. One guest surprised them mid-task. No time to recruit. He had to be killed. They stuffed him in the mop closet. A lull followed. Cases delayed. Hunger nearly doubled Sam over, then faded sharply but lingered. He told the manager, who served him an excellent lunch in the office. The cases arrived as he finished. During the mid-afternoon drowsiness that settles over every gentleman's club, they secured the building. By 4, everyone present, members, staff, guests, belonged to them. From then on, they processed newcomers in the lobby as the doorman admitted them. Later, the manager phoned Des Moines for 4 more cases. Their biggest prize arrived that evening. A guest, the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury. They saw real victory in that. The Treasury guarded the president's safety. Jubilation at capturing so high a key, official registered in Sam only as absent satisfaction, then vanished from thought. He, the human recruits, hardly thought at all. They knew each next act only in the instant it was required, like a high school horse receiving signals from its rider. Respond, execute, await the next. High school horse and rider fit as far as it went, but not far enough. The rider draws partly on the horse's intelligence. The masters drew on the full intelligence, memory, experience of their hosts. They communicated between masters through servants. Sometimes the servants understood the words, sometimes not. Spoken words passed through the host, but deeper master-to-master conferences left the host blank, waiting, then adjusting clothing to cover and resuming whatever task followed. Such a grand conference followed the assistant secretary's recruitment. Sam sat through it but knew no more than any outsider. He had no more agency in words. His master spoke through him than the buried audio relay had in sounds it relayed. That relay stayed silent. He had left his proper phone behind. He was an instrument of communication, nothing more. Some days after recruitment, he gave the club manager new instructions on ordering master-carrying cells. In that moment, he knew fleetingly that 3 more ships had landed, but location stayed hidden. His overt knowledge limited itself to one address in New Orleans. He thought nothing of it. He continued the work. After the club day, he became a new special assistant to Mr. Potter, spending days and nights in the office. Sometimes the relationship seemed reversed. He frequently gave Potter oral instructions. Or perhaps he grasped the parasite's social structure no better now than more flexible, anarchic, subtle than he could comprehend. He knew, and his master certainly knew, it was wise for him to stay hidden. Through him, the master knew the section as well as he did. It knew he was one human the old man recognized as recruited. The old man would never stop hunting, to recapture or kill. Odd that the master did not simply change bodies and discard his recruits' vastly outnumbered masters. No squeamishness could explain it. Newly delivered masters often damaged initial hosts. Damaged hosts were destroyed, new ones found. Yet by choosing Sam the master had already controlled at least 3 hosts: Jarvis, Miss Haynes, probably the secretary in Barnes's office, and acquired skill in human control. Changing would have been easy. On the other hand, would a skilled cowhand destroy a proven workhorse for an untried mount? Perhaps that explained why Sam was preserved and concealed. Or perhaps he understood nothing at all. What does a bee know of Beethoven? After a time, the city stood secured. His master began taking him onto the streets. Not every inhabitant wore a hump. No, far from it. Humans outnumbered masters by more than 99-1. But key positions belonged to recruits. Corner cop to mayor and chief of police, ward bosses, ministers, board members, anyone handling public communications or news. The vast majority went about their lives undisturbed, unaware anything had changed. Unless, of course, one obstructed a master's purpose, then silenced permanently. Hosts were expendable. No need for economy. One handicap the masters labored under, or the servants serving them, was long-distance communication, limited to human speech over ordinary channels, further restricted unless the line was fully secured to conventionalized code messages, like the one Sam had sent for the first shipments. Direct master-to-master contact required physical proximity. Ship-to-ship or ship-to-home base might be possible, but no ship orbited nearby. This city had been taken as a prize of opportunity, direct result of Sam's earlier raid on Des Moines. Communication through servants almost certainly fell short of the master's needs. They required frequent, direct body-to-body conferences to coordinate. Sam was no expert in exotic psychologies. Some claimed the parasites were not individuals, but cells of a larger organism, in which case. But speculation ended there. They needed contact. He was sent to New Orleans for such a conference. He did not know he was going. One morning, he stepped onto the street as usual, proceeded to the uptown launching platform, ordered a cab. Cabs were scarce. The thought crossed his mind to cross over for the public shuttle. It was immediately suppressed. After a long wait, his cab lifted to the ramp. He started to board. An elderly man hustled up and climbed in ahead of him. An order came to dispose of the interloper. It was instantly countermanded. "Go slow, be careful." Even the master seemed uncertain at times. "Excuse me, sir, but this cab is taken." Quite, the man replied. I've taken it. He radiated self-importance, briefcase, dictatorial tone. He could have belonged to the Constitution Club, but he was not one of theirs. Sam's master knew and told him. You will have to find another, Sam said reasonably. Let's see your Q ticket. He had pulled his own ticket from the rack on arrival. The cab bore a matching launch number. He had the man cold, but the stranger did not move. Where are you going? He demanded. New Orleans, Sam answered, and learned his destination for the first time. Then you can drop me off in Memphis. Sam shook his head. It was out of his way. The elderly man bristled. All of 15 minutes! He seemed unused to contradiction, temper rising as though rarely challenged. He lectured that, in these days of shortages, the rules required sharing cabs. One could not preempt a public vehicle unreasonably. He turned to the driver. Explain the rules to this person. The driver paused, his toothpicking long enough to shrug. Nothing to him. He picked them up, took them, dropped them. Settle it yourselves, or he would call the dispatcher for another fare. Sam hesitated, awaiting instruction. Then he found himself tossing his bag inside and climbing in. New Orleans, he said, with a stop at Memphis. The driver shrugged, signaled the control tower. The other passenger snorted and ignored him. Once airborne, the man opened his briefcase and spread papers across his knees. Sam watched without interest. Presently, he shifted position to reach his gun more easily. The elderly man's hand shot out, seized his wrist. Not so fast, son. His features split into the old man's wicked, satanic grin. Sam's reflexes were fast, but everything routed through his master first. Delay measured in milliseconds, perhaps. As he drew, he felt the cold bell of a gun press his ribs. Take it easy. With his free hand, the old man pressed something against Sam's side. A prick, then the warm, spreading tingle of Morpheus took hold. Sam had been knocked out by it twice before and administered it more times than that. He recognized the drug at once. He made one final effort to free his weapon. Then he sank forward. Voices drifted in and out. Had been speaking for some time before he sorted meaning from noise. Rough hands handled him. Watch out for that ape. It's all right. His tendons are cut. He's still got teeth, hasn't he? Yes, Sam thought fretfully. And if you get close enough, I'll bite you with them too. The remark about cut tendons rang true. None of his limbs answered. Being called an ape stung worse than the paralysis. He could not even resent it aloud. A shame, he reflected, to insult a man who could not defend himself. He wept a little, then drifted into stupor. Feeling better, son? The old man leaned over the end of the bed, studying him thoughtfully. His chest was bare, grizzled hair covering it, slight paunch showing. Sam managed. Pretty good, I guess. He tried to sit up, found he could not move. The old man circled to the side. We can take those restraints off now. He worked the clasps. Didn't want you hurting yourself. There. Sam sat up, rubbing sore spots. He felt stiff all over. Now the old man said, How much do you remember? Report. Remember? You were with them, remember? They caught you. Do you recall anything after the parasite got to you? Sudden wild fear gripped Sam. He clutched the bed rails. Boss! Boss! They know where this place is. I told them. No, they don't, the old man answered quietly. These aren't the section offices you remember. Once convinced you had made a clean getaway, I evacuated the old place. They don't know about this hangout, I think. So you remember? Of course. I got out of here, I mean the old offices, and went up. His thoughts raced ahead. A vivid image struck, holding a live, moist master in his bare hand, ready to place it on the rental agent's back. He vomited onto the sheet. The old man took a corner, wiped his mouth gently. Go ahead. Sam swallowed. Boss, they're all over. They've got the city. I know. Same as Des Moines. And Minneapolis, St. Paul, New Orleans, Kansas City. Maybe more. I don't know. I can't be everywhere. He looked sour. It's like fighting with your feet in a sack. We're losing. Fast. He scowled deeper. We can't even clamp down on the cities we know about. It's very... Good grief. Why not? You should know. Because older and wiser heads than mine still aren't convinced there is a war on. Because when they take a city, everything continues as before. Sam stared. Never mind, the old man said gently. You are the first break we've had. The first victim recaptured alive. And you remember what happened. That matters. Your parasite is the first live one we've captured and kept alive. We'll have a chance to... He broke off. Terror must have shown plain on Sam's face. The notion that his master still lived and might reach him again overwhelmed him. The old man took his arm, shook it lightly. Take it easy, son. You are still pretty sick and weak. Where is it? Eh? The parasite? Don't worry. You can see it if you wish. It's living off your opposite number. A red orangutan named Napoleon. Safe. Kill it. Hardly. We need it alive for study. Sam must have shattered then because the old man slapped him twice. Take a brace. I hate to bother you when you're sick, but it has to be done. We need everything you remember down on wire. Level off and fly, right? Sam pulled himself together. He began a careful, detailed report of all he could recall. Renting the loft, recruiting the first victim, moving on to the Constitution Club. The old man nodded. Logical. You were a good agent, even for them. You don't understand, Sam objected. I didn't do any thinking. I knew what was happening, but that was all. It was as if... Never mind. Get on with it. After recruiting the club manager, the rest was easy. They took them as they came in, and... Names? Certainly. Myself, Greenberg, MC Greenberg, Thor Hansen, J. Hardwick Potter, his chauffeur Jim Wakely, a little guy called Jake who was washroom attendant, but I believe he had to be disposed of later. His master would not let him take time for necessities. Then the manager, I never got his name. Sam paused, mind running back over that frantic afternoon and evening, trying to fix each recruit. Oh my God. What is it? The secretary. The assistant secretary of the Treasury. You mean you got him? Yes, the first day. What day was that? How long has it been? God, Chief, the Treasury Department protects the president. But he spoke to empty air. The old man had vanished. Sam lay back, exhausted. Soft sobs shook him into his pillow. After a while, he slept. He woke with foul-mouthed, buzzing head, vague dread hanging over him. Still, by comparison, he felt fine. A cheerful voice asked, "Feeling better?" A small brunette bent over him, cute as any he had seen. He appreciated it, however faintly. She wore an odd costume, skin-tight white shorts, a wisp of near-transparent material restraining her breast but not much, and a metal carapace covering the back of her neck, shoulders, and down her spine. "Better," he admitted, then made a face. Mouth taste unpleasant? Like a Balkan cabinet meeting. Here. She handed him a glass of something spicy that burned a little. It washed the bad taste away at once. No, don't swallow. Spit it out like a little man and I'll get water. He obeyed. I'm Doris Marsden, she continued. Your day, nurse. Glad to know you, Doris. He stared with growing appreciation. Say, why the get-up? Not that I don't like it, but you look like a refugee from a comic book. She glanced down, giggled. I feel like a chorus girl. But you'll get used to it. I did. I'm already used to it. I like it. Fine. But why? The old man's orders. He started to ask why again, then understood and felt worse. He shut up. Doris went on. Now for some supper. She brought a tray, sat on the bed. I don't believe I want anything. Open up, she said firmly, or I'll rub it in your hair. There, that's a good boy. Between defensive gulps he managed. I feel pretty good. Give me one jolt of gyro and I'll be back on my feet. No stimulants, special diet, lots of rest, maybe a sleepy pill later. That's what the man says. What's wrong with me? Extreme exhaustion, starvation, first case of scurvy she had ever seen, as well as scabies and lice, but they had those whipped. There, now he knew. And if he told the doctor she had told him, she would call him a liar to his face. Turn over on your tummy. He did. She changed dressings. He appeared spotted with sores. The stuff stung, then cooled. He thought back over how he had lived under his master. Stop trembling, she said. Having a bad one? I'm all right. He forced calm, tried to remember rationally. As near as he could tell, he had eaten only every second or third day. Bathing? He had not bathed at all. Shaved every day, clean shirt, necessary for the masquerade, and the master had known it. On the other hand, he had never taken off the stolen shoes from the moment he acquired them until recapture, and they had been too tight to begin with. What sort of shape are my feet in? He asked. Don't be nosy. Now turn over on your back. He liked nurses. Calm, earthy, tolerant. Miss Briggs, his night nurse, lacked Doris's appeal, faced like a jaundiced horse, but she kept a fine, hard figure for her age. She wore the same musical comedy outfit with no-nonsense authority and walked like a grenadier. Doris jiggled pleasantly. Miss Briggs refused a second sleeping pill when he woke in the night with horrors, but played poker and skinned him out of half a month's pay. He tried to pry out news of the president. Surely the old man had won or lost by now. She would not admit knowing anything about parasites, flying saucers, or anything else. While sitting there in a costume with only one possible purpose, he asked for public news. She had been too busy for newscasts. He requested a stereo box in his room. She said he would have to ask the doctor. He was on the quiet list. When would he see this doctor? She did not know. The doctor had been very busy. How many other patients in the infirmary? She really did not remember. Her call bell sounded. She left. He fixed her. While she was gone, he cold-decked the next deal so she drew a pat hand, then refused to bet against her. He slept later. Miss Briggs woke him with a cold, wet washcloth to the face. She readied him for breakfast. Doris relieved her and brought the tray. This time, he fed himself. While eating, he tackled her for news, with the same zero success as with Miss Briggs. Nurses ran hospitals like nurseries for backward children. After breakfast, Davidson visited. Heard you were here, he said. He wore shorts and nothing else except a dressing on his left arm. More than I've heard, Sam complained. What happened to you? Bee stung me. Sam dropped it. If Davidson did not want to explain the burn, that was his business. The old man was in here yesterday getting my report, then left suddenly. Seen him since? Yep. Well, how about you? Are you straightened out? Psych boys cleared you for classified or not. Is there doubt? You're darn tootin' there's doubt. Poor old Jarvis never pulled out. Huh? Sam had not thought of Jarvis. How is he now? He isn't. Never got right in his head. Dropped into coma, died the next day, the day after you were captured. No apparent reason, just died. Davidson studied him. You must be tough. Sam did not feel tough. Tears welled. He blinked them back. Davidson pretended not to notice and continued conversationally. You should have seen the ruckus after you gave us the slip. The old man took out after you wearing nothing but a gun. And grim determination. Would have caught you too, my money says. But civil police picked him up. We had to get him out of hock. He grinned. Sam grinned weakly. Something gallant and absurd about the old man charging out to save the world in his birthday suit. Sorry I missed it. But what else has happened lately? Davidson studied him carefully. Wait a minute. He stepped out, returned shortly. The old man says it's all right. What do you want to know? Everything. What happened yesterday? I was in on that one. That's how I got this. He waved the bandaged arm. I was lucky, 3 agents killed. Quite a fracas. But how did it come out? How about the president? Was he... Doris bustled in. Oh, there you are, she said to Davidson. I told you to stay in bed. You're due in prosthetics at Mercy Hospital right now. The ambulance has been waiting 10 minutes. He stood, grinned, pinched her cheek with his good hand. The party can't start until I get there. Well, hurry. Coming. He started out with her. Sam called after. Hey, how about the president? Davidson paused, looked back over his shoulder. Oh, him? He's all right. Not a scratch on him, he went on. Doris returned minutes later, fuming. Patience, she said like a curse. Do you know why they call them patients? Because patience is what you need to put up with them. I should have had at least 20 minutes for his injection to take hold, as it was I gave it when he got into the ambulance. Injection for what? Didn't he tell you? No. Well, no reason not to tell you. Amputation and graft lower left arm. Oh. Sam thought he would not hear the story's end from Davidson. Grafting a new limb was a shock. They usually kept the patient hopped up at least 10 days. He wondered about the old man. Had he come through alive? Of course, he had checked with him before talking, but that did not mean unwounded. He tackled Doris again. How about the old man? On the sick list? Or would it violate your sacred runaround rules to tell me? You talk too much. Time for your morning nourishment and nap. She produced a glass of milky slop. Speak up, wench, or I'll spit it back in your face. The old man? You mean the chief of section? Who else? He's not on the sick list, at least not here. She shivered, made a face. I wouldn't want him as a patient. Sam was inclined to agree. For 2 or 3 more days, he stayed wrapped in those soft restraints, treated like an infant. He didn't mind. This was the first true rest he had known in years. They must have been dosing him with sedatives. He felt the heavy pull of sleep every time they fed him. The sores on his back healed quickly. Then Doris insisted he begin light exercise around the room, and the word insisted carried the weight of an order he could not refuse. The old man appeared at his bedside. He observed that the patient still seemed to be taking it easy. Heat flooded the man's face. He answered sharply that if he were given pants, he would prove exactly who was malingering. The old man told him to calm down, lifted the chart from the bed's foot, and scanned it. He ordered the nurse to bring shorts, declaring the man restored to duty. Doris bristled and faced the old man down, reminding him that the doctor ran this ward. The old man cut her off, demanded the clothing anyway, and when she protested, he simply picked her up, spun her, swatted her backside, and sent her scurrying. She returned moments later, not with the shorts, but with the doctor in tow. The old man greeted the physician mildly, noting he had asked for pants, not company. The doctor stiffened and warned against interference. The old man insisted the patient was needed at once, and therefore returned to service. Tension crackled between them. The doctor offered his resignation. The old man, never one to yield ground foolishly, apologized for bypassing procedure and requested a proper examination. The doctor's jaw worked, but he complied, checked the chart, tested reflexes that still felt sluggish to the patient, peered into his eyes with a light, and finally agreed the man could go. Doris was told to fetch clothing. Shorts and shoes arrived, nothing more. Yet the sight of bare shoulders everywhere, free of any clinging masters, felt like cool water on fevered skin. He told the old man so. The reply came as a low growl. This was their best defense, even if it made the place look like a summer camp. Without victory before winter, they were finished. The old man stopped at a freshly lettered door marked Biological Laboratory. Stay out. He opened it. The patient hung back, asking where they were headed. The answer chilled him. They were going to see his twin, the ape still carrying his former parasite. Panic rose instantly. He refused, voice shaking. The old man paused, speaking with patient firmness that facing the thing was the only way to master the fear. He had spent hours in there himself, staring until the horror dulled. The patient's hands trembled against the doorframe. The old man's quiet understanding that it must feel different after actually having carried one only sharpened the dread. He would not go in. The old man accepted the decision without anger and turned to leave, suggesting he return to the infirmary. 3 steps away, the patient called out. The old man waited, face blank. The patient stepped forward, admitting it would take time to find his nerve again. The older man's grip closed warm and steady on his upper arm, guiding him inside as though he were fragile. They passed through another locked door into humid warmth. The ape sat restrained in a metal frame, limbs limp and useless. As they entered, its eyes flashed with sudden malevolent intelligence, then dulled back to dull animal pain. The old man steered him around to the side. There it was, his master, the thing that had ridden him, spoken through him, thought inside him. The patient's knees threatened to buckle. The old man's soft voice steadied him. Look away for a moment. It helps. He obeyed, breathing deep until his heart slowed. Then he forced his gaze back. The horror was not in the creature's ugliness alone. Slimy, yes, but no worse than pond scum. It was deeper, instinctive, the same unreasoning terror a bird feels for a snake. He tried to explain it aloud, the words helping him stay upright. The old man nodded, eyes still fixed on the parasite, agreeing it was everyone's first reaction. Even he looked away after a time. The patient kept staring, telling himself he was safe now, that it could never touch him again. When the old man asked if he was hardening to the sight, he admitted a little. Then savage anger surged. He wanted every last one of them dead, could spend his life doing nothing else. The shakes returned. The old man handed him his own gun. The patient stared unarmed until that moment. The older man simply said that if killing it was what he needed to become whole, then do it now. This one was his. The thought echoed, to be whole again. He raised the weapon, finger ready on the trigger, exultant and unafraid for the first time. Then doubt crept in. He asked if there were others for study. Only this one. Yet the section needed it. Why give him the gun at all? Because the choice was his alone. He could kill it and be free, or pass it up and let the work continue. Breathing fast, he raised the gun again. Then he tossed it back. The old man caught it cleanly. The patient confessed he didn't know why he had stopped. Knowing he could was suddenly enough. Warm relief flooded him, the same glow that follows a kill or a woman. He turned his back on the thing without fear and faced the old man with unexpected affection. The older man answered soberly that he was no puppet master. The creature behind him held that title. The patient looked at it again and agreed softly, hoping the old man would never truly understand what that meant. A lab-coated man bustled in, looking ridiculous in the shorts and coat combination. The old man's gun came out at once, ordering the coat removed and burned. The man's bare back showed nothing. He complied, red-faced, then asked if the chief was ready for the procedure. The old man said he would call when the time came. Alone again, the patient asked what would happen to the parasite. The answer was simple. They would interview it through a human volunteer. The words sank in like ice. The patient recoiled. Surely not to anyone. The old man stated flatly that it would be done. The war demanded intelligence they did not have. The only way to speak to the creatures was through a host. He already had one volunteer, but wanted the right man. The patient's disgust spilled out. No one sane would offer. The old man's eyes met his. He was looking at the right man. The patient's tongue locked. He finally managed to refuse outright. He had already carried one and would not do it again, not even to save the world. The old man ignored the outburst and called the lab to begin immediately. The patient headed for the door. The old man seized him, spun him around, and ordered him to stay and watch. His experience might prove useful. Resistance felt useless. He was too bone-weary to fight. Technicians wheeled in a heavy metal chair rigged like an execution seat, clamps for every limb, a cutaway back to leave the shoulders exposed. They positioned it beside the ape's cage and opened panels. The ape watched with unnervingly aware eyes. The patient's stomach churned, yet the old man's threat of restraints kept him rooted. Then Mary entered with the others. Surprise and dread collided inside him. He had tried to reach her for days. She looked steady and beautiful in shorts and halter, no helmet or plate. She sat in the chair without hesitation, unfastened her halter, and bared her back. The patient's world tilted. He shoved the old man aside, kicked the technicians away, and shouted for her to get up. The old man's gun leveled at him. 3 men moved to seize him. The patient looked down at Mary, feet already clamped, eyes full of quiet compassion. His voice came out hollow. He would take the chair instead. They swapped rigs, tailoring the larger one to him, clamps locked around ankles, knees, wrists, elbows, torso. His back itched fiercely, though nothing had touched it yet. Mary was gone from the room. He no longer cared how or why. The old man laid a hand on his arm and thanked him quietly. The patient said nothing. Behind him, they maneuvered the parasite with remote gear. He could not turn far enough to see. The ape barked once. Someone shouted a warning. Then something moist and heavy settled against the back of his neck, and the world went black. He came back to himself with the same sharp electric tingle that had once coursed through him after the first possession. The restraint still held him fast to the chair, every clamp biting into raw skin, but fear was absent. Instead, a cold, steady contempt settled over him toward everyone in the room. He was trapped, yes, but certain, warily certain, that he could outthink them all in the end. The master's presence wrapped him again like calm certainty. Troubles dissolved, decisions aligned perfectly with need. He existed only to serve, and the future would arrange itself. The old man's voice cut sharp. He demanded to know if the prisoner could hear him. The response came easy and irritated. "Of course. And stop shouting." The old man pressed whether he remembered their purpose here. Naturally, the questions were waiting. Then the direct challenge. "What are you?" He answered lightly, describing the body he wore. 6'1", muscled heavy, until the old man cut in, clarifying he spoke to the parasite itself. "Games, then?" The old man warned that pretense was useless. He had studied the thing for days on the ape, knew its vulnerabilities. He began listing them with deliberate calm. It could be killed, it could be hurt, electricity seared it, heat beyond a man's tolerance destroyed it. Without a host, it died quickly. Its only power came borrowed from the host, and this host was helpless. "Test the bonds," he said. "Cooperate or perish." The words registered dimly while he tested the restraints himself. Not in panic, not in hope, simply assessing. One ankle strap felt fractionally looser. Perhaps a foot could slip free with effort. The arm clamps might yield if every muscle went slack. Yet no move came. An impulse or decision, the two were identical now, told him escape was not yet wise. His gaze swept the room, noting who carried weapons. Only the old man, he judged. That narrowed the odds nicely. Far beneath awareness, a faint, buried ache of guilt pulsed, something no free mind could feel, but the task at hand drowned it. The old man pressed again. Answer or face punishment? He feigned ignorance. "What questions?" The old man called for the tickler. No alarm stirred. He continued calculating how to lure the gun closer if one arm came loose. Then the rod reached past his shoulder. Agony exploded. White-hot, unbearable, a switch thrown that blacked out the world. For an endless instant he was torn apart, masterless, split from the comforting unity. When the shock lifted, only memory remained, raw and smoking. The master reclaimed him instantly, but this time some echo of the creature's own terror leaked through, wild animal fear. Blood welled from his left wrist where the clamp had sliced during the convulsion. It meant nothing. He would crawl away on stumps if it saved the master. The old man asked how he liked the taste. The panic ebbed. Well-being flooded back, wary but serene. The pain in wrists and ankles faded to nothing. "Why hurt him at all?" Simply answer. "What are you?" The reply did not form immediately. The rod lifted again. Words tumbled out. "We are the people, the only people. We have studied you, know your ways. We come to bring." "To bring what?" The rod hovered. "Peace," he said. "Contentment, the joy of surrender." The word felt wrong. He groped, then found it. The joy of nirvana. Pleasure rippled through him like praise for a trick well done. The old man summarized grimly. "Surrender to your kind, and you promise to care for us, make us happy." "Exactly." The older man studied the space behind his shoulders, then spat on the floor. Such bargains had been offered before, never worth the price. He suggested trying it himself. Quickly, then he would know. For a moment, hope flared. Escape might open if the old man accepted. But the refusal came brisk. More questions first. Answer promptly or feel more current. "Where do you come from?" Silence. The rod approached. "Far away." "Where exactly? Home planet, base, ships?" No answer rose. The old man speculated on semantics, astronomical concepts. The parasite used the host language perfectly. It knew what the host knew, inside the solar system or outside. All planets are ours. The old man tugged his lip, mused, then demanded the nest the origin point. Silence held. The rod struck again, once, smashing. Then slowly, deliberately again. Pain built without mercy. He tried to speak, to give anything to stop it, but something clamped his throat shut. Through the blur, the old man's face floated, asking if he had enough ready to talk. He choked, gagged. The rod reached once more. He shattered. Died. Voices returned. Someone warned he might come up violent. The old man's face hovered close, worried, asking if he was all right. He turned away. A doctor knelt, injected something into his arm. Strength seeped back, gyro or whatever it was called, pulling him together. He sat up unaided. Still in the cage room, chair in front of him, ape's cage sealed again. He tried to stand. The old man offered a hand. He shook it off. "Don't touch me." Orders followed. Litter, infirmary, doctor accompany. He refused every hand, every touch. "Leave me alone." He walked out alone, through doors, into the passageway. Wrists and ankles throbbed. Infirmary made sense. Doris would handle it. He felt pummeled, every round lost. A voice called, "Sam." Mary hurried up, eyes brimming sorrow. She had waited. What had they done to him? Her voice cracked. He found enough strength to slap her. Bitch. His room stood empty. No Doris. He shut the door, lay face down on the bed, tried to stop feeling anything. A gasp! Doris! She hurried over, hands gentle, calling him poor baby. She would fetch the doctor. No, he refused. She helped alone, small but strong, turning him like an infant. He nearly screamed when she touched his back, but she dressed it swiftly, coaxed him over, made him drink. Sleep took him. Later, he half remembered cursing the old man awake. The doctor present or dreamed. Miss Briggs roused him. Doris brought breakfast. Routine resumed as though he had never left the ward. He fed himself, stiff and bandaged but whole. Physically. Inside, he was sick, soul sick. The old man could send him into fire. That was the job. But this was different. He had been manipulated, cornered by knowledge of his terror, forced into the chair he would have died to avoid, then used without mercy. He had slapped men to make them talk. Necessity sometimes demanded it. This was betrayal. Mary? Just another woman. Disgusting that she let herself be bait against her own teammate. Spies used every weapon, pretty ones especially, but not against him, not inside the section. Illogical, maybe. True to him, he was done. Operation Parasite could proceed without him. His Adirondacks cabin waited. Frozen supplies for a year, Tempest pills to stretch time. He would hole up, burn anything that approached without a bare back. The world could save itself or burn. He spilled it all to Doris. Classified or not, he no longer cared. She already knew the outlines. Secrecy was never the issue. She grew furious, sore as hell, over what they had done, especially to one of their own. When he described Mary's role, the Judas goat leading him in, she understood instantly. Had he wanted to marry the redhead? Yes. Stupid. Doris agreed all men were fools for women, but the betrayal cut deeper because Mary knew his feelings. Unfair. If she ever met her, she would scratch her face. He smiled. Doris was solid, fair. She admitted her own tricks in the past, but swore she could never stomach something like that. Then voices outside. Doris barring the door. Mary insisting. A scuffle. A hard slap. He called out, "What's happening?" They appeared together. Doris flushed and mussed. Mary composed, cheek blazing red from the print of a hand. Doris ordered her out. Mary demanded to hear it from him. He sighed. What the hell? Let her stay. He had things to say anyway. Doris called him a fool and stormed out. Mary approached the bed. "Sam, my dear." He corrected. His name wasn't Sam. She had never known the right one. Didn't matter. She had come to understand why he hated her. He made a disgusted sound. After what she did, she wasn't stupid. He had worked with her. She shook her head. Not cold, often stupid. She knew what they put him through, knew he took it to spare her, was grateful. But she did not understand the hate. She had not asked it, not wanted it. He reared up. She had sat in that chair knowing he would never allow it. She had counted on that. The old man could not have forced him, not with guns, not drugs, but she could. She did. She made him endure the one thing that left him filthy forever. Her face drained to green. She whispered, "He believed that?" "What else?" She insisted. She had not known he would be there. Shock hit her hard. But once seated, she had to follow through. She had promised. A promise. Schoolgirl stuff. "Not a schoolgirl promise," she said quietly. No matter. Truth or lie about knowing he was watching, the fact remained. She sat, he watched, she acted, and she could predict exactly what would follow. She stood silent a long time, then reminded him of his earlier words about marriage. She did not expect renewal, but a corollary remained. No matter his opinion of her, she was grateful. Miss Barkis was willing if he understood. He grinned despite himself. Female to the core, always believing one card erased the deck. It wouldn't work. Not this time. He declined her generous offer. She blushed deeper but held steady. She had earned the jab. Still true, anything she could do for him. His elbow numbed. He sank back. Sure, she could do something. Her face brightened at once. What? He told her to go away and stop bothering him? He was tired. He turned his face to the wall. He did not hear her footsteps retreat, but soon Doris returned, bristling with indignation. They must have crossed paths in the corridor. She planted herself in front of him, fists on hips, looking small, fierce, and unfairly adorable. She accused him of going soft the moment Mary appeared. He denied it. Doris scoffed. Men always melted for a woman like that. One sway of the hips and they rolled over. He insisted he had given Mary hell and sent her away. Doris remained skeptical, but noted Mary had not looked triumphant on her way out. She dropped the subject and asked how he felt. Pretty good, he lied. She offered a massage. He declined. Asked her instead to sit on the bed and talk. He lit cigarettes for them both. She accepted with a conspiratorial grin, perched beside him, drew deeply, and her chest swelled against the halter in a way that stirred him. She was exactly the distraction he needed from thoughts of Mary. They talked. Doris delivered a sharp verdict on women in general. She disapproved of the species on principle, though she made no apologies for belonging to it. Patience proved her point. Men appreciated care. Women demanded more and complained louder. He teased whether she would be that sort of patient. She hoped not. She was healthy, thank goodness. She stubbed out her cigarette, hopped off the bed with a bounce, and announced she had to leave. Call if he needed anything. He stopped her. Did she have leave coming? 2 weeks soon, she said. Why? He was taking leave himself, at least, and had a cabin in the Adirondacks. They could escape the madness together, have a good time. She dimpled, called it mighty white of him, then leaned in and kissed him full on the mouth for the first time. If she were not an old married woman with twins, she might accept. The words landed flat. Oh. She apologized but thanked him for the compliment. He had made her day. As she reached the door, he called her back. He had not known. Take the cabin anyway. Bring her husband, the kids. Enjoy it. He would give her the combination and transponder code. She asked if he meant it. Of course. She promised to talk later, thanked him again, returned for another kiss that left him wishing circumstances were different, then left. The doctor arrived shortly after, poking and prodding in the usual useless ways. While the man worked, he asked about Nurse Marsden. Was she married? The doctor snapped. It was none of his business and warned him to keep his hands off the nurses or face mittens. Stick out your tongue. Late afternoon, the old man appeared. Pleasure flickered first. Old habit, hard to kill. Then memory flooded back and ice formed. The older man wanted to talk. He ordered him out. The old man ignored him, limped in, asked to sit. He already was. The old man observed that he was one of the best, but sometimes hasty. He cut in. Once the doctor cleared him, he was finished. Trust was gone. The old man paid no attention and pressed on about Mary. Mary who? The one he knew as Mary Kavanaugh. Take her. He had jumped on her without facts, upset her badly, perhaps ruined a good agent. He snorted. The old man called him a young snot and insisted he had no right to be rough. He did not know the score. He stayed silent. Explanations were weak. The old man continued. He thought Mary had been bait to lure him into the chair. Wrong. She had been bait, yes, but the old man had used her. He planned it that way. He knew that. Then why blame her? Because the plan required her active cooperation. Noble of the heartless bastard to shoulder it all, but he could not. The old man pressed the key point. The girl did not know. Hell, she was there. Had he ever lied to him? No, but he would not hesitate if needed. Maybe deserved. He would lie for the country's sake, but not this time. Test it any way he liked. Mary had not known he was off the sick list, had not known he was in the room, had not suspected the switch. She believed she would sit there, lose her mind, or worse, and still did it. He wanted to believe it so fiercely he fought belief. Exactly the lie the old man would shape. Yet getting 2 prime agents back on track might qualify as national security right now. The man's mind twisted like wire. Look at me. He did. Everyone, including the old man, appreciated what he had done. A letter was going in, metal likely, win or lose with the section. If he left, help with transfer. But no airs of tin heroism. The metal belonged to Mary. He hushed him. Mary was the true volunteer. Pure, no last-minute rescue expected. Every reason to believe she would emerge broken or dead. She sat down anyway. A hero by a couple points more than he. Most women were fools and children. The old man went on, but their range exceeded men's. The brave were braver, the good better, The vile viler. This one was more man than he, and he had wronged her seriously. Inside he churned. Truth or manipulation? Maybe he had struck the wrong target? If true, though, it made the old man's actions uglier. The old man took the hit unflinching. Sorry if respect was lost. He would do it again. Commanders could not choose tools in battle. He fought with different ones and had always shot his own dog when required. Good or bad, that was the job. If he ever wore those shoes, he would do the same. Unlikely. Take leave, rest, think. Terminal leave, then. Fine. The old man started out. Wait. The promise about killing the parasite personally. Was it done? Yes, but... He swung his legs off the bed. No buts. Gun. Now. Could not. It died during the interrogation, while they forced it to talk through him. He sat. Laughter shook him. Uncontrollable, joyless. The old man gripped his shoulders, shook him. Snap out of it. Sorry, but nothing funny, unavoidable. Oh, but there was. Hilarious. All that filth for nothing. The old man dirtied himself, ruined him and Mary, achieved zero. What gave him that idea? He knew everything that happened. They learned nothing new. The hell they didn't. Bigger success than he guessed. Direct words failed before it died, but they pulled plenty from him afterward. Last night, doped, psyched, brain-waved, wrung out. The parasite had spilled to him. Traces lingered for the analyst once he was free. What? Where they lived? Titan. Sixth moon of Saturn. The words triggered a gag reflex in his throat. He knew it was true. He had fought hard before they extracted it, held down to keep him from hurting himself worse. The old man lingered, threw his bad leg over the bed's edge, lit a cigarette. Friendly now. He no longer wanted to fight. His head spun, needed sorting. Titan. Far. Mars was the limit men had reached, unless the lost Seagrave's crew made the Jovian moons. Still reachable. Burn the nest. The old man rose to leave, limped toward the door. Dad. He had not used the word in years. The old man turned, face surprised and unguarded. Yes, son? Why Elihu? Seemed right at the time, maternal grandfather's name. Not enough reason. Perhaps not. He turned again. Dad? What was Mother like? A great deal like Mary. Yes, sir. A great deal. He stumped out without another word. He turned his face to the wall. After a while, the shaking eased. This remained his narrow view on events everyone knew. Not history, lacked a wide lens. Perhaps he should have agonized over the world's fate instead of his own wounds. Perhaps. But no blighty case ever lost sleep over the battle's outcome. No urgent worry seemed necessary. The president had been saved under circumstances that would wake even a politician. That cleared the last real hurdle. The slugs, titans, depended on secrecy. Exposed, they could not withstand America's full strength. Their only power came borrowed from hosts, as he knew too well. Clean the beachhead here, then strike their home. Interplanetary planning was not his field. He knew as much about it as Egyptian art. When released, he searched for Mary. He had only the old man's word, but suspicion grew that he had made a colossal fool of himself. He expected no warm welcome, but owed her the apology. A tall, striking redhead should have been easy to locate. Not here. Field agents drifted. Staff minded their own. Doris had not seen her again and resented the question. Personnel brushed him off. No official inquiry, no name. Who did he think he was? Operations meant the old man. No. Door logs yielded suspicion. Nothing else. He felt like an intruder in his own outfit. The biolab chief was absent. An assistant claimed ignorance of any woman in project interview. The subject had been male. He had seen the stereo. He told the man to look closely. Recognition dawned. Oh, that guy. Took a beating. Then back to scratching and shuffling papers. He left without thanks and went to the old man's office. No choice. New face at the desk. Miss Haynes gone since the night he was taken. He did not ask her fate. The replacement passed his code. The old man was in and would see him. Gruff. What did he want? He heard himself say he thought there might be work, though that was not his intent. The old man had just meant to send for him. Enough loafing. He barked into the desk phone, stood, Come. Peace settled suddenly. He followed. Cosmetics? His own ugly face would do. Washington. They stopped in cosmetics for street clothes only. He drew a gun, his old one lost forever, and had his phone checked. The guard demanded bare backs before clearance. Shirts tucked, they ascended to New Philadelphia's lower levels. The section's new base location, news to him. The city clean. If he thought so, his head was rusty. Keep eyes peeled. No time for more. Clothed people everywhere unsettled him. He shrank from contact, scanned for rounded shoulders. The crowded elevator to the launch platform felt suicidal. In the car control set, he spoke it aloud. What were authorities thinking? At least one cop they passed wore a hump. Possibly. Probably. For God's sake, what? Thought the job was contained, fighting on all fronts. Trying. Suggestions. Obvious, even in cold, no covered backs until every slug died. Right. The president knew? Yes. Why wait? Declare martial law, act. The old man had told him long ago. The president was Congress's prisoner. Like some called Tizvatkov the Kremlin's. Congress had not acted. Days spent, since the attempt on the president, helping convince them. Ever faced a congressional committee? He tried to grasp it. Here they sat, stupid as dodos boarding the slaughter barge. Humanity would join the extinct list if they delayed. The old man stared at the passing land. Time to learn political reality. Congresses had ignored clearer dangers. This one hid until it sat in your lap. Evidence thin, hard to credit. But the assistant secretary snatched right in the East Wing. 2 guards killed. Now the man claimed nervous breakdown, remembered nothing. Treasury spun it as a foiled assassination attempt. True, but twisted. The president allowed that? He listened as the old man explained the cold arithmetic of politics. Advisors urging delay until congressional backing could be secured. The president's slim majority, already shaky, powerful men in both houses, hungry for his scalp. Partisanship still ruled, even now. He finally voiced the question burning inside him. Where was Mary? The old man grunted that it was an odd inquiry coming from him, then answered she was exactly where she belonged, guarding the president. They entered a closed joint committee room on passes. Stereos played. First the ape Napoleon, shown with the Titan clamped to its back, then tight close-ups of the thing itself. Nausea rolled through him. One parasite looked like any other, but he knew this one, and relief surged that it was dead. The image shifted to himself, strapped into the chair. He hated how he appeared, raw, panic, plain, and ugly. An off-screen voice narrated the procedure. He watched him lift the Titan from the ape and settle it onto his own bare back. The picture version of him fainted. The memory nearly dropped him again. He could not watch the writhing under the shocks without his own body twitching in echo. At one point, his right hand ripped free, something he had never known until now, explaining why the wrist still ached and refused to heal. Then the creature died on screen. That single sight made the ordeal worth enduring. The film ended. The chairman called for comment. The senator from Indiana spoke without prejudice, calling it better trick photography than Hollywood usually managed. Titters rippled. Someone echoed, "Hear, hear." He knew then the fight was lost. The biolab chief testified. Then he himself was summoned. He gave his name, Nivens, address, occupation. Routine questions followed about his time under the Titans, read from a sheet the chairman barely knew. 2 senators read newspapers throughout. Only 2 floor queries came. One asked if he was an FBI investigator. He corrected that his chief reported straight to the president. The senator smiled, consulted notes, and labeled him an actor instead. He tried to clarify, summer stock once, but still a genuine operative, yet was cut off and thanked. The second question, from an elderly senator, veered into tax money for foreign arms and became a platform for the man's own opinions. He never got to answer. He refused to stand down. They did not believe a word. This was theater. Bring a lie detector, use the sleep test, anything. The chairman banged the gavel and ordered him off. He rose. Outside, the old man dismissed the defeat. The president had known the committee's names meant failure. Where did that leave them? Wait for the slugs to infest Congress too? The president would still deliver his message and request full powers. Would he get them? The old man's face twisted. Frankly, no chance. They watched the secret joint session from the small balcony behind the speaker's rostrum by direct presidential order. Full ritual opened, then the ceremonial escort. The president entered at once, guards around him, all their own men. Mary walked beside him. A folding chair was placed for her at his side. She carried a notebook, passed papers, played secretary. The disguise failed utterly. She radiated full force Cleopatra on a warm night, as out of place as a bed in church. Every eye in the chamber fixed on her as much as on the president. Even he noticed and clearly wished her elsewhere, but retraction now would only worsen the embarrassment. He caught her eye. She answered with a long, slow, sweet smile. His own grin broke wide like a fool collie's until the old man elbowed him sharply. He settled back, trying to behave, yet warmth flooded him. The president spoke with quiet reason, laying out the situation, the proof, the required action. Straightforward as an engineering brief, almost cold. He set notes aside and asked for sweeping powers. Martial law in places. Temporary suspension of movement and search protections, because any citizen might unknowingly serve the enemy. Civil rights and dignity would suffer until the plague ended. With deepest reluctance, he requested authorization and sat. The chamber stirred uneasily, but stayed unmoved. The Senate president glanced at the majority leader for the scripted resolution. Nothing came. Delay stretched. Murmurs rose. The presiding officer skipped ahead and recognized a loyal party wheelhorse, Senator Gottlieb. The man began with ritual respect for Constitution, Bill of Rights, and country, then his long service. The words built toward one clear intent: suspend business and open impeachment and trial of the president. The realization hit him at the same moment it struck others. The ornate language had nearly hidden the blow. He looked at the old man. The old man stared at Mary. She returned the gaze with fierce urgency. The old man scribbled on a pad, crumpled it, tossed it down. Mary caught, read, passed it to the president. The president scanned it calmly, glanced up at the old man, lifted an eyebrow. The old man nodded. The president whispered to the Senate president, who bent close. Gottlieb rumbled on about sorrow and higher duty. The presiding officer banged the gavel, interrupting, and at the president's request invited the senator to the rostrum for the gravity of his words. Gottlieb looked puzzled, but complied. Mary's chair blocked the narrow stare. She fumbled deliberately, turning, lifting it, forcing contact. Gottlieb steadied himself on her arm. Brief words passed unheard. They cleared each other. Gottlieb reached the front. The old man quivered like a pointing dog. Mary looked up and nodded. The old man snapped the order. "Take him!" He vaulted the rail in a single leap, landing on Gottlieb's shoulders. The old man shouted about gloves. He ignored it. Bare hands split the senator's jacket. The slug pulsed plainly under the shirt. He ripped the fabric away. The chamber saw it. Chaos erupted in seconds no camera could fully capture. He struck Gottlieb behind the ear to still the thrashing. Mary pinned the legs. The president stood over them pointing, declaring the enemy's true face visible at last. The Senate president waved his gavel in shock. Congress dissolved into shouting men and screaming women. Above, the old man barked commands to the guards as if commanding a bridge. Locked doors and the absence of armed outsiders worked in their favor. Only the old man's team held discipline. One elderly congressman drew an antique pistol. It changed nothing. Guns and gavel restored order. The president addressed them. An astonishing accident had revealed the foe. They should file past and witness a titan from Saturn's largest moon. Without waiting for consent, he directed the front row forward. They came. He eased back, rubbing a bruised knee, wondering how accidental any of it had truly been. With the old man, certainty was impossible. Mary remained on the platform. 20 had passed when a woman broke into hysterics. Mary signaled again. This time, he moved first. The next man was young, tough, ex-Marine. 2 guards helped subdue him. They laid him beside Gottlieb. Order returned once more through shouting and threat. Then full inspection began, willing or not. He patted women's backs as they filed. Caught one. A second guess proved embarrassing. Pure fat, no parasite. Mary flagged 2 more. A long stretch followed, 300 clear. Some lagged deliberately. Congressmen were not fools. Election required brains, and staying required psychology. 8 guns were insufficient. 11 counting the old man, Mary, and himself. Most slugs would have escaped had the house whip not rallied help. With that aid, they took 13 total, 10 alive. Only 1 host suffered serious wounds. The chamber had not seen such disorder since Jefferson Davis's secession or the bombing. The president received the powers he needed. The old man became de facto chief of staff. At last they could strike hard and fast. Or so it seemed. Bureaucracy moved at its own pace. Directives required implementation, agencies' coordination, everything filed. The old man's plan was simple. Quarantine alone no longer sufficed. They had to locate every titan first. Government could not search 200 million citizens. The citizens had to search themselves. Scheduled bareback launched the opening phase. Everyone stripped to the waist and stayed stripped until every parasite was exposed and destroyed. Women could keep halter strings, nothing wider. Visuals were prepared for the president's nationwide stereocast. Live parasites on animal hosts. The less gruesome film clips of his own ordeal. The president appearing in shorts. Models demonstrating approved dress, including metal, head and spine armor for sleep protection. They finished in one all-night push, fueled by black coffee. The president's writers had his text. The climax would show Congress itself in emergency session. Every member and page bareback to the camera. 28 minutes before airtime, a call came from up the street. The president answered without shielding them. He listened, asked for certainty, then agreed to come. He told an aide to hold the broadcast, turned to the old man, and said they must go to the Capitol. Valet summoned, he retired and emerged in formal state dress. No explanation. The old man raised an eyebrow but stayed silent. The rest remained in their gooseflesh outfits and followed. Second joint session in under 24 hours. They entered. He felt the nightmare of appearing pantsless in church until he noticed the page boys already in shorts. Congress sat fully clothed as always. They had granted every power requested, approved, scheduled bareback itself, yet saw no reason it applied to them. They had been searched. Congress alone was certified clean. The president took the rostrum and waited for silence. Then, slowly and calmly, he removed his own clothes to the waist. He turned full circle, arms raised. He had done that, he said, so they could see their chief executive was no prisoner. But how about them? He pointed at the junior whip. Mark Cummings, loyal citizen or zombie? Stand and strip. A woman from Maine rose first, Charity Evans, in an evening gown cut daringly low and back to the base of her spine. She turned like a model. It satisfied. Cummings fumbled scarlet-faced at his jacket. Then Senator Gottlieb stood. He looked half dead, gray, sunken lips blue, yet carried himself with iron dignity. He followed the president's example, peeling his one-piece underwear to his galluses. Turning, he revealed the scarlet scar where the parasite had ridden. Last night, he said, he had spoken words he would rather have died than utter, because he had not been his own master. Today he was. Rome burned. He drew a gun. 2 minutes to bear every back or he would shoot. Men lunged. He swung the pistol like a club, smashing one. The threat hung. Then clothes began flying like Dalco boars. One man bolted for a door and was tripped. Clean. 3 more slugs were caught. The stereocast went out 10 minutes late. Congress opened its first bareback session. The president held the authority. The old man stood at his right hand. At last they could move. The warnings blared from every channel. Lock your doors, close the fireplace dampers, never step into darkness, beware of crowds, shoot any man in a coat on sight. He had expected the Titans to fall within a week, every last one spotted and burned out. The propaganda hammered relentlessly. Aircraft quartered the land-hunting saucers on the ground. Radar watched for blips. Troops from paratroops to missile batteries stood primed to obliterate any landing. Yet nothing came. No saucers dropped. No fresh outbreaks flared. The crisis fizzled like wet gunpowder. In clean zones, people complied. Some eagerly, some grudgingly, stripped to the waist, scanned neighbors, found nothing clinging. They watched the newscast, waited for the all clear. It never arrived. Doubt crept in. Local officials grumbled about unnecessary exposure. Citizens tired of parading half-naked in the streets. The government had cried wolf, and no wolf appeared. Reports from suspected zones read no different. Iowa, the presumed epicenter, sent assurances identical to those from California. The governor pledged full cooperation. State police already patrolled highways, halting vehicles, ordering shirts off. Air traffic over the state halted as directed. A relayed stereo showed the governor himself addressing his people, bare-chested, facing the camera, voice steady and cheerful, urging compliance. A second angle cut in for the close-up of his back. Smooth, unmarked, he never fully turned in one continuous shot. In the conference room off the Oval Office, the president watched the feed, then turned to the old man. He had expected Iowa to require quarantine, a sealed pest zone. The old man grunted. Air Marshal Rexton suggested the parasites had gone to ground. They might need to sweep every suspicious acre, corn shock by corn shock. The old man grunted again. Combing fields held no appeal. Figure the enemy. It required hosts to live. It could not burrow alone. Rexton pressed for an estimate. How many in Iowa? The old man snapped he had not been consulted. Rexton began building a top figure. The old man cut him off. No basis existed. Could they not see the Titans had won another round? The governor's broadcast was faked. Or someone's back had been shown. Notice the camera cut just before full turn? People rarely registered such edits. They were conditioned to them. Every outbound message from Iowa was manufactured. The president weighed the claim slowly. Secretary Martinez rejected it outright. A single faked address, perhaps? An impersonator could manage that, as in the 96 inaugural crisis. But dozens of feeds? The Des Moines street scene? Hundreds of half-naked citizens rushing about could not be staged. Did the parasites wield mass hypnosis? The old man conceded they showed no such power. If they did, humanity might already be finished. But what proved the scene came from Iowa. The channel label, street signs, it resembled any standardized American downtown, Memphis, Seattle, Boston, or none. The Des Moines station had simply lifted clean footage from an uncontaminated city, overlaid their own commentary, excised local markers. The enemy knew them intimately, anticipated every countermove, planned in exhaustive detail. The president considered relocation instead. The old man insisted they remained in Iowa. Stereo would never prove otherwise. Martinez bristled. Impossible. Iowa was occupied territory in effect? He had passed through Des Moines 2 days earlier, returning from Alaska. Everything normal. Parasites existed. He granted that, though he had never seen one. But fantasies helped no one. Root them where they hid. The old man looked exhausted. Control communications and you control the nation. Elementary. The secretary should act fast or lose the networks entirely. His job now, root them out. Iowa, New Orleans, a dozen other nodes. The old man's part was done. He rose, excused himself. Long hours for an old man. Sleep deprivation shortened his fuse. The president granted it quietly. Temper had not truly been lost. It had been deployed. Martinez halted him. Flat statements demanded verification. He turned to Rexton. Contact Fort Patton near Des Moines. Visual circuit. The marshal patched through to Security GHQ, requested the watch officer. The tank filled with a military comm center. A young lieutenant appeared, cap showing rank, chest bare. Martinez turned triumphant. See? The old man saw. Martinez ordered the lieutenant to stand and turn. The youth complied, puzzled, but stepped almost out of frame, back visible only to the short ribs. Martinez barked him to sit and turn properly. The officer leaned in, promised to widen the angle. The picture dissolved into rainbow static. His voice persisted over audio. Better now, sir? Nothing visible. A moment later, the tank cleared. Not Fort Patton, but Supreme Headquarters. Major Donovan, Communications Watch Officer. Slight technical difficulty on that channel. They would reconnect shortly. Hurry! The old man stood again. Call when the slight difficulty cleared. Meanwhile, bed. If the impression had formed that Martinez lacked sharpness, it was unfair. Belief came hard until one saw a Titan with one's own eyes. Then conviction sank into the gut. Rexton lacked no edge either. They worked through the night, testing other known danger zones. Technical interruptions clustered too conveniently. At 4 a.m., they summoned the old man. He summoned the man via implanted phone. The jolt through flesh receptors made wretched alarm clocks. Same conference room. Martinez, Rexton, select brass. The president entered in bathrobe, Mary trailing. Martinez opened his mouth. The old man cut across. "Show your back, Tom." The president looked startled. Mary signaled all clear. The old man ignored her. He meant it. The president slipped the robe from his shoulders. Clean. If he set no example, how could he demand cooperation? He draped the robe over a chair. New habit at his age. The map lay studded with pins. Red for infested, green for clean, amber uncertain. Iowa blazed measles red. New Orleans and the Bayou country matched it. Kansas City, too. The Missouri-Mississippi corridor from Minneapolis, St. Paul to St. Louis, showed solid enemy control. Southward, red thin but no green appeared. El Paso flared. 2 East Coast clusters burned. The president studied it calmly. Canada and Mexico would be needed. Reports? None meaningful. The old man spoke gravely. They were only the start. The whole world would be required. Rexton raised Russia. No one answered. Too vast to occupy, too vast to ignore. World War III had not solved it. No war would. The Titans might thrive behind the curtain. The president deferred that fight. Any trouble reaching the coast? Apparently not. Straight relays untouched. Military traffic now routed one link via space stations. Gamma at present. The president asked whether Titans could storm a station. The old man had no idea. Perhaps ships could manage it. More likely infiltration via supply rockets. Discussion turned to the station's status. Schedule bareback did not reach them, as UN territory action waited on the General Assembly. Rexton dismissed worry. He had served in stations. Full dress stood out like an overcoat on sand. Near nakedness was standard. They would confirm. The president traced back to Grinnell, Iowa, the apparent single origin. So far as known, the old man agreed. No, he burst out. At least 3 more landings before his rescue. The room turned. The old man looked stunned. They thought they had drained every memory. Certain. He had never mentioned it before. Why not? He tried to convey possession. Awareness persisted, yet everything felt dreamlike. Events equally urgent and meaningless. The explanation upset him more than he expected. Possession scarred deeper than he realized. The old man steadied him with a hand. The president offered quiet reassurance, the genuine warmth behind the public mask. Rexton pressed the key. Where had they landed? Capture one intact and the tide might turn. The old man doubted it. First landing covered in hours. If it truly was first. He approached the map, sweating, pointed to New Orleans. One there, he was almost sure. The others eluded him. He knew they existed. Rexton indicated an East Coast cluster. Here? Unknown. The old man noted the second East Coast site as secondary infection, courtesy of him, though he spared saying it. Martinez snapped. Remember anything else? Think, man. He admitted he simply did not know. They had never truly grasped what the Titans planned. Not really. His skull throbbed from the effort, but he forced himself to point at Kansas City on the map. He had routed several messages there, though whether they ordered shipments or served some other purpose escaped him. Rexton traced the dense cluster of pins ringing the city, nearly as thick as Iowa's infestation. He would assume a landing nearby. The analysts could run logistic models. Patterns might reveal the remaining sites, or sites. The old man corrected quietly. Or landings. Hindsight mocked them all. One resolute man with a bomb could have ended the threat, the hour the first saucer touched down. When the three of them, Mary the old man himself, probed Grinnell and Des Moines, ruthless action and precise knowledge of every hiding place might have eradicated the slugs before they spread. Schedule bareback, ordered in the fortnight after that first landing, might have sufficed alone. By the following day, its failure as a fence stood plain. It still served defense. Clean zones stayed clean so long as parasites could find no concealment. But the great central band of red on the map only deepened. Washington, New Philadelphia, New Brooklyn had been reclaimed swiftly. Specific intelligence from him helped there. The entire East Coast shifted from ruby danger to green safety. Yet the heartland filled relentlessly red. The simple pin-studded wall map had given way to a vast electronic repeater, 10 miles to the inch, dominating one conference room wall. Its master feed came from the new Pentagon sublevels. The nation split visibly. Ruby pigment poured down the Central Valley by some unseen giant. 2 zigzag amber corridors bordered the infested band. Overlap zones where free and controlled signals still clashed, the only places of genuine friction. One snaked west of Chicago and east of St. Louis, threading Tennessee and Alabama to the Gulf. The other carved the Great Plains, emerging near Corpus Christi. El Paso glowed as an isolated ruby island, unlinked to the main mass. He stared at the display alone. The cabinet had convened. The president had taken the old man along. Rexton and his staff had departed earlier. He remained because no one had dismissed him, and he felt reluctant to roam the White House unescorted. So he watched amber blinks turn red, red blinks turn amber or, rarely, green, and fretted. Hunger gnawed. He had risen at 4, sustained only by a single cup of coffee from the president's valet. More pressingly, he needed a washroom. He knew the location of the presidential one, but balked at using it. Somewhere between sacrilege and public indecency. No guard stood visible. Doubtless scanners watched from hidden boards, yet the emptiness unnerved him. Desperation drove him to try doors. The first 2 resisted, the third opened to relief. No sacred inscription, no obvious traps. He used it. When he returned, Mary waited in the conference room. He stared blankly. He had thought her with the president. She smiled. She had been, but the old man relieved her. He seized the moment. He had rehearsed this, needed to say it. According to the old man, he should never have... Well, anyway, the things he said were wrong. The speech crumbled. Miserably, he concluded he should not have spoken as he did. She laid a hand on his arm. Sam, my very dear, do not trouble yourself. Given what he knew then, his words and actions were justified. What mattered to her was what he had done for her. The rest faded. She felt happy, again knowing he did not despise her. He protested. Damn it, do not be so noble, he could not bear it. Her smile turned bright, merry, nothing like the gentle one she had first given him. Sam? She suspected he preferred his women a touch bitchy. Fair warning, she could deliver. And yes, he still fretted over the slap. Very well, she would repay it. She reached up and patted his cheek once, softly. There, settled. Forget it. Then her face shifted. She swung, and pain exploded across his skull. Through ringing ears, he heard her hoarse whisper, "And that repaid the one your girlfriend gave me." His vision blurred. He would have sworn she wielded lumber, not a palm. She stood wary, defiant, nostrils flared. Not sorry, angry. He lifted a hand instinctively. She tensed. He only touched the burning skin. She was not his girlfriend, he said weakly. They stared, then both broke into laughter. She placed both hands on his shoulders, dropped her head to his right one, still laughing. Sam, she was sorry. She should not have struck him, certainly not so hard. The devil she was sorry, he growled. But she should not have put spin on it. She nearly took the hide off. Poor Sam. Her fingers brushed the sore place. It stung. Really not his girlfriend? Worse luck? No. Not for lack of effort on his part. She was sure of that. Who was then? The question came light, not coy. You are, you vixen. Yes, she agreed comfortably, if he would have her. She had told him before and meant it. Bought and paid for. She waited to be kissed. He pushed her back gently. Confound it! He did not want her bought and paid for. It did not unsettle her. Paid for, perhaps, but not bought. She was here because she chose to be. Now would he kiss her, please? Until that instant, she had not truly turned on the full allure. When she saw his yes, she did, and it felt like summer sunlight breaking through cloud. Inadequate words, but they must serve. She had kissed him once before. This time she kissed him. The French distinguished the two. This was the other kind. Warm golden haze enveloped him. He never wanted to surface. At last he broke for air, gasping. He needed to sit a moment. Thank you, Sam. She let him. Mary, there was something she could do for him. Yes? Eager. How in blazes did a person get food around here? Starving. No breakfast. She looked startled, clearly expecting something else. Then answered readily. He never learned where she went or how. Perhaps she raided the White House pantry. Minutes later, she returned with sandwiches and 2 beers. Corned beef on rye revived him. He finished the third as he asked how long the meeting might run. 14 people, including the old man. Minimum 2 hours. Why? Then they had time to slip out, find a registry office, marry, and return before anyone noticed. She stared into her beer bubbles, silent. Well, she would do it if he insisted. She was not backing out. But she would not begin with a lie. She preferred they did not. She did not want to marry him. Sam, she did not think he was ready. Speak for yourself. Do not be angry. She was not holding out. He could have her with or without papers, anywhere, anytime, any way, but he did not know her yet. Become acquainted, he might change his mind. He did not change his mind. She glanced up, then away, sad. That had been a very special circumstance, he protested. It could never recur in 100 years. That had not been him speaking. It had been... She stopped him. She knew. And now he wanted to prove it had not happened, or that he was certain now. No need. She would not run. She trusted him. Take her away for a weekend. Better move into her apartment. If she wore, well, time enough later to make her what great-grandmother called an honest woman, heaven knew why. He must have looked sullen. He felt it. She laid her hand on his. Look at the map, Sam. He did. Red held firm, or worse, the El Paso zone seemed to have spread. Clean this up first, dear. Then, if he still wanted, ask again. Until then, he could have every privilege without the responsibilities. Fairer offer did not exist. Yet it was not what he wanted. Why did a man who had dodged marriage all his life suddenly crave nothing less? He had watched it happen 100 times, never understood. Now he did it himself. Mary returned to duty when the meeting ended. The old man collared him for a walk, only as far as the Baruch Memorial Bench. There he sat, fiddled with his pipe, stared into humid space. Washington sweltered. The park stood nearly empty. Schedule? Bareback still unsettled the public. Scheduled counterblast launched at midnight. He stayed silent. Questions were pointless. They would swoop on every relay station, broadcast outlet, newspaper office, Western Union, and Zone Red. Sounded good. How many men? No answer. Instead, I don't like it. Not one bit. Huh? See here, bub. The president ordered shirts off nationwide. The message never penetrated infested territory. What follows logically? He shrugged. Counterblast, presumably. Yet it had not happened. More than 24 hours passed. What should have occurred and had not? Should he know? He should if he ever hoped to stand on his own. The old man handed him a combo key. Head to Kansas City. Look around. Avoid comm stations, police, anything they favored for attack. He knew their patterns better than most. Observe everything else. Do not get caught. Return half an hour before midnight. Or sooner. Go. He complained. Barely time to scout a city. 3 hours just to drive. More than 3. Drive carefully, no tickets. He was a careful driver. Move. He moved, stopped at the White House for his kit, wasted 10 minutes convincing a new guard he had spent the night there and owned belongings inside. The combo matched their arrival car. He collected it at Rock Creek Park platform. Traffic ran thin. He remarked on it to the dispatcher while handing over the key. Freight and commercial grounded. Emergency. Military clearance? He could phone the old man, but hated bothering him with trivia. Check the number. The dispatcher did. Eyebrows rose. He returned the key with respect. How you rate? Must be the president's fair-haired boy. No destination asked. None offered. The machine probably played patriotic marches when the old man's code registered. Once airborne, he set Kansas City at legal maximum and tried to think. The transponder beeped each block transition. No faces appeared on the screen. The clearance apparently held through emergency routing. Then he realized what the old man had meant by the next logical step. Would the control net allow him to cross into red zones they knew were held by Titans? He kept reminding himself that communications reached far beyond line-of-sight channels. Every scrap of gossip, every long-distance trip by some Aunt Mamie with her head full of chatter counted. The Slugs had locked down the official networks, blocking the president's proclamation. But news could never be bottled completely. Such measures only slowed it. Behind any iron curtain, people simply stopped traveling far. So if the Titans meant to hold their ground, seizing the stations was merely step one. They lacked the numbers to choke every road and skyway, yet they would try something. That much he knew. And since he himself formed part of the communications web by definition, he had better stay ready for sudden trouble if he wanted to keep his skin intact. The Mississippi and the ruby edge of Zone Red slid nearer with every minute. He wondered what would happen the instant his recognition signal reached a station already ruled by masters. Trying to reason like a Titan proved impossible. The very attempt turned his stomach. A security commissar facing an unfriendly craft would order it shot down. No. That answer felt wrong. He was probably safe while airborne. But he dared not let them watch him land. Elementary. The traffic net they boasted about, the no sparrow shall fall system, made any unscheduled touchdown nearly impossible. A butterfly could not drop without tripping alarms. He was no butterfly. He needed to set down short of the infested belt and continue on foot. On the ground, he could slip through any screen, mechanical, electronic, manned, or mixed. But how did a man practice misdirection from a car locked on automatic at a full degree of westing every 7 minutes, or paste an innocent face on the nose of a speeding duo? Foot travel would eat the hours the old man had allowed. The deadline sat at midnight. Once, in a rare soft moment, the old man had explained his method. Hand an agent a mission and let him sink or swim. He had asked whether that used up many agents. Some, the old man admitted, but fewer than the other way. He believed in individuals and picked survivor types. And how he had pressed, "Do you spot a survivor type?" The old man's grin had been cold. An agent who comes back, then I know. Decision time pressed close. "Elihu," he told himself grimly, "you're about to learn which type you are." And damn the man's icy heart. His plotted course would carry him toward St. Louis, deep in zone red, swing him through the city loop, then on to Kansas City. Chicago still showed green on the map. The amber border zigzagged somewhere above Hannibal. He wanted desperately to cross the Mississippi while still inside safe territory. A car spanning that mile-wide river would paint a radar blip as bright as a desert star. He signaled for descent to local traffic altitude, then dropped without waiting, switched to manual, and cut speed. He turned north. Short of the Springfield Loop, he swung west again, staying low. When the river appeared, he crossed slowly, hugging the water, transponder dead. Section cars were never standard. The old man had never minded gangster tricks. He hoped any monitoring station would mistake the blip for a boat on the river. The next block control across the water should still be green, if memory served. He was about to reactivate the transponder, safer, less conspicuous, when the shoreline opened ahead. No tributary showed on the chart, perhaps an inlet or a fresh channel carved by spring floods. He dropped almost to the surface and slipped inside. The stream narrowed, twisted, overhung by trees. A sky car had no business threading such a tunnel, but the foliage gave perfect radar shadow. In minutes, he was lost, not only to watchers, but to himself. The channel doubled back, switched sides. He fought the controls to keep from smashing into banks or branches. He cursed and wished the car were a trifib so he could simply settle on water. Trees suddenly broke on the left. A flat stretch appeared. He kicked the car sideways and slammed it down hard enough to drive the safety belt deep into his belly. Down, at least, and no longer pretending to be a catfish in mud. He sat a moment, scanning. No one in sight. Looked like the back end of some farm. A highway had to lie nearby. He could go ground from here. Even as the thought formed, he knew it was foolish. 3 hours by air from Washington, most of the distance already covered. And now how far from Kansas City by road? Another 3 hours at least. At that rate, he could park 10 miles out and walk the rest and still miss the deadline. The frog that jumps halfway across the log with every hop never arrives. He had to get back into the air. But not until he knew whether traffic here answered to free men or to slugs. It struck him then that he had not touched the stereo since leaving Washington. He rarely bothered. Commercials and filler usually drove him away, but a live newscast might tell him something. He found nothing current. A lecture by Dr. Myrtle Dew Lightly on why husbands grow bored, sponsored by a hormone firm. She wore enough clothing to hide half a dozen titans. A trio of girl singers in outfits that should have shown everything, yet they never turned their backs to camera. An episode of Lucretia Learns About Life. Clothes torn off or shed willingly, but every critical angle, cut, or lights doused before he could check her bare back. None of it proved anything. The programs could have been taped weeks earlier before scheduled bare back was even announced. He kept switching. Suddenly, he stared into the slick smile of a giveaway show announcer, fully dressed. shoulders rounded, almost humped under jacket and shirt. He killed the set. A boy about 9 stood watching him. Barefoot, in shorts, shoulders tanned dark. Normal for the area, maybe. He slid the windscreen back. "Hey, bub, where's the highway?" The boy stared, then asked if that was a Cadillac Zipper. "Sure. Road to Macon up yonder. Give me a ride?" "No time. Where yonder?" The boy bargained. He gave in. While the kid climbed in and gawked at the dash, he opened his kit, pulled on shirt, trousers, jacket, asked conversationally whether people around here wore shirts. The boy scowled. He had shirts. Of course they did. What did he think this was, Arkansas? He gave up and asked again for the road. The boy pointed only after a threat of a spanking. He drove cautiously, the car too heavy for unpaved ground. The brat made him circle 3 sides of a large square before the highway finally appeared. Macon looked ordinary. Too ordinary. Scheduled bareback had never reached here. A few barebacks showed, but the day was hot. More backs stayed covered. Any could hide a master. He considered scouting Macon instead of pushing deeper, then doubling back while he still could. The thought of driving farther into known enemy territory made his stomach tighten. Every instinct screamed run. But the old man had said Kansas City. He would accept no substitute. He took the belt road around Macon, landed at the far side flat, queued with farmers' copters and local craft. Local speeds only. No hot pattern, no transponder flagging him at every block station. The field ran automatic. No attendants, not even at fueling. He had slipped into the Missouri traffic net without raising alarms. A distant Illinois station might still wonder where he vanished, but that no longer mattered. Kansas City sprawled old-fashioned, untouched by the bombings, except on the east side, where Independence once stood. From the southeast, he could road almost downtown, past Swope Park, without tolls or parking hassles. He rejected the usual choices: North River flats and tunnels, or south platforms. He wanted the car close, but not trapped behind a check system. In a pinch, he could not shoot his way out while handing over a combo key. Tunnels and elevators felt like traps. Truth was, he did not want to enter the city at all. He followed Route 40 to the Meyer Boulevard gate. The line of waiting cars stretched long. Another vehicle closed in behind, and he felt suddenly boxed. He wished he had parked and taken public ways. The gatekeeper accepted his toll without even glancing up. He checked the man anyway, could not tell. Relief washed through him as he cleared the gate. Then a barrier dropped. He braked hard. A cop leaned in the open window. "Safety check. Climb out." He protested. "Recent inspection." The cop nodded politely. "City drive anyway." Handed him the card check, pointed to a low building a few steps away. "Eyesight and reflexes. You're holding up the line." In his mind, the map glowed red over Kansas City. Secured. Therefore, this mild policeman was almost certainly ridden. No need to inspect shoulders. Short of gunning the man down and blasting off from the spot, he had no choice. With an ordinary cop, he might have tried a quiet bribe. Titans did not use money. He climbed out, grumbling, and walked slowly toward the building. A man emerged from the far door marked "Out." He wanted desperately to ask what waited inside. Temporary structure, old-style unpowered door. He pushed it open with a toe, scanned left, right up. Safe enough. Empty anteroom, open inner door. A voice called, "Come in." He stepped through, still wary. 2 men in white coats. One wore a doctor's speculum. "Right over here. Won't take a minute." The door latched behind him with a soft click. The setup was smoother than anything they had used at the Constitution Club. A long table held open, warm transit cells. The second man stood ready with one tilted away so he could not see the slug inside. Ordinary acuity tester goggles waited. The doctor would keep him blindfolded, reading charts, while the assistant fitted the master. No violence, no fuss. No need to bear the victim's back either. Just touch the parasite to the neck, let the new host adjust his own clothes on the way out. He moved to the bench as if to comply, then turned sharply. The assistant had closed in, cell ready. He asked about contact lenses. Should he remove them? The doctor snapped no time. He lifted both hands to pull back the lids of his left eye. See? Then he lunged, arms clamping both men in a crushing bear hug, fingers digging hard between each pair's shoulder blades. Soft, mushy give under the coats. Revulsion surged through him. Both men convulsed like a cat hit by a ground car. Every muscle arched wrong, limbs flying. They tore free and flopped to the floor, limp, possibly dead. Knocking sounded at the door. Just a moment. The doctor is busy. The knocking stopped. He checked the latch, then bent and lifted the coats. Each master lay ruptured, slimy, already stinking. He burned both with a fan beam at maximum charge. 2 large crates against the wall. He raked them with the same beam until the wood charred black, assuming they held more parasites. The job was done before the next knock came. He felt the knocking pound through the door again, insistent, pulling his pulse higher. No hiding places anywhere in the bare room for the 2 still forms. He saw that in one frantic sweep. The only move left was the old evasion play. Get out fast, play the part of someone who belonged. He started for the exit, but a nagging sense stopped him cold. Something wasn't right. He scanned the room once more, desperate for anything useful. The place held almost nothing. He refused to strip the doctor or his assistant. The thought alone turned his stomach. Then his eyes caught the dust cover draped over the acuity tester on the bench. He yanked his shirt open, snatched the fabric, balled it tight, and jammed the wad high between his shoulder blades. Shirt buttoned, jacket zipped to the throat. The artificial hump sat exactly where a master should ride. It felt ridiculous, obscene, but necessary. He stepped outside carrying the imposture, a stranger stepping into a world that no longer felt his own. Beneath the borrowed bulk, though, a thin current of defiance ran through him. He felt almost reckless, almost sure of himself. Another officer accepted the card chit with a quick, cutting glance, then jerked a thumb toward the driver's seat. The instruction came curt: head straight to police headquarters beneath City Hall. He echoed the destination back, calm, rote, then floored it, merging into the flow toward Nichols Freeway. Traffic thinned on a long straight. He stabbed a plate change button and held his breath, praying no one had flagged the old numbers from the toll booth already. He wished the car could shift color and shape too, anything to vanish from their net. Before the freeway met McGee Traffic Way, he peeled off down a ramp and threaded into quiet residential streets. 1800 hours, Zone 6. Washington lay 4.5 hours away if he pushed hard. The city refused to settle right against his eyes. He forced himself to look past his own jangled nerves, to register what actually existed instead of what dread painted. On the surface, everything moved normally, yet the flavor was off, like a stage set directed by someone who had never lived here. The wrongness eluded his grasp every time he reached for it. These old Kansas City neighborhoods stretched wide and slow, houses pieced together a century ago by hands long gone. Children tumbled across lawns, older folks rocked on deep porches in the evening, cooled the same way their grandparents had. No bomb shelters advertised themselves. The bulky, mismatched homes carried a stubborn, homely warmth that made the city's rough reputation feel like a lie from another life. Security seemed to breathe from the very brick. He drifted through, dodging balls and dogs and small running bodies trying to soak up the rhythm. Early evening slack, first drinks poured, sprinklers hissing, neighbors calling across fences. Then he saw her, a woman bent over a flower bed in a sunsuit, back bare to the heat. No telltale ridge beneath the straps. 2 young children played nearby, likewise uncovered. Nothing obvious wrong, yet the sight jarred him deeper. Heat pressed heavier here than Washington had felt. He began counting bare shoulders, sunsuits, men in shorts. Kansas City sat deep in the Bible Belt. People did not shed layers with the easy uniformity of coastal towns. A fully dressed adult never stood out, even in midsummer scorch. Still, the ratios clawed at him. Children dressed for the weather, yes, but in miles of streets he counted only 5 adult women and 2 men showing skin. Hundreds should have been bare by rights on a day this brutal. The arithmetic burned clear. Well over 90% of the adults must be carrying masters beneath their clothes. This was no strategic occupation holding keynotes. The city itself had been saturated. The masters were not merely present, they were Kansas City. Panic surged. Blast off now, punch emergency maximum, streak out of the red zone before they locked every exit. They already knew he had slipped the toll gate snare. They would be hunting. He might be the last free man behind the wheel in the whole damn place. He crushed the impulse down. Panic killed agents and left missions bleeding. The memory of possession still clawed inside him. Calm took effort he barely had. He counted 10 slow breaths, delayed every reflex, and forced logic back in. Saturation at this scale defied reason. Not enough masters could exist to blanket 1 million souls. Not the way they had recruited in New Brooklyn, one careful host at a time. Kansas City must have hosted its own major landing, multiple saucers, yet space stations tracked nothing, unless the ships never followed ballistic arcs, unless they simply appeared, some warp, some trick radar could not see. He had no idea what the Titans could engineer. Assuming human limits on them was suicide. The evidence pointed one way, common sense another. He could not report back on a contradiction this stark without proof. If saturation was real, though, the masquerade still held firm. The city continued to wear its human face. Maybe he wasn't the blazing beacon he feared. Lost in the math, he had drifted another mile without direction. He veered away when the retail glow of the plaza appeared. Crowds meant police. Skirting the edge, he passed a public pool. Gates locked. C, closed for the season. The datum lodged low priority and waited. Blocks later, it surfaced again, sharp. A pool shuttered at peak summer profit? Possible, sure. Plausible? No. Economics screamed against it, but a closed pool solved one problem for the masters. No place where barebacks were mandatory, where the disguise would shatter under chlorine and sunlight. They always played human logic. He had lived it. 3 items locked together. Tollgate trap, vanishing sunsuits, shuttered pool. The slugs outnumbered anything anyone had imagined, even him who had worn one. Scheduled counterblast rested on fantasy numbers. It would fare about as well as a slingshot against rhinos. Yet the physical impossibility mocked him. He could already hear Martinez's dry sarcasm shredding the report. Kansas City guesses, then evidence, nervous strain, long rest recommended. He shoved the dismissal aside. He needed something ironclad, something the old man could slam on the president's desk over every advisor's protest, and he needed it now. Even flat-out illegal running shaved only so much off the clock to Washington. Proof meant a live host. Capture one possessed man, remove the rider without killing the man, drag him back free. No time to choose carefully, act or lose the window. He spotted a man ahead. Briefcase, brisk stride, homeward bound. He eased alongside. Hey. The man stopped. Curious. He delivered the bait. Just left City Hall. Urgent change. Direct conference. Get in now. Confusion answered. City Hall? What did that mean? He pressed harder. Plan shifted. No time in the car. The man retreated. He lunged out, seized the shoulders. Flesh. Only flesh. No spasm, no rider, the man shouted. He dove back inside and peeled away, heart hammering. Blocks later, he slowed, replayed it. Nerves? Hallucinating masters everywhere? No. The toll gate, the bareback drought, the pool, the cop, the fact stood. This last miss simply meant bad luck. One free man in 10 or 20 or whatever the shrinking odds were now. He accelerated, hunting the next mark. He felt the question hang between them. Your wife? And the man confirmed it with a single word. They paused on the porch while the husband explained smoothly. This was Mr. O'Keefe, business to discuss. They'd be in the study. The wife offered a warm smile, acknowledged the heat with polite small talk about the sultry evening. He returned the pleasantry, keeping his voice level, then followed the man inside. The host gestured him ahead into the study, standard courtesy under the masquerade, but it forced him to turn his back. Every instinct screamed caution. He stepped through anyway, senses tuned to the slightest shift behind him. The blow came as expected, aimed low at the neck's base. He rolled into it, absorbed most of the force, and dropped almost unharmed. Training kicked in. Stay down! Fight dirty! He twisted onto his back heels up and ready, threatening the man's knees the instant he landed. The husband danced back, out of reach, no gun visible on him. The fireplace tools gleamed across the room. Poker, shovel, tongs. The man edged that way, circling. A small table stood just beyond arm's length. He lunged, half rolling, seized a leg, and hurled it. The edge caught the man square in the face as his fingers closed on the poker. Momentum carried him forward. He piled on. His hands found the slug's slick bulk between the shoulders. The thing died fast under his grip, convulsing the host in its final vicious command. The man jerked and spasmed beneath him. Then the scream sliced through, high, shattering. The wife stood frozen in the doorway, eyes wide. He surged up and drove a fist under her chin. She crumpled mid-cry. He spun back to the husband. Lifting dead weight proved brutal. The limp body resisted every move. Shoulders, hips, knees refused to cooperate. He was big, broad, built for hauling, but it still took precious seconds to hoist the man fireman style across his back. He lumbered toward the open front door in a heavy trot, breath burning. The fight's noise might have stayed contained, but those screams would wake the block. People were already appearing, doors cracking open along both sides of the street. No one closed yet. Relief hit when he saw the car door still ajar. He pushed harder. Then curse after curse rose inside him. A small boy, twin to the earlier pest, had climbed inside and was pawing at the controls. He dumped the prisoner onto the lounge pads, lunged in, and yanked the kid free. The boy fought, kicking, but he flung him out, straight into the arms of the nearest pursuer closing fast. The collision bought seconds. He slammed into the driver's seat, punched the accelerator without touching the door or belt. The car surged. The door swung shut on the first hard corner, nearly throwing him sideways. He held straight long enough to snap the harness tight, then carved another turn, grazing a ground car emerging from a driveway. The wide boulevard appeared ahead. The Paseo, maybe. He stabbed the takeoff key. Chaos probably erupted below. Crashes, swerves, but he had no bandwidth for guilt. He wrestled the nose east before clearing safe altitude, climbing hard while pouring on thrusts. Every launcher rack emptied in sequence, illegal bursts shoving him faster. Over Columbia, the car shuddered, concussion blooming where he'd just been. An interceptor, likely a devil chaser, had detonated short. No follow-up shots came. Luck? Or maybe they'd lost him in the scramble. The starboard impeller started running hot right after near miss or simple abuse. Impossible to tell. He let it cook, praying it held together for another 10 agonizing minutes. When the Mississippi slid behind and the gauge buried itself in the red zone, he killed the unit. The car limped east on port power alone, 300 tops. Zone red lay behind him, free air at last. Only then did he spare a real glance at the passenger. The man sprawled on the floor pads, breathing shallow, out cold or worse. A welt swelled where the table had struck his face, but nothing looked broken. Slaps, thumbnail digs in the earlobes. Nothing roused him. The dead slug stink began to rise, sour and unmistakable. No way to jettison it here. He left the body and returned to the controls. The chronometer showed 21:37 Washington time. 600 miles remained. One engine. No landing buffer. No margin for White House traffic. He'd hit the Capitol minutes after midnight, even pushing hard. Orders broken already. The old man would chew him out later. That much was certain. He risked a restart on starboard. Nothing. Frozen, probably trashed beyond quick fix. Better that way. Imbalance at those speeds could tear the car apart. He pocketed the failed attempt and tried the personal phone. Dead. Silent. Maybe smashed in one of the day's collisions, though the rugged little unit had never quit before. He shoved it away, irritation spiking. This day refused to end clean. He switched to the car's emergency communicator and hit the tab. Control! Control! This is emergency! The screen bloomed. A young face appeared, shirtless as far as the frame showed. Relief flooded him. Block Fox 11 answered, demanding why he was airborne, why he'd ignored hail since entering the sector. He cut through, patched the military circuit. Crash priority, now. Uncertainty flickered. Then the screen blanked and rebuilt. Military message center. Every visible body stripped to the waist. A young watch officer filled the foreground. He could have embraced the sight. Military emergency, he barked. Pentagon, then White House, route it fast. Identification demanded. No time, civil agent, ID meaningless anyway. Hurry. The officer wavered. Then an older man, a wing commander by the cap, shoved into view. Land immediately. He tried again. Military emergency. Listen. All civil craft grounded 3 hours ago. Land or be shot down. Tracking now. Interceptor launching, half-mile burst ahead. Deviate. And the next one hits home. He started to argue. The screen went black. The warning detonation bloomed short. Closer than promised. He flared and landed hard, crumpling the undercarriage but keeping everyone intact. They had him lit up in moments, descending fast. The wing commander met him in person after the psych squad cleared him with the sleep test antidote. By then, the clock read 1:13 Zone 5. Scheduled counterblast had launched exactly 1 hour and 13 minutes earlier. The old man heard the summary, grunted once, told him to shut up and report in the morning. He felt McIlvain's words settle like cold fact. Conference served not reproduction, but memory exchange. The organism, split for a time, now fused back into one continuous self. The idea rang true in his gut. No double talk needed. A master cut off from the network always sought direct contact the moment it could, hungry to reclaim the shared mind. Vargas dismissed it with a snort. Pure hypothesis. No chance for reproduction under these conditions. He barked an order to the handling crew boss. Bring another ape, one free of a rider. Not little Abe. Old Red. The crew boss glanced uneasily at the gibbons, then looked away fast. He protested, "Anything but Old Red." Vargas brushed it off. "This wouldn't harm the animal." The man pushed back. "Why not Satan instead, the mean one?" Vargas relented, impatient, told him to hurry. Dr. McIlvaine was waiting. They hauled in Satan, coal-black, broad-shouldered. The chimp had a reputation for aggression, but here he shrank against the cage door the instant the panel slid shut, whimpering low. The sight twisted something deep in him. Execution by committee. He wanted to bolt, yet he could not tear his eyes away. Nerves, he thought, steady cracked under the ape's rising hysteria. The terror spread like fever. Cesspool workers got used to the stink, but this felt worse. At first, the possessed apes simply stared, jury still, unblinking. Minutes stretched. Satan's whine sank into sobbing moans. He buried his face in his hands. Then Vargas pointed sharply. Lucy, the old gibbon matriarch. Her back faced them. The slug on her spine had bunched tight, an iridescent seam splitting down the middle. The division finished fast. One fresh slug claimed the spine, the other slid down her back. She squatted low. The new one dropped softly to the concrete and began its slow crawl towards Satan. The chimp must have peeked. His hoarse scream shattered the air. He scrambled up the cage bars to the top. Four of the largest, 2 gibbons, a chimp, a baboon, swarmed after him like enforcers. They ripped him loose, dragged him down, pinned him face first to the floor. The slug closed the last distance. 2 feet away, it extended a pseudopod. Slow at first, a glistening stalk swaying like a cobra's hood, then lashed out and struck Satan's foot. The captors released him instantly. Satan froze. The titan drew itself along the tendril, anchoring to the foot, then crept upward. When it reached the base of the spine, Satan stirred. Before the slug settled high between the shoulders, he sat up, shook himself once, and joined the circle. He paused only to sweep his gaze across the observers outside the bars. Vargas and McIlvaine erupted into excited talk, clinical, untouched. He felt rage boil, wanting to smash the glass, the slugs, everything. For Satan, for every ape in the cage, for the whole helpless species. Vargas insisted nothing was proven. McIlvaine argued they witnessed something alien to human biology, an intelligent being whose organization made it effectively immortal, identity continuous across fissions, memory stretching back through racial time. He called it a 4-dimensional worm folded through space-time. The theorizing spiraled into absurdity. He tuned it out. Theories meant nothing. Slugs existed to be killed. Early, often, every last one. The racial memory notion nagged at him later. Imagine carrying the exact memory of every act from 1,000,000 years back, every second Wednesday in March. Cumbersome, crushing. When he returned, the old man was free. President off addressing a closed United Nations session without him. He wondered if favor had slipped but kept silent. The old man demanded the full zoo report, pressed for details. He had not visited himself. He listened, then absorbed the added scorn for Vargas and McIlvaine. Stamp collectors playing games while the world burned. The old man paused before answering. Don't underestimate them, son. Scientific detachment might crack the puzzle where instinct failed. He snorted. Detachment that could let slugs escape. Remember Graves? Graves stayed remembered. But the ignition of progress ran on that same cool distance. Without it, humanity stalled. And yes, they had let one slip. An ape got out, rider intact. Body found trampled in the elephant house. One cow elephant missing. He pictured it. A tank on legs, slug at the controls. Dread spiked. the old man corrected. Her, found later in Maryland, placidly uprooting cabbages. No parasite. A duo stolen from the nearby village. Slug likely west of the Mississippi by now. Unhumans. Missing. Hard to tell in a free country. At least it couldn't hide on a host east of Zone Red. Schedule bareback held firm. That triggered the half-formed thought from the zoo, still slippery. The old man continued. Drastic measures enforced the bare shoulders rule. Protests flooded in. Moral outrage, Haberdashers Association, a delegation of self-styled Mothers of the Republic. McDonough fielded most. The old man got dragged in anyway. They told the women no audience with the president unless they stripped completely. That ended the visit. The nagging idea surfaced. Maybe they'd have to go further, force full nudity. The old man chewed his lip. What exactly? Did they know for certain a slug could attach only near the brain's base? He should know best. Yet now doubt crept in. He recounted Satan's exposure in detail. The slug struck the foot, crawled up, and the chimp responded the instant it reached the tailbone. Preference for the high ride, sure. But necessity? Maybe not. Maybe one could ride low, inside loose trousers, extend a tendril to the cord's end. The old man nodded slowly. First crowd search he'd ordered full strip. Deliberate caution. Exactly. Concealment possible anywhere. Inside, baggy shorts, adding only a slight bulge to the seat. Not under Mary's skin tights, but those droopy drawers the old man favored. Easy. Want to check? He grabbed a fistful of fabric, squeezed hard, the Kansas City clutch. No spasm, no collapse. Clean. The old man submitted, then returned the favor. Problem remained. Couldn't go around slapping women's rears. Socially impossible. Then, full strip might become mandatory. They'd run tests, head and spine armor, useless for real protection, good for false security. Fit one to an ape, limit access to legs only, see if attachment happened lower, vary the zones, find the truth. But not an ape, he urged. Too close to human. The old man bristled. Can't make an omelet. Without breaking eggs. Fine. But he hated it. The old man looked troubled. Hoped the theory proved wrong. Shirts had been hard enough. Forcing pants off would be hell. Maybe it wouldn't come to that. They were shifting back to the old headquarters. New Philadelphia stayed active. War could stretch long. What next for him? Take leave. Indefinite. Call when needed. He always had. Was Mary taking leave? Irrelevant, the old man snapped. Straight question. Mary stayed on duty. With the president. Why? Job done, no longer needed for scenting slugs. He wouldn't rely on that. Not guard work, she was too valuable. Since when did he dictate agent assignments? Skip it. If Mary wasn't on leave, neither was he. None of your business why. Nice girl. Never said otherwise. Keep out of my personal life, give me work. You need leave. Worn thin. He bristled. Simple job. Scout occupied city. Observe. Report on time. Instead, jittery in suburbs, afraid of downtown. Nearly caught 3 times, then limped home late on one engine after burning out the other. Nerve shot, judgment gone. Sick leave. Mandatory. Ears burned. No direct blame for counterblast collapse, yet the implication stung. Unfair, yet true. Hands shook lighting a cigarette now. Once they'd been stoned, Still, the old man relented. First time he'd ever won that fight. A miserable assignment followed. Days lecturing brass, fielding idiot questions, what slugs ate for lunch, how to tackle a ridden man. Billed expert, yet half his audience acted like they knew more. Why did people cling so hard to preconceptions? The question lingered, unanswered. The stalemate locked in tight. Operation Parasite ground to nothing visible. Zone Red stayed sealed under the Titan's grip. They couldn't push outward without drawing fire, but no one dared punch inward either. Every slug rode one of their own as living shield. The standoff could stretch for months, years. The United Nations offered zero traction. The president pushed for the obvious: global schedule bareback, coordinated and immediate. Committees swallowed the proposal, studied it to death. Belief never arrived. Only the scorched, truly accepted fire existed. Some regions stayed naturally armored by custom. A Finn skipping the daily communal steam bath raised flags instantly. Japanese undressed without fuss. South Seas islands and swaths of Africa carried the same easy exposure. France had embraced weekend nudism hard after World War III. A slug would struggle to stay concealed there. Elsewhere, body modesty formed perfect cover. A slug could nest until the host reeked. The United States, Canada, above all England. Getting a bit worked up, old chap? Stripped to the waist? Really now. 3 ridden apes shipped to London for demonstration. Rumor held the king offered to lead by example, as the president had, but the prime minister, backed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, blocked it. The archbishop refused even to look. Moral decorum outweighed earthly threat. No headlines carried the tale, true or not. English skin never met public scrutiny. Come-informed propaganda flipped fast once the line crystallized. American imperialist delusion designed to chain the workers. Capitalist mad dogs loose again. He wondered why the Titans hadn't struck Russia first. Stalinism seemed custom-built for infestation. Then he wondered if they already had. Then he wondered what difference it made. Minds behind the curtain had worn invisible chains for 3 generations. A commissar with a slug or without. 1 kopek's difference, maybe 2. Purges would simply shift shape. Deviationists dispatched with a quick rider instead of gas. Away from the old man's orbit, he caught only fragments. The war felt like watching a hurricane from one rain-lashed window. Assignments filtered through Oldfield, the deputy. He missed the moment Mary stepped down from presidential guard duty. He found her by accident in the section lounge. "Mary!" The yelp escaped before he could stop it. He nearly tripped crossing the floor. She turned that slow, melting smile on him, shifted to open space beside her. "Hello, darling." Soft, intimate, no questions about absence, no reproach for silence, no tally of days lost. She let the past drift downstream untouched. He spilled words instead. This was perfect. He thought her still on bedside watch. "How long here? Heading back soon? Drink?" Wait, she already had one. He reached for an old-fashioned. It slid out, ready-made into his palm. "How?" "I ordered it the second you walked in." "You did?" "Mary, did I ever tell you you're wonderful?" "No." "Then listen. You're wonderful. Thank you. Celebration required. How long free? Couldn't she swing leave? They couldn't chain her round the clock forever. He'd march to the old man right now and... "I'm on leave, Sam." What he thought of. "Huh. On leave now. For how long?" "Subject to recall." All leaves carry that clause these days. "Since when?" "Since yesterday. I've been sitting here, waiting for you." "Yesterday. Yesterday wasted on reluctant brass and kindergarten lectures. He surged up, stay put, don't move, back in a flash. He barged into operations, bullied past the desk, faced Oldfield, urgent business. The deputy looked up sour. What now? Cancel the bedtime story circuit. Why? I'm sick. Long overdue for sick leave. Taking it now. Sick in the head, sounds like. Exactly. Voices, shadows tailing me. Dreams I'm back with the Titans. True enough, that last... Since when does crazy disqualify anyone here? Do I get leave or not? Oldfield rifle papers. Tore one up. Fine. Phone on, subject to recall. Out. He bolted back. Mary met his eyes with that same warm glow. Grab your things. We're gone. She rose without a word about destination. He downed half his drink, sloshed the rest, hustled her to the pedestrian deck. Only outside did he ask, "Where do you want to get married?" We talked about this, Sam. We did. Now we do it. Where? Sam, my dearest, I'll follow you, but I still say no. Why? Let's go to my apartment. I'll cook dinner for you. Fine. Dinner, yes. Not your apartment. Marriage first. Please, Sam. A voice piped up behind. Keep going, kid. She's caving. He spun, arms sweeping wide, nearly clipping the kid. Haven't you people got lives? Go get drunk. Another voice. Take the offer, pal. Won't get better. He seized Mary's arm, pulled her clear. Into a cab, privacy screen up. All right. Reasons? Why not marry? Why marry, Sam? I'm yours. No paper needed. Because I love you. That's one reason, damn it. Silence stretched. He feared he'd hurt her. Then her whisper. You never said that before. Hadn't I? Must have. Sure I have. No. Quite sure you haven't. Why not? I don't know. Oversight. Not even sure what the word means. Neither am I. But I love hearing it. Say it again. Okay, I love you. I love you, Mary. Oh, Sam. She curled against his shoulder, trembling. He nudged her. And you? Me? I love you, Sam. I do. I've loved you ever since. Ever since? Ever since you slapped me? Logic? Maybe not. But it landed. The cab drifted east along Connecticut shore. He roused the driver near Westport, set down at City Hall. They approached the counter in sanctions and licenses. Marriage here? Up to you. Hunting left, dogs right. This is the happy medium, I hope. He ignored the leer. Issue the license. Sure, everyone should try it once. Tell my old lady that daily. Serial numbers. They gave them no other marriages? Positive? Omit and the contract voids. None? Positive? Term? Renewable? Lifetime? Over 10 years, same fee as lifetime. Under 6 months, use the wall machine. Mary's voice came tiny. Lifetime. The clerk blinked. Lady, sure. Renewable with options just as solid, no court hassle if you rethink. You heard her. Lifetime. Binding or mutual consent? Binding, he said. Mary nodded. Binding. Now payment. Who? How much? Salary or endowment? Salary, he answered. Neither, Mary said firmly. Huh? Neither. Not a financial contract. The clerk stared between them. Lady, he's willing to do right. No. Talk to a lawyer? Public.com in the hall? No. Then why the license? I don't know either, Mary said. You don't want this? No. No salary. Write it. He shrugged, finished the form. Solemn oath. Facts true, no drugs, no hidden impediments. They swore yes. Thumbprints. $10, tax included. Copies mailed to serial addresses. Ceremony? Old Dr. Chamley. Non-sectarian, full stereo orchestra, fertility rights dignified, fatherly advice. Feels married. No religious, Mary said. He agreed. Then Chamley's perfect. No, he cut in. You can marry us. Do it. Now. Surprise. In this state, you marry yourselves. Thumbprint sealed it. Oh. Mary stayed silent. They left. He rented an old duo. Full auto, stale smell, good enough. Circled Manhattan Crater, set course. Quiet held. Words felt unnecessary yet. Happiness thrummed, edged with nerves. Then her arms wrapped him, and nerves dissolved into deeper calm, deeper joy. Time blurred. The beacon beeped, his mountain shack. He took manual, landed. Where are we? Our cabin in the mountains. I thought yours was headed for my apartment. Couldn't risk the bear traps. Not mine, ours. She kissed him. He botched the touchdown. She slipped out first while he secured. He found her staring at the place. Sweetheart, it's beautiful. Adirondacks unbeatable. Picked it for the view. Haze, low sun, layered depths no other place matched. Yes, but I meant the cabin. Our cabin. Inside. Now, simple shack, he warned. No indoor pool. She didn't care. Lovely. Not ostentatious. Same page. He worked the combo, door dilated. She darted in. Hey! Back! What? Wrong. He scooped her up, carried her over the threshold, kissed her as he set her down, properly now. Lights rose soft. She looked around, then clung. Darling, eyes blurry. His too. They paused for that. She drifted, touching surfaces. If I'd planned it exactly this. One bathroom, he apologized. Roughing it. Glad means no other women here. What women? You know, woman's bath would have been priority for a love nest. You know, too much. She wandered to the kitchen, squealed. Real kitchen in a bachelor place? I cook. Wanted one. I'm glad. I'll make dinner. Your kitchen. But shower first, you take it. Tomorrow catalog, your own bath flown in. No rush. You first. I'll start dinner. He showered, hot water pounding tension away. Tap on the door, silhouette beyond the panel. May I come in? Sure. Plenty room. She stepped in, paused, letting him see. Sweet shyness new on her face. He feigned shock. Honey. Sick? What? No gun anywhere? She giggled, lunged, tickling. Idiot. He caught her arm in a lock. She countered with vicious judo. He reversed. They tumbled to the tile, water streaming. Let me up. Hair wet. Does it matter? Guess not. She kissed him soft. He eased up. They rubbed bruises, laughed. Best shower he ever had. Domestic rhythm settled fast, like 20 years married already. Honeymoon stayed electric, full of new discoveries, yet the core fit seamless. Especially her. She knew the unspoken rules instinctively. Days blurred happy. He floated lightheaded, content. Uncle Egbert chased the same glow with corn whiskey. They needed nothing chemical. Happiness, forgotten sensation. He'd been interested, diverted, amused. Never this. No stereo, no books, except Mary reading Oz aloud from his great-grandfather's priceless set. She'd never seen them. The stories pulled them farther from the world, not back. The second morning they ventured down to the village. He wanted to parade Mary a little, let the locals see her on his arm. They still took him for a writer up there. He fed the notion. So he stopped at the store for a couple of tubes and a condenser for the typer, plus a fresh roll of copy tape. Writing was the last thing on his mind this trip, but the props kept the cover intact. Conversation drifted to the Slugs, and schedule bareback. He stayed in character, casual observer. The storekeeper fumed over a local scare. A man in the next town shot dead by a jumpy constable for forgetting and showing up shirted in public. Indignation poured out. He suggested war rules applied, blamed the victim for carelessness. The storekeeper planted both palms on the counter and leaned in close. No trouble before space travel, right? Men weren't meant to leave home. Scrap the stations, stay put, problem solved. He started to counter. The Slugs arrived in their own ships, not invited, but Mary's subtle signal cut him off. Don't push. He conceded the pre-space era had been quieter. The man seized the win. Well, argument died there. No point. They avoided town after that. No faces, no voices. On the walk home, foot travel, slow and open, they passed near John the Goat's shack. The hermit smelled like his supposed former charges. He handled the few chores needed, and they kept contact minimal, brief, necessary. Seeing him outside, he waved anyway. John waved back. Stocking cap, faded army blouse, shorts, sandals, same as always. The bare-waist order flashed through his mind. A man nearby had died for less. He almost shouted the warning, then let it drop. John was pure anarchist. Advice only hardened him. Instead, he cupped hands and called, "Send up the pirate." Another wave. They kept 200 feet between them, prudent, especially downwind. Mary's voice came soft beside him. "Who's the pirate, darling?" "You'll see." Back at the cabin, the answer arrived on schedule. The little door stayed keyed to his own meow. The pirate let himself in and out. Large, rakish Tom, half red Persian, half alley entrepreneur. He strutted inside, delivered a scolding lecture on prolonged absence, then forgave with a head bump against the ankle. Rough affection followed, then inspection of Mary. He watched her closely. She dropped to her knees, made the proper cat protocol sounds. The pirate eyed her, suspicious. Then he launched into her arms, motor running faulty, chin-bumping shamelessly. Relief escaped in a loud sigh. "That's a relief. For a second I thought I'd have to apply for readmission." Mary looked up, smiling. "No need to worry. I get along with cats. I'm 2/3 cat myself." "And the other third?" She made a playful face. "You'll find out." Her fingers worked under the pirate's chin. He stretched indecent bliss on his face. Her hair caught the light, exact match to his fur. "Old John minds him when I'm gone," he explained. "But the pirate owns me, or the reverse." "I figured that," she said. "And now I belong to him too, don't I, pirate?" The cat offered no words, only continued his shameless sprawl. Ownership confirmed. Truth was, relief ran deeper than he let show. Allurophobes never grasped why cats mattered to their opposites. If Mary had recoiled, it would have gnawed at him. From then on, the pirate shadowed them, mostly Mary, except when barred from the bedroom. Both protested that exclusion. He held firm. They even took him along down canyon for target practice. He suggested leaving the cat behind. Safer. She answered coolly, "See you don't shoot him." "I won't." Stung, he shut up. He shot well, stayed sharp through constant drill, even on honeymoon. But Mary wasn't merely competent. She was gifted, pure instinct. Annie Oakley reborn. She tried teaching him. That gift couldn't transfer. Why more than one gun? You might need more than one. Here, take it away. He went through standard bare-handed disarm, face to face. She slipped it effortlessly. "What are you doing? Disarming me or asking for a dance? Make it real." He did. Barroom brawling ranked him high. Metal shooting never would. If she hadn't yielded, he'd have snapped the wrists. Gun in hand, he felt cold metal press his navel. Lady's social piece. Small, lethal 24 widows, easy. Safety off. One twitch and a neat hole through him. Where the hell? Neither had dressed. The canyon was empty, private land. He'd sworn only one gun rode her. High on my neck, under the hair. See? He looked. Phone, maybe. Gun never occurred. Not his style, not with long flame curls. Then a third muzzle nudged his ribs. Where'd that come from? She giggled. Misdirection. Plain sight the whole time. No more explanation. She should have clanked. She never did. He taught her a few hand-to-hand tricks. Pride solve. Bare hands beat guns for survival anyway. Mary excelled there too. Death in every strike, sleep in every kick. Yet when she lost a fall, she went limp, kissed him. Once he shook her instead, scolded her for not taking it seriously. She stayed limp, voice dropping low. Don't you realize, darling, these aren't my weapons? Not guns. Something older, primal. She fought like a cornered Kodiak. He respected it, but no Amazon. And Amazon didn't melt that way with her head on a pillow. Mary's real power lived elsewhere. That memory tugged another loose, how he'd escaped possession. Mary had ghosted the city days on end, mapping the tightening grip, spotting ridden men when no one else could. Without her reports, the old man might have burned agents wholesale. He himself might still wear a master. They pulled back, sealed exits. Rescue followed, not for him specifically, he assumed. Or maybe something she said once hinted the old man, and she had traded shifts on the main platform, heel and toe watch once the focal point showed clear. But that couldn't fit. The old man wouldn't sideline the mission for one man. Misheard, surely. He never pressed. She hated revisiting the past. Why relieve from Presidential Guard? I stopped being useful. End of discussion. She knew he'd learn eventually. Slugs had cracked sex, blinding her detector for ridden males. Then the topic repulsed her. She refused it. Mary borrowed less trouble than anyone alive. The war faded almost entirely during that suspended time. Titans receded to myth. She wouldn't open her own history, but she let him unpack his relaxation deepened. happiness settled. He tried explaining the lifelong restlessness, resigned to service, drifted, swallowed pride for the old man. Peaceable by nature, yet always clashing. Only the old man ever got obedience, and even then fights. Something wrong with me? Head in her lap, she lifted it, kissed him. Nothing wrong, darling. What was done to you? Always been this way. Until now. I know. No mother, brilliant, arrogant father. Slapped around so long you lost confidence in yourself. Shock lifted him upright. Him? No confidence? Cockiest around. Yes, or you were. It'll be better now. She used the shift to stand. Let's watch the sunset. Sunset? We just finished breakfast. She was right. Time had slipped. How long up here? What date? Does it matter? Damn right. Over a week, sure. Phones will scream soon. Back to the grind. Until then, she had him there. He could check a stereo screen, risk news, shatter the bubble. They still lived in a safe, separate world. Titans banished. How many Tempest pills you got? None. I've got enough for 2. Stretch it. Make 24 hours feel like a month. No. Why not? Carpe diem. Her hand on his arm, eyes up. No, darling. I live each moment as it comes. Don't spoil it fretting the next. Stubborn look must have shown. She added, Take them if you want. Don't ask me to. He wouldn't ride alone. She won without words. Arguments never stuck. He tried prying more. Should know the woman he married. One question drew thought. Childhood? Did I have one? Or dream it last night? Her real name? Mary. Tranquil. Really, Mary? Since you first called me that. Before? Odd hurt flickered in her eyes. Once I was known as a Lukier. A Lukier. He rolled it, tasting the majesty. Beautiful. Strange. My darling Alukier. My name is Mary now. Final. Somewhere, sometime, deep hurt. Marriage before, maybe? He let it lie. She was Mary, present, forever. He basked in her light. Age could not wither, custom not stale. He kept calling her Mary. But Alukier echoed. Memory finally clicked. Whitmanites, artificial language cult, anarchist pacifists, booted from Canada, failed in Little America. Booked by their prophet entropy of joy, pseudomath happiness formulas, sexual customs, ancient, explosive when colliding with outsiders. Remnants supposedly to Venus. Dead by now, likely. If that was her background, fine. Her business. Marriage wasn't ownership. He wanted Mary, not a sealed past. Next Tempest mention, she compromised. Minimum dose. Fair, always escalate later. He prepped injections, faster onset, no clocks in the shack, no ring watches. Sunrise after all-night cuddle on the half-moon couch before the fire. They lay dreamy, content. He half-doubted the drug worked. Then the sun froze mid-climb. A bird passed the window. Wings moved in syrup if he stared long enough. He eyed his wife. Long limbs, sudden curves. Pirate curled cubicle on her stomach, paws tucked. Both seemed asleep. Breakfast? Starved. You fix it. Moving disturbs, pirate. You promised love, honor, breakfast. He tickled her feet. She gasped, legs drew up. Cat squawked to floor. Oh dear. Too fast. Offended him. Never mind him. Married to me. Mistake. Under Tempest, move slow around normals or cats. Pirate saw drunken jerks. He tried wooing, deliberate slow. Useless. Cat streaked for his door. Could have stopped him, motion crawled, but it terrified more. Let him go. Kitchen. Mary right again. Tempest ruined honeymoons. True ecstasy masked under chemical bliss. He felt no lack then, the drug compelled. But loss real. Chemical counterfeit for real magic. Precious things shouldn't rush. She was right, always. Still, a good day. Or month. Wished he'd stayed pure. Evening they surfaced. Irritability tugged. Drug loosening. Ring watch time reflexes. Normal. Mary's too. She'd cleared 20 minutes earlier. Good match for weight-based dosing. Again? He pulled her close, kissed. No. Glad to be back. I'm so glad. Post-drug hunger roared. Mentioned it. In a minute. Calling pirate, he's been out all day. Hadn't noticed. Euphoria blinded. He often stays out. Not before. With me, he has... I offended him. I know. Probably at old John's. Punish his bad service that way. He'll be fine. Late. Coyote might. No coyotes this far east. Foxton. Something. Mind if I call him? Put something on. Nippy. She hesitated. Fetched the negligee from the village day. Out she went. He stoked the fire, headed kitchen. Door must have stayed dilated. While debating soup to nuts versus separate prep, her voice floated, cooing baby cat tone. Bad, bad cat, worried Mama. Fetch him in, close up, mind the penguins. No answer. No door sigh. Back to living room. She entered alone. No cat. He started to speak, then caught her eyes. Horror swam there, bottomless. Mary. She seemed to register him, turned toward the door. Jerky, spasmodic. As she turned, he saw. Under the negligee. A hump. He felt the last desperate option closing in. Seize the slug itself, even knowing the brutal shock it would send through her body. It might kill her, it might not. Either way, the pain would be savage. He wanted her unconscious first, then a careful extraction, driven off by heat or eased loose with measured jolts. There was no time to finish the thought. Her teeth sank into his ear. He shifted, clawing for the parasite. His fingers met not slime, but a tough, horny shell, like gripping a football. She jerked violently, tearing more of his ear away, yet the slug held fast, still commanding her. He tried prying underneath. It clung like a living suction cup. No purchase. Meanwhile, fresh agony bloomed across his body. He rolled, gained his knees, kept her pinned in his arms, freed her legs despite the risk, bent her across one knee, and staggered upright. Dragging and carrying her, he fought toward the fireplace. She sensed his intent and fought like a mountain lion, nearly breaking free. He seized her hair, forced her shoulders over the flames, only to singe, only to make it drop off. But she thrashed harder. He slipped, cracked his own skull against the stone arch, and let her shoulders crash onto the coals. A scream tore from her as she exploded upward, carrying him with her. Dazed by the blow to his head, he staggered to his feet and saw her crumpled on the floor. Her hair, her beautiful hair, was burning. So was the negligee. He beat both out with bare hands. The slug was gone from her back. Glancing around, he spotted it on the floor by the hearth, and Pirate was already sniffing it curiously. He shouted a frantic warning, but the cat only looked up as if this were some fascinating new game. Still smothering the last flames on her, he left Mary where she lay. He had no seconds to spare checking if she still breathed. The parasite demanded immediate destruction. He turned for the fireplace shovel, unwilling to risk bare skin again. But the slug had already mounted Pirate. The cat stood rigid, legs splayed, as the thing settled into place. He dove, catching the hind legs just as the first controlled step began. A frenzied cat ridden by a titan was beyond control. Claws and teeth slashed his arms at every stride. Yet he hauled the animal back to the fire, pressed the slug against the coals, cat fur in his own hands searing together, until the parasite finally released and tumbled into the flames. He dragged Pirate clear, laid him down. The cat no longer fought. He extinguished every lingering spark on the animal, then returned to Mary. She lay unconscious. He dropped beside her and sobbed. An hour later, he had done everything possible. Her hair was burned away on the left side, shoulders and neck blistered, but her pulse beat strong and her breathing stayed steady. He dressed the wound from his country stock of supplies and gave her a sedative to keep her under. Then he turned to Pirate. The cat looked far worse. Deeper burns, likely smoke in the lungs. He thought him gone until the head lifted at his touch. He whispered his regret. A faint mew answered. He treated the injuries exactly as with Mary, withholding any painkiller out of fear. After that, he stepped into the bathroom and assessed his own damage. The ear had clotted. He left it for later. His hands were the real torment. Hot water made him yelp. The air dryer stung worse. Dressing them properly was impossible. He still needed them. He squeezed burned jelly into 2 plastic gloves, slid them on. The anesthetic inside let him function. He called the village doctor on the stereophone, explained precisely what had happened and what he had already done, and asked for an immediate visit. The doctor refused outright nighttime. 4th alarm in the county, no one traveled after dark. Everything possible had been handled. He would come at dawn. He told the man to go to hell and cut the connection. Pirate died just after midnight. He buried him at once, before Mary could wake and see. The digging tore at his gloved hands, but the grave was small. He said his silent farewell and returned inside. Mary slept quietly. He pulled a chair to the bedside and kept watch, drifting in and out. At dawn, she began to stir and moan. He laid a hand on her. "Easy now," he murmured. Sam was right here. Her eyes opened, still carrying the same raw horror from the night before, then focused on him and softened. She spoke of a terrible dream. He repeated that everything was all right. She noticed the gloves, felt her own bandages, and understood it had been real. She asked if the thing was dead. He confirmed it. The house still carried the stench of its burning. She asked him to hold her. He warned about the burns on her shoulders, but obeyed, careful as he could be. Her trembling slowed, then stopped. She apologized for seeming weak. He answered that she should have seen the state he had been in when they first recovered him. She had seen. She wanted the full story. The last she remembered was being forced toward the fire. He explained he had no choice. He could not peel it off any other way. She gripped his shoulders then, comforting him instead, thanking him from the depths of her heart. They both wept a little. He continued. She had not answered his call, so he had gone to the living room and found her there. She recalled trying desperately to escape. He stared, stunned. She had fought a slug's control, something he knew was impossible. She had lost, yet she had resisted. In that moment, he understood he was married to someone tougher than he would ever be. He suspected that slight resistance of hers had made the difference. Without it, handicapped as he was, he would have failed. She mentioned she should have turned on a light, but fear had never touched her here. Pirate had come straight to her. She had not seen the parasite until her hand was already on him. She sat up, asking for the cat. He had to tell her. She listened without expression, gave a single nod, and never spoke of him again. He changed the subject, offering breakfast. She refused to let him out of sight even for that. He insisted she stay in bed. She demanded he remove the gloves so she could see his hands. He could not bring himself to do it. She read the truth anyway. He had been burned worse. She rose and fixed breakfast anyway. He wanted only coffee. She ate. He made her drink plenty. Large burns were no joke. When she finished, she looked at him squarely. She was not sorry it had happened. Now they both knew. Now they had both been there. He nodded, humbled by the truth in her words. She stood. It was time to go. He agreed, thinking first of a doctor. She corrected him. They both understood. The music had stopped. Work called. The rented heap still waited on the landing pad, racking up charges. In 3 minutes, they had burned the dishes, killed every non-essential circuit, and were ready. He could not find his shoes. She remembered where they were. She drove because of his hands. Once airborne, she suggested heading straight to section offices for treatment and updates. His hands hurt, but another hour would not kill him. He wanted information, and he wanted back in the fight. He asked her to switch on the news feed, but the car's ancient comms were dead. Only remote control still worked. A nagging question had been circling. A slug would not ride a cat for no reason. She agreed it made no sense. Yet it had to. Everything they did carried purpose. It had caught a human that way. But how could they have planned it? Surely they lacked the numbers to waste one on a random cat, hoping it would snag a person. Then he remembered the ape splitting into two, remembered Kansas City utterly saturated, and shivered. She reminded him she worked by instinct, not analysis. He pressed her anyway. The slug had to have arrived on another host. Old John the Goat, the hermit. Pirate would never have let any other human near. She considered it, felt nothing. She had never been close to the man. By elimination, it fit. Old John had worn a coat when everyone else obeyed the bareback order, slipping past because he avoided people. So he had been possessed before the schedule even began. Why target a mountain hermit? To recapture him specifically. Escaped hosts were marked. Every rescued congressman, every freed captive, including her, might be in danger. Except her. The only slug that had known she was once ridden was already dead. But they might want him in particular. He was a secret agent. The parasite that had once controlled him had learned everything about the old man and his direct access. That was motive enough. He felt certain the old man was their chief enemy. The slug had known that certainty inside his own mind. That same slug had even spoken with the old man. Yet it was dead now, until the theory rebuilt itself. He asked if she had used her apartment since their last breakfast there. No, he warned her never to return. While possessed, he had considered booby-trapping it. Someone else might have finished the job. He laid out McIlvain's group memory idea. She worked through it, grasping that every slug effectively shared everything the others knew through direct contact. Hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, now carried their names, faces, addresses, the cabin's location. They were on a list. She found the thought horrifying. How would the slugs have known they were at the cabin? They had told no one. Stake out impatience, he guessed. Time might mean nothing to them. Like the Venerians. He needed to report every detail, every guess, to the analysts. He was about to add that the old man himself had to be warned he was the real target when the phone finally rang. The old man's voice cut straight in. Report in person immediately. They were already en route 30 minutes out. Make it faster. Use K5, Mary on L1. Move. The line died before he could ask how the old man had known she was with him. She had heard every word. It sounded as if the real fight was about to begin. Only after they landed did the scale of change hit him. They were still following bareback. They had never heard of suntan. 2 armed men stepped forward the moment they exited the car. Stay put. No sudden moves. They wore only gun belts, shoes, and minimal breech clouts. Badges clipped low. The order came crisp. Pants off. He hesitated. The cop snapped that 2 men had already been shot trying to run today. He could be next. She told him quietly to comply. He stripped. The one-piece shorts came away, but he kept phone and gun concealed. He stood in shoes and gloves, feeling ridiculous. The cop made him turn. Clear. Now the woman. He started to dress again. Leave him off. Rules were rules. He protested about indecent exposure. The cop laughed. Afraid of arrest for that? The partner explained patiently. Cooperate or the vigilantes would drop him dead on sight. They shot faster than police. Then to her, a kinder tone. Just turn slowly. No need to remove anything. He watched her comply. Every scent still raw. Every burn still singing. Knowing the war they had just rejoined was already far uglier than the night before. The older cop nodded at her thanks and stepped back. Mary turned slowly as instructed, the skimpy halter and sprayed-on briefs revealing nothing but smooth skin beneath. No hidden bulk, no telltale hump. The first cop's eyes lingered on the thick, haphazard bandages swaddling her shoulders and upper back. He muttered about how the wrappings could conceal anything. The thought flashed through Sam's mind. Wrong again. She was almost certainly carrying at least 2 concealed weapons besides the one in her purse, and one would heat up faster than the cop's own if anyone pushed too far. Out loud, he kept it calm. She had been badly burned, couldn't they see? The cop eyed the sloppy dressings with doubt. Sam had layered them thick, figuring more was safer. The padding across her worst burns could easily hide a slug if that had been the game. The man hummed skeptically. If she really had been burned. Rage boiled up. Sam felt himself slipping into the role of the overprotective husband, irrational where she was concerned, and he welcomed it. He snapped back. Look at her hair. Would she destroy a head like that just to trick them? The younger cop answered darkly that one of them would. The older, more patient one cut in. Carl was right. Apologies, ma'am, but the bandages had to come off. Sam started to protest. They were headed straight to a doctor. This would only make it worse. Mary interrupted quietly. Help me, Sam. I can't do it myself. He clamped his mouth shut. His gloved hand shook with fury as he peeled up one corner of the largest dressing. The older cop whistled low when the raw, blistered skin came into view. Satisfied? He asked Carl. The younger one agreed. Damn, girl. Looks like someone tried to roast you alive. What happened? Mary told him to explain. Sam recounted the night, the slug on the cat, the desperate fight at the fireplace, the burns that followed. The older cop shook his head when he finished. "You got off light. No offense, ma'am. So now it's cats." He had known about dogs, horses even, but cats? You wouldn't expect an ordinary house cat to carry one. His expression darkened. They had a cat at home. The kids wouldn't like losing it. Mary said she was sorry, and the regret in her voice sounded genuine. The cop sighed. "Bad time for everyone." "Okay, folks, you can go." The younger one stopped him. "If she walked the streets like that, someone might burn her on sight." The older one scratched his chin. True enough. She couldn't take those dressings off yet. They would find a prowl car to ferry her. One was landing nearby. They flagged it down. Sam paid off the rental charges on the heap, then rode along as escort until Mary's private hotel entrance. He stepped into the elevator with her to dodge questions, rode down to a sub-level she selected below the obvious stops, and watched her out. Temptation tugged him to follow, but the old man had specified K5. K5 it would be. He considered slipping his shorts back on. In the prowl car and during the shielded dash through the hotel's side door, surrounded by police shielding Mary from trigger-happy civilians, the exposure had not mattered much. But stepping out alone into the open felt different. Raw nerve. He needn't have worried. The short walk showed him the old modesty rules had vanished with last year's snow. Most men wore minimal straps. Codpieces, really, like the cops. But plenty walked completely bare to their shoes. One man leaned against a roof stanchion, eyes cold and scanning every face, dressed in nothing but slippers and a Vig bracelet, and Owen's mob gun cradled in his arms. Sam spotted 3 more like him before reaching K5. He was suddenly grateful he still carried his shorts bunched in one hand. Women varied, some naked, some not, but those still clued wore next to nothing. String brassieres, sheer plastic trunks, garments that hid precisely 0. Most would have looked better covered, he decided, preferably in togas. If this was what the old moralists had feared for centuries, they had aimed at the wrong target. The sight stirred nothing joyful in a man. The overall effect was bleak, depressing. That first impression faded fast. By the time he reached his destination, ugly bodies blended into the background like ugly vehicles, automatic, unnoticed. Everyone else seemed to have reached the same indifference. Schedule Bareback had prepared them. Schedule Suntan finished the job. Only later did he realize he had stopped feeling his own nakedness after the first block. Other people registered long after he had forgotten his bare skin. The old American modesty taboo, when confronted head-on, proved as hollow as a ghost that turned out to be a curtain in the wind. Skin was skin, nothing more. The old man saw him immediately. He looked up and growled about lateness. Sam asked for Mary first. Infirmary, treatment, and dictating her report. "Show me your hands." Sam refused. The doctor could see them. What was happening? If he ever bothered with a newscast, the old man grumbled, he would know. Sam was glad he hadn't. Any look at the feeds would have killed the honeymoon before it started. While he and Mary had been lost in each other, the war had nearly slipped away. Maybe already had. His hunch that slugs could hide anywhere on the body and still dominate had proven correct. He had guessed it walking the streets just now. Experiments at the National Zoo had confirmed it before they ever reached the cabin, though he hadn't seen the report. The old man knew. The president and top brass knew. So Bareback gave way to Suntan. Everyone stripped completely. Not quite. The change stayed top secret. Locked in cabinet arguments, even after the Scranton riot proved slugs had infiltrated Zone Green, despite the rules. Government habit. Classify anything citizens supposedly couldn't handle. Mother knows best. He had read stories of a time when taxpayers could demand facts and get them. Sounded like a fairy tale. Scranton should have forced the issue. Fake air raid alarms on the East Coast came next. Third day of their honeymoon, he figured. No panic in the village the day before. No vigilantes yet. After the false alarm, it took time to piece together the horror. Lights failing simultaneously in shelters across cities. Darkness full of zombies slapping slugs onto crouched civilians. Some bunkers turned 100% in minutes. No chance to fight. Riots followed the next day. The terror had begun, though they hadn't known. Vigilantism sparked when a desperate man, Maurice Kaufman, drew on a cop. Both died fast. The cop torn apart by the mob along with his master. Air raid wardens organized the movement after that. Mostly above ground during the bunker coups, they escaped infection and felt the guilt. Not every vigilante was a warden. Not every warden a vigilante. But a naked, armed man on the street wore either a warden band or VIG. And he shot first at any unexplained lump. While the doctor treated and redressed his hands, the old man ordered a short dose of Tempest. Subjective days passed and objective under an hour as Sam raced through stereotapes on an overspeed scanner, eyes burning, headache building, but invaluable for his work. Dogs were now shot on sight, slug or no slug. The risk was too high they would turn before dawn. A world where you couldn't trust dogs. Cats were rarer carriers. Pirate had been the exception. Zone Green saw almost no dogs by day. They slipped in from red at night, hid through daylight. Werewolf legends felt real. Sam made a mental note to find the village doctor later, after punching him, for refusing a night call. Monitored Zone Red broadcasts fell into phases. Early masquerade, pretending normalcy. Brief counter-propaganda claiming the government had lost its mind, ignored on both sides. Then open abandonment of pretense. McIlvaine claimed Titans had no native culture. Pure parasites, adapting whatever they found. Farmers farmed, mechanics fixed, bankers counted money, even behind their curtain. Experts insisted any division of labor system needed accounting. Ants and termites managed without bankers, but maybe he was right. They kept human amusements, too, improved, in ways that turned the stomach. Bullfights in Mexico gave the bull real odds. Most spectacles were worse, sickening. Government monitored red stereocasts but suppressed the worst under old indecency laws. Mother knows best again. Sam hoped Mary hadn't seen them in her briefing. She would never admit it if she had. One tape showed a boxing wrestling match in Fort Worth. Ring, referee, rules only about not harming the opponent's slug. Everything else allowed, man against woman, both large. She took his eye in the first clinch. He snapped her wrists. It ended when blood loss weakened one so badly the master could no longer animate the body. She lost. Breast nearly torn off, bleeding out. No help came. Slugs jumped to fresh hosts, bodies dragged away. The man lingered longer, damaged as he was, and finished with a final degrading act over her corpse, customary Sam learned. That triggered audience participation, an orgy that made ancient rites look tame. The slugs had discovered sex. Worse still, among the slaves were trustees, renegades, naked humans without slugs, willingly serving. Sam would kill one of them before killing a slug. Some refused to believe any human would turn. They hadn't seen the suppressed tapes. The referee in that match was one well-known amateur sportsman, Gentleman. Sam knew him by sight. He killed him later. They were losing everywhere. Holding actions only. Stopping spread, not reversing it. Direct fight meant bombing their own cities. No guarantee of hitting the humps. They needed a selective weapon. Kill slugs, spare men, or knock hosts out for rescue. Nothing existed yet. Scientists scrambled, from McIlvaine and Vargas down to lab grunts. Sleep gas would have been ideal, but lucky none was known pre-invasion. The slugs would have used it too. Stalemate. Time favored the enemy. Some pushed to H-bomb the Mississippi Valley cities, cure lip cancer by decapitation. Others denied slugs existed, called suntan a federal power grab. Fewer every day, vigilantes were thorough. A middle faction wanted negotiation, do business with Titans. An opposition delegation rigged a link across Amber, contacted the Missouri governor, accepted Titan guarantees of safety. They went to St. Louis, never returned. Messages came back urging others to join. Come on in, the water's fine. Steers don't sign treaties with slaughterhouses. North America remained the only known infection zone. The UN moved to Geneva, loaned space stations, defined the crisis as civil disorder, urged aid to legitimate governments of the U.S., Mexico, Canada. What aid anyone might give stayed theoretical. No one knew what to request. It was creeping war. Silent. Battles lost before they started. After counterblast failed, conventional weapons saw little use except in amber patrols. By day, the zone lay empty, save birds and mice. By night, scouts withdrew and dogs and other things slipped through, Only one atom bomb had fallen against a saucer near San Francisco. Doctrine said destroy on sight. Critics now argued capture for study. Sam sided with shoot first. As the tempest faded, he saw the country he had not imagined even in saturated Kansas City, a nation in terror. Friend might shoot friend, wife denounce husband. A rumor of a hump could summon a mob, Judge Lynch leading. Knock at night meant a bullet through the door. Honest people stayed inside. After dark, the dogs roamed. And worse. The rumors of fresh slug discoveries were mostly false, yet that made them no less lethal. Full nudity had become the safer choice for many. Even the skimpiest garments allowed under suntan invited a second, doubting glance that could end in sudden fire. The old head and spine armor had been abandoned. The slugs had copied it and turned it against them almost at once. Then there was the Seattle girl, who wore only sandals and a large purse. A vigilante with an instinct for the enemy trailed her and noticed she never shifted that purse from her right hand, not even while counting change. She survived. He burned her arm off at the wrist. The slug inside the purse was alive when he opened it, briefly. Spare limbs were plentiful now, almost a surplus. Sam felt a cold shudder run through him when the briefing tape reached that part. He had not been safe carrying his shorts through the streets after all. Any burden the size of a slug invited instant suspicion. The tempest had worn off by then. He was back in real time, flexing his fingers while the nurse and doctor sprayed on surrogate skin. The nurse wore nothing above the waist and only the barest G-string below. The doctor was dressed the same. She warned him to wear gloves for anything rough and return in a week. He thanked them and headed for the operations office, looking first for Mary. She was still in cosmetics. Hands all right? The old man asked when they finally let him in. They would serve false skin for a week. Ear graft tomorrow. The old man looked irritated. He had forgotten the ear. No time for healing. Cosmetics would have to fake one. The ear did not matter, Sam told him. Why the impersonation? Not exactly. Now that he was briefed, what did he make of the situation? Sam wondered what answer the old man was after. Not good, he conceded. Everyone watching everyone. Might as well be behind the curtain. Worse, actually. You could usually bribe a communist, but what bribe worked on a slug? The old man hummed. Interesting point. What would tempt a Titan? They would farm the question out for study. Sam felt they were grasping at straws now. Precisely. As for the rest, would penetrating and watching the Soviet Union be easier or harder than Zone Red? Which would he rather tackle? Sam eyed him warily. There was a catch. The old man never let a man choose his own mission. He asked only for a professional opinion. Sam considered. He lacked data. Were there slugs behind the curtain? That, the old man said, was exactly what he wanted to learn. Sam realized then that Mary had been right. Agents should never marry. If this ever ended, he wanted the softest job imaginable. This time of year, he said, he would enter through Canton, unless a drop was planned. Why assume the target was the USSR? They might learn faster and easier in Zone Red. Sam blinked. How? 4 agents had already gone in. And come back? Not exactly. That was the problem. Sam was to be the 5th? Had he become expendable? The others had used the wrong approach. Obviously. The trick was to convince the slugs he was a genuine renegade. Any ideas? The notion hit like a blow. Sam stayed silent a moment, then burst out that maybe they should start smaller. Let him practice as a Panama pimp or an axe murderer first, get in the mood. The old man said it might not be practical, but Sam had more direct experience with their ways than any other agent. He was rested, aside from the burns, or they could drop him near Moscow for a look. Think it over. No rush for another day. Sam thanked him. Too much. He changed the subject. What about Mare? Why not mind his own business? He was married to her. Yes. For the love of Pete. Was that all? No luck wished? The old man spoke slowly. It struck him that Sam had already had more luck than one man deserved. He had his blessing. Sam felt slow, thick-headed. Only then did the pieces click. The old man had arranged their simultaneous leaves, the marriage itself. He had engineered it. The old man denied it. He believed in free will, free choice, provided the choice suited him. They had discussed this before. Sam knew. He was hardly angry now. He just felt like a prize stallion led to the breeding pen. Why, not sentiment about young love. He knew the old man better. Nothing had been done. The race had to continue. Without that, everything else, including the war, was pointless. So he had sent 2 agents on leave in the middle of a battle to secure a grandson? Sam did quick arithmetic. Bet he used a slide rule. The old man colored. He knew nothing of the sort. They had both earned leave. The rest was coincidence. Accidents never happened around him. Never mind. Sam was a willing victim. About the job. Give him time to weigh options if he could truly choose method. Meanwhile, he would see cosmetics about a rubber ear. He never reached the ear that moment. Heading into cosmetics, he met Mary coming out. He had meant to stay professional inside the section, but surprise overtook him. Darling, they had fixed her. She turned slowly, letting him see. Good work, wasn't it? It was. He could not tell her hair had ever burned. The makeup over the temporary skin on her shoulders looked flawless, but he had expected that. The hair fooled him completely. He touched it gently, traced the left hairline. They must have shaved it all and started fresh. No, they had simply matched it. Now she had her favorite gun cache back. Like this? She dimpled, adjusted a curl with her left hand, and suddenly held a gun in each. He still could not see where the second had come from. That's my girl. If needed, she could make a living as a nightclub magician. But seriously, never let a vigilante see that trick. He might get nervous. One would not catch her, she assured him. They found a quiet corner in the staff lounge. No drinks needed. They compared briefings without revealing assignments. Old habits held. "Mary," he asked suddenly, "are you pregnant?" "Too early to tell," she answered, searching his eyes. "Did he want her to be?" "Yes." Then she would try very hard. They finally decided on the curtain rather than zone red. The evaluation team had ruled out impersonating a renegade. Their advice would not have stopped the old man, but it matched his and Sam's own. The question came down to how a man became a renegade at all. Why would the Titans trust him? The answer was simple. A slug knew its host's mind completely. Promises meant nothing, but once a Titan had ridden a man and tasted the natural vileness inside, it might choose to free him as an agent rather than keep him as a host. First, it had to confirm the quality of that corruption. They did not know this as fact, only as iron logic. Human logic, but it had to match slug logic too, because it explained what they could and could not do. Sam could never fake being renegade material even under deep hypnosis. The psych boys agreed. That saved him from refusing outright and spared the old man from manufacturing a reason to force him. It seemed illogical that Titans would release a host they knew could be owned. Yet the advantage mirrored fifth columnists. Commissars hated losing slaves, yet sent thousands into free territory. Many chose freedom, most did not. They preferred slavery. The renegades gave the slugs a pool of reliable fifth columnists. Zone Green was already being penetrated by them. Hard to tell from ordinary fools. The ratio of idiots to traitors was always high. Sam prepared. Under light hypnosis, he refreshed the languages he would need, heavy on current party line shibboleths. They gave him a cover identity, traveling repairman for irrigation pumps, with plenty of cash. The trade let him hint at sabotage if useful. Coercion, blackmail, and bribery worked especially well behind the curtain. People had lived under terror so long they had no defenses left. He would drop in, not crawl under. If he failed to report, others would follow. Probably already had. He was not told. What an agent did not know he could not reveal, even under drugs. The new reporting gear was a joy. Ultra microwave, directional cavity no bigger than a teacup, whole unit hardly larger than a loaf of bread, shielded so well it would not twitch a Geiger counter. Strictly line of sight to whichever space station hung above the horizon. He had to memorize orbital tables for all three and a navigation grid of his operating area. The narrow beam was its greatest strength. Detection would require wild luck. He would drop through their screen under a blanket of anti-radar chaff to confuse the technicians. They would know something had fallen, but not what, where, or when. His would not be the only drop that night. Once he confirmed whether the USSR carried slugs, he would dictate a report to the visible station. Then walk, ride, crawl, or bribe his way out if he could. He never used any of it. The past Christian saucer landed. It was only the third seen on the ground. The first two had vanished. The Grinnell saucer hidden or relaunched. The Burlingame 1 reduced to radioactive ash. This one was tracked and spotted almost immediately. Space Station Alpha recorded it as an enormous meteorite believed to have struck the Gulf of Mexico. The link to the saucer came later, explaining why radar had missed earlier landings. They came in too fast. Modern radar was too specialized to see them. Primitive sets from 60 years ago had picked them up easily at cruising speeds, but current systems use discriminators to ignore everything outside narrow bands. Traffic control saw only atmospheric traffic. Defense screens watched from wingless missile speeds up to orbital. Course screens overlapped higher to 10 miles per second. Meteor count radars in the stations were the single exception research tools, not military. So the giant meteor stayed just that until later. The past Christian saucer was seen to land. The submersible cruiser, Honest Robert Fulton, on routine zone red patrol out of Mobile, sat 10 miles off Gulfport with only receptors showing when the saucer decelerated. It had dropped from outer space velocity, 53 miles per second on the station record, to a speed the cruiser's radars could finally register. The blip appeared from nowhere, braked to a standstill, and vanished from the screen. But the operator held the final fix, less than 20 miles off the Mississippi coast. The cruiser's captain stared at the plot in confusion. No ship decelerated at 50 gravities. The physics made no sense. It never crossed his mind that G-forces might mean nothing to whatever controlled the thing. He swung the Fulton around and closed to investigate. His first signal reported a spaceship grounded on the beach west of Pass Christian. His second landing parties moving ashore to secure it. Had Sam been anywhere but the section offices, he might have missed the call entirely. Instead, his phone shrieked so sharply he cracked his head against the study machine and cursed. The old man's voice cut through. "Come at once. Move." It was the original trio again, the old man Mary himself, airborne at emergency maximum, ignoring block controls, transponder screaming police priority. Only then did the old man explain why. Sam protested. Why drag the family along? They needed a full air task force. It was coming, the old man answered grimly. Then that old wicked grin flashed, the first since the war began. What did Sam care? The Kavanaughs were riding again. Yeah, Mayor. Sam snorted. If the old man wanted the brother-sister act, find another boy. Just the part where Sam protected her from dogs and strange men? The old man replied soberly. And he meant dogs. And very strange men. This might be the payoff. Sam started to press for details, but the old man vanished into the operator's compartment, sealed the panel, and buried himself in the communicator. Sam turned to Mary. She nestled close with a small sigh. Howdy, bud. He caught her tight. None of that bud nonsense. Or somebody would get a spanking. Their own side nearly shot them down before two black angels matched speed and escorted them in. The angels handed them off to the command ship, where Air Marshal Rexton watched the battle unfold. The big ship synced velocities and snagged their car with an anchor loop. Sam's first time, the sudden jerk turned his stomach inside out. Rexton wanted to send them packing. They were civilians, technically, but wrangling the old man was like wrestling smoke. In the end, they were offloaded. Sam set their car down on the seawall roadway that edged the Gulf, heart hammering from the anti-aircraft buffet on descent. Fighting raged overhead and around them, yet an eerie stillness hung near the saucer itself. The alien ship loomed almost on top of them, less than 50 yards away. No plastic mock-up like the Iowa fake. This was real, massive, ominous. A tilted disc grounded partly on one of the grand old stilt houses that lined the coast. The mansion had collapsed under the weight. The saucer rested half on the wreckage, half on the thick trunk of a shade tree. The can exposed the upper surface and the unmistakable airlock. A metal hemisphere 12 feet across at the central axis lifted straight out from the hull 6 or 8 feet like a poppet valve on a stem. Sam could not see what supported it. Some central piston, he guessed. The masters had not sealed up and lifted off because the lock was jammed open by a mud turtle, one of the little amphibious tanks from the Fulton's landing force. Later, he learned the details. Ensign Gilbert Calhoun commanded it, with Powerman Florence Brzezowski and Gunner Booker T.W. Johnson. All three were dead before Sam ever reached the scene. The moment the car touched down, a landing force squad surrounded it, led by a pink-cheeked ensign eager to shoot anything that moved. His trigger finger eased when he saw Mary, but he still blocked their path until he checked with his tactical commander, who queried the Fulton skipper. The clearance came back surprisingly fast, considering the chain must have run all the way to Rexton and probably Washington. While they waited, Sam studied the fight. Bodies lay scattered. He was glad to stay clear. A naked boy, no more than 14, sprawled behind the car, still clutching a rocket launcher. A slug scar marred his shoulders, though the parasite itself was gone. Sam wondered if it had crawled off to die or jumped to whoever had bayoneted the kid. Mary had walked west along the highway with the young officer while Sam examined the corpse. The thought of a live slug loose sent him hurrying after her. "Get back in the car," he ordered. She kept gazing down the road, eyes bright. She thought she might get in a shot or two. The ensign assured him she was safe. They were holding the enemy well down the line. Sam ignored him. "Listen, you bloodthirsty little hellion. Back in the car before I break every bone in your body." "Yes, Sam." She turned and obeyed. He glared at the young sailor. "What are you staring at?" "In my part of the country," the ensign said, "we don't speak to ladies that way." "Then why the hell don't you go back where you came from?" Sam stalked off. The old man was missing too, and that gnawed at him. An ambulance ground to a stop beside him, heading east. Driver asked if the road to Pascagoula was open. Pascagoula marked the rough eastern edge of Zone Amber here. The town lay beyond the river mouth, nominally green, while New Orleans, 60 or 70 miles west, was the heaviest Titan concentration south of St. Louis. Their attackers came from New Orleans. Mobile was the nearest friendly base. Sam hadn't heard. The driver chewed his knuckle. He had made it through once. Maybe he could again. Turbines whined, and he was gone. Sam kept searching for the old man. Ground combat had pushed west, but air battles swirled everywhere. He watched vapor trails trying to sort friend from foe when a heavy transport roared in, braked hard with Rotto bursts, and dropped a platoon of sky troopers. Too distant to tell if they carried humps. They came from the east, but that proved nothing. He finally spotted the old man talking with the landing force commander. Sam interrupted. They should leave. This place was overdue for an A-bomb. The commander told him to relax. The concentration did not justify even a pony bomb. Sam started to demand how he could be sure the slugs would agree, but the old man cut in. He was right, son. For the wrong reasons. He took Sam's arm and steered him back toward the car. They would not bomb here while the ship stayed intact. They wanted it back, undamaged. Sam stayed unconvinced. He expected them all to light up like Geiger counters any second. Slugs fought with reckless fury as individuals, because they were not truly individuals. Why would they hesitate over one of their own ships? They might prefer destroying it to letting humans take it. They had just reached the car and spoken to Mary when the young ensign trotted up. Breathless, saluted the old man. The commander said they could have anything at all. Sam guessed the dispatch had arrived in capital letters with fanfare. The old man thanked him mildly. They merely wanted to inspect the captured ship. Yes, sir. The ensign led the way, struggling to decide whether to escort the old man or Mary. Mary won. Sam trailed behind, eyes scanning, ignoring the boy. The coastal scrub grew thick unless constantly cleared. The saucer overlapped a dense break. The old man cut through it. The ensign warned him to watch his step. Slugs? Sam asked. Coral snakes. A snake would have felt welcome compared to what else lurked here, but Sam must have heeded the warning. He was looking down when the shout came. A Bengal tiger charged them. Mary probably fired first. Sam's shot came no later than the ensign's. Maybe ahead. The old man's was last. Between them, they shredded the animal beyond any hope of a rug. The slug on its back stayed untouched until Sam burned it with his second bolt. The ensign looked at the charred parasite without surprise. He thought they had cleared that load already. What load? One of the first transport tanks sent out regular Noah's Ark. They had shot everything from gorillas to polar bears. Ever had a water buffalo come at you? No, and Sam never wanted to. Not as bad as dogs, really. The things didn't have much sense. Sam fought nausea while the ensign studied the dead slug with calm detachment. They scrambled out of the break and onto the Titan ship. The proximity only sharpened Sam's nerves. Nothing overtly terrifying about the vessel itself, yet everything felt wrong. It was unmistakably artificial, yet clearly not human-made. The surface was dull mirror, flawless, unmarked, no seams, no joints, no sign of assembly. Smooth as a gauge block. Metal? Presumably, but touching it gave no temperature at all, neither cold nor hot. Not precisely body heat either. The notion felt absurd. A ship of that mass landing at high velocity should have scorched acres. Instead, the surrounding vegetation stood green and lush. They approached the lifted hemisphere, the airlock presumably. Its edge pinned the mud turtle flat. The tank's armor crumpled like cardboard. Those vehicles were built for 500 feet of water pressure. The alien metal showed not a scratch. The old man turned to Sam. Wait here with Mary. You're not going in alone? Yes, there might be very little time. The ensign spoke up. Orders were to stay with him, sir. Very well. The old man peered over the rim, knelt, and lowered himself inside. The ensign followed. Sam felt a flash of irritation, but no urge to argue. Mary turned to him. Sam, I don't like this. I'm afraid. The admission startled him. He was afraid, too, but he had not expected it from her. I'll take care of you. Do we have to stay? He didn't say so exactly. Sam waited. If she wanted back to the car, he would take her. No, Sam. I guess we have to stay. Come closer. She was trembling. He held her while they waited. He lost track of time before heads appeared at the rim. The ensign climbed out. The old man told him to stand guard. Come on. It's safe. I think... The hell it is, Sam muttered. But he followed because Mary was already moving. The old man helped her down. Mind your head. Low bridge all the way. Unhuman minds built unhuman things. Sam had never seen a Venerian labyrinth or Martian ruin. He had no benchmark. Superficially, the interior was not shocking, yet utterly strange. No right angles, no straight lines. The designers had ignored them or found them unnecessary. They dropped into a small oblate chamber, then crawled through a tube 4 feet thick that wound downward, glowing with faint reddish light from every surface. The air carried a marshy odor, undercut by the faint stink of dead slugs. The tube walls gave no heat to his palms. The combination, the glow, the smell, the slick indifference of the surface, made him feel as if he were crawling through the intestine of some vast alien beast rather than exploring a machine. The tube branched like an artery. There lay their first Titanian androgyny, sprawled on its back, head pillowed on its slug, a faint smile on the rosebud mouth. At first, Sam thought it slept. Then he realized it was dead. The resemblances struck first. 4 limbs, a head-like swelling. Differences came later. They were no more human than a bullfrog was a bullpup. Yet the overall impression was pleasing, almost elfin, creatures of Saturn's moons. Had the slugs never taken them, Sam thought they might have coexisted. By their shipbuilding skill, if they built them, they matched human capability. The slugs themselves built nothing. They were thieves, cosmic cuckoos. Sam's hand flew to his gun the instant he saw the small elfin figure sprawled ahead. The old man anticipated the move, turned, and explained that every one of them was already dead. smothered when the mud turtle breached their air seal. The parasite on this one lay exposed, moist and glistening, nothing like the horny shells they had grown used to. Sam kept the weapon trained on it. He wanted it burned. It might still be alive. The old man shrugged. Suit yourself. It could not harm him. Wrong chemistry. Oxygen breathers were poison to it. He crawled past the little body, blocking any shot. Mary pressed tight against Sam's side, breathing in sharp, broken gasps, her gun still holstered. The old man paused ahead and spoke patiently. Coming, Mary? She choked out that they should turn back, get out. Sam agreed. This was no place for 3 people. It needed a full research team with proper gear. The old man ignored him. It had to be done, and she was the one who must do it. Sam demanded why her. The old man stayed silent. Mary reached inside herself for some hidden reserve. Her breathing steadied, her face smoothed into a mask of calm, and she crawled across the dead elfin form with the quiet dignity of someone walking to execution. Sam followed, gun still out, trying not to brush the corpse. They reached a larger chamber that might have been the control room. More dead elfin bodies lay scattered. Nothing looked like instruments to Sam's eyes. The curved walls were pitted with brighter lights and festooned with fleshy convolutions that reminded him disturbingly of a living brain. The thought struck him that the ship itself might be some vast organism. The old man paid no attention and pressed on into another glowing tube. They followed its twists until it widened enough to stand almost upright. Then the walls turned transparent. On both sides, thousands upon thousands of slugs floated and writhed in sustaining fluid, each tank lit from within. Sam stared into the pulsating mass and fought the urge to scream. His gun came up again. The old man reached back and covered the muzzle. Don't! Those were meant for humans. Mary gazed at the tanks with an eerie serenity that made Sam wonder if she was fully conscious. He glanced at her, then back at the nightmare aquarium, and urged him to leave. Bomb the whole thing from orbit. The old man refused. There was more. They crawled on. The tube narrowed, then opened into a smaller chamber identical to the slug tanks. Beyond transparent walls, more forms drifted. Sam had to look twice before his mind accepted what floated there. A human man, earthborn, perhaps 40 or 50, grizzled and nearly bald, curled in a fetal position as if sleeping safely in the womb. Others drifted behind him, men, women, every age, but this one held Sam's focus. He was certain the man was dead until he saw the mouth working slowly. Then he wished he were. Mary wandered the chamber like someone sleepwalking, peering intently into the crowded depths. The old man watched only her. Well, Mare? He asked softly. She answered in a child's voice, piteous. She could not find them. She ran to the opposite wall. The old man caught her arm. She was looking in the wrong place. She had to go back where they were. Remember? She wailed that she could not. He insisted she must. This was what she could do for them. She had to return to that place and look. Her eyes closed. Tears spilled. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing for Mama. The old man asked gently what Mama was saying. Mama said nothing. She just stared so strangely. Something on her back. Mary was afraid. Sam started forward, but the old man motioned him back fiercely. Stay out of this. As you love your wife, as you hate the slugs, do not interfere. He promised no harm would come to her. Sam stayed torn between rage and the certainty that something enormous was unfolding, something vital enough to hold the old man's full attention even here, inside the enemy ship. The old man knelt beside Mary and urged her further back. Way back. She resisted at first, then slipped into a trance-like state and began talking in a flat, endless flow of buried memory. The old man prompted only when needed. Something crawled in the passage behind Sam. He spun, gun raised, heart hammering, then recognized the young ensign they had left outside. The boy pushed past, urgent. They had to leave now. The commander was falling back. Demolition might be ordered any second. If they were still inside when it hit, gone. The old man agreed calmly. They were coming. Tell the commander to hold until they cleared. He carried vitally important information. Sam, help with Mary. Sam shook her awake. She opened her eyes, answered dreamily. He warned her the slugs would get them if she did not crawl out fast. She nodded, eyes vacant but open. He got her moving up the tube, slapping her whenever she slowed. They dragged her through the slug chamber and the control room. At the dead elfin body blocking the way, Sam wormed past, shoved the corpse into a side branch, gagging at the dead slug. He had to slap Mary again to keep her moving. The nightmare crawl seemed endless. They finally reached the outer hatch. The ensign helped haul her out. It was full dark. They skirted the jungle break, retraced the ruined house, and reached the beach road. Their car was gone. It no longer mattered. They were rushed into a mud turtle. The tank buttoned up and lumbered off the seawall into the water just as fighting closed in. 15 minutes later, they were aboard the Fulton. An hour after that, they disembarked at Mobile Base. The old man and Sam sat in the wardroom with bitter coffee and sandwiches, while wave officers looked after Mary in the women's quarters. When she rejoined them, she seemed perfectly normal. Sam asked if she was all right. She smiled and said, of course. Why wouldn't she be? A small command ship with escort lifted them out. Sam assumed they were heading back to Section or Washington. He did not ask. The old man stayed silent, and Sam was content simply to hold Mary's hand and feel the relief. The pilot dropped them into a mountainside hangar with a precision no civilian craft could match. High-speed sky to sudden cave stillness. Sam asked where they were. The old man ignored him and stepped out. Sam and Mary followed. Guards directed them through a rock door into an anteroom. A metallic voice ordered them to strip. Sam hated surrendering his gun and phone more than the nakedness. Inside, they met a young sergeant in nothing but an armband with 3 chevrons and cross retorts, who passed him to a captain wearing even less, 2 chevrons. Both noticed Mary with the expected reactions. The captain checked Mary's hair thoroughly, felt the false sections without comment, then approved them. They were taken deeper. The old man stopped Sam at a doorway. This was as far as he went. He had nearly ruined the first attempt. Pipe down. The captain suggested the officers mess down the left passage. Sam waited there. He passed a door marked with a red skull and crossbones and the warning, live parasites beyond, qualified personnel only. He gave it wide berth. The mess was a quiet lounge with a handful of officers. A large colonel wearing his insignia on a chain joined him. Kelly, the security officer. Kelly offered a drink, admitting he had been the voice from the wall earlier. They talked. Kelly did not sound like typical brass. He believed the work here should be published openly. This was not a human war. Sam mentioned Air Marshal Rexton seemed sharp. Kelly had never met him, but showed new respect when Sam explained their recent contact. Later, Kelly described the lab's progress. They knew more about the slugs than the devil himself, yet still had no way to kill the parasite without killing the host. They needed a biological weapon, a bug that targeted only the slug. They had dozens of diseases that would do it, smallpox, typhus, plague, but everyone killed the host too. Immunity in the host meant the slug never encountered the pathogen. The cuticle made the host the slug's entire environment now. The old man appeared in the doorway. Sam excused himself. Kelly had not been grilling him, Sam said. The old man corrected him. That was B.J. Kelly, greatest scientific criminologist alive, probably reserve. This lab mattered that much. They walked deeper into the underground complex. In a small, empty office, the old man sealed a private conference. He was not sure Sam was entitled to what they had learned. Marriage did not give him ownership of Mary's soul, and this came from depths she had never known existed in herself. Sam stayed silent. The old man waited, then spoke in worried tones. It might be better to tell enough so Sam would not pester her later. He could trigger a breakdown. Steelton was gentle, but the probe had gone deep against heavy resistance. Always rough. Sam asked if they had got what they needed. Yes and no, a great deal, but not finished. The old man explained there had been a cult, the Whitmanites, that fell into disrepute. Mary had been one of them as a child in Antarctica. Sam interrupted. They left Antarctica in 1974. That would make Mary around 40. She could not be. The old man asked if he cared. No, but she could not be. She was and she was not. Chronologically about 40. Biologically mid-20s. Subjectively younger still, because she remembered nothing before 1990. Sam pressed. She did not remember. He understood that. She never wanted to. But what about the rest? Exactly as stated. She was no older because she had spent 10 years and more floating in suspended animation inside a tank, exactly like the ones they had seen aboard the saucer. He felt the old armor crack inside him, the one that had once turned aside every emotional blow. Age had not hardened him. It had worn him thinner. Love had done the rest. The image of Mary, his Mary, floating in that artificial womb, neither alive nor dead, but held in timeless suspension like some specimen in a jar, struck him harder than any wound he had taken in the field. The old man's voice reached him through the haze. Take it easy, son. She's all right. Sam managed to say, go ahead. Her known history was straightforward, yet full of gaps that refused to close. She had been discovered as a small child in the swamps near Kaiserville at Venus's North Pole, unable to explain herself, knowing only her name. A Lukir. No one connected the name to the Whitmanite disaster. A child so young could not be tied to the lost New Zion colony anyway. The 1980 supply ship had found no survivors, only overgrown plantations and ruptured shells swallowed by jungle. More than a decade and 200 miles of swamp separated the waif from the God-struck settlers. An Earth child appearing unaccounted for on Venus was near impossible. It demanded answers. But Kaiserville in those days was miners, company men, and the women of Crib Row. People too exhausted from radioactive mud to chase mysteries. She grew up playing with poker chips, calling every woman in the row mother or auntie. They nicknamed her Lucky. The old man gave no details on who arranged her passage back to Earth or why. He brushed aside Sam's questions. The deeper riddle remained. Where had she been in the years between New Zion's fall and her discovery? What had truly happened to the colony? The only record lay buried in Mary's mind, sealed behind terror. Sometime before 1980, perhaps coinciding with early saucer sightings in Russo, Siberia, or a year earlier, the Titans had found New Zion. Place it one Saturn year before Earth's invasion, and the timing aligned. They had likely not been hunting humans on Venus. More probably they scouted the planet as they had long scouted Earth. Or they knew exactly where to look. Kidnappings over centuries might have yielded someone whose mind held the colony's location. Mary's memories offered no clue. She had witnessed the capture. She saw her parents become zombies who no longer recognized her. She herself was never possessed, or if she had been, the Titans discarded her as too small and ignorant to serve. For what felt like forever to a child's mind, she lingered on the edges of the slave colony, unwanted, uncared for, yet untouched, scavenging to survive. The Slugs were settling in to stay. Venerians became their main hosts, the colonists mere incidentals. She watched her parents placed in suspended animation, perhaps preserved for the coming Earth invasion. Eventually, she too was taken and tanked. Aboard a Titan ship? At a Venus base? Probably the latter, since she awoke still on Venus. Many gaps persisted. Were the slugs that rode Venerians the same as those on humans? Possible. Both worlds shared oxycarbon biochemistry. The parasites adapted endlessly, but they had to match their host chemistry. A fluorine or silicon economy would have demanded a different form. The critical moment came when she was finally removed from the tank. The Venus invasion had failed. Or was failing. Almost certainly a slug took her the instant she emerged. Yet she outlived it. Why had the slugs died? Why had Venus defeated them? Those were the questions the old man in Stilton had chased into the depths of her mind. Sam asked if that was all. The old man said it was enough. It raised more questions than it answered, Sam complained. Of course there was more. Far more. But Sam was no Venerian specialist, no psychologist. He would not be asked to judge it. The old man had shared this much, so Sam would understand why they had to keep working on Mary, and so he would not press her himself. Be good to her, boy. She had endured more grief than most. Sam ignored the counsel. He could manage his marriage without advice. What he could not grasp was why the old man had ever connected Mary to flying saucers in the first place. He had deliberately taken her to Iowa on that first trip. It had proven correct, but why? No evasions. The old man looked puzzled. Did Sam ever have hunches? All the time. What was a hunch? A belief without evidence, or a premonition, or a compulsion. Sloppy. The old man called it automatic reasoning below consciousness on data the mind did not realize it held. Sam called it black cat in a coal cellar logic. The old man had possessed no data then. He could not have worked on information he would receive next week. But he had had data. The last step before an agent was certified. The personal interview with the old man. No, the trance analysis? Sam had forgotten it. Subjects never remembered. The old man had held a fragment from Mary's hypno-session. Her defenses were ironclad, and had later forgotten even that in conscious memory. Yet he had known she was the agent for the job. When he replayed the recording, he realized more lay buried. They tried to reach it and failed the first time. He still knew it had to be there. Sam considered. The old man must have been certain the risk was worth it. He had put her through hell to get it. He had to. He was sorry. Sam accepted it, then asked what was in his own hypno record. Not a proper question. Nuts. And the old man could not tell him even if he wanted to. He had never listened to it himself, had his deputy review it and ask if anything required his attention. The deputy said no, so he never played it. Sam felt a warmth he had not known in years. Dad and he had always embarrassed each other. The slugs had died from something they caught on Venus. That much seemed certain. They were unlikely to get another saucer intact. Rexton had ordered the past Christian ship bombed to prevent recapture. The old man had hoped to revive the human prisoners inside and question them. That chance was gone. Whatever lay in Mary's memories had to be the key. If a Venus infection killed slugs but spared humans, at least Mary had survived, then they needed to identify it. Simple in theory. Test every known Venus pathogen until one matched. In practice, like sifting every grain of sand on a beach for the single square-edged one. The search narrowed because fatal Earth diseases could be ignored. If one of those had done it, smallpox would serve just as well. Venus native diseases deadly to humans were few. The merely annoying ones were legion. From a Venerian bug's perspective, humans must have been poor fare. McIlvaine's notions aside, Sam doubted the parasites held viewpoints at all. The real obstacle was scarcity. Few Venus cultures existed in Earth labs. The missing grain might not even be on this beach. Correcting that would take decades of exploration. Meanwhile, frost crept into the air. Suntan could not last forever. They returned to Mary's mind again and again. Sam hated it, but could not stop it. She submitted to repeated hypnosis without apparent protest, perhaps without full awareness. The strain showed shadows under her eyes, a tightness in her movements. At last he confronted the old man. It had to end. If they had not found it by now, they never would. The old man said mildly that Sam knew better. Searching every memory from a specific period took exactly as long as the period itself. The clue, if it existed, might be subtle. If it existed at all, Sam echoed. They did not know it did. If Mary miscarried from this, he would break the old man's neck himself. And if they failed, the old man answered gently, Sam would wish she had. Did he want children born to be Titan hosts? Sam bit back the rage. Why not send him to the USSR as planned, instead of keeping him here? The old man stood to leave. First, he wanted Sam here with Mary, bolstering her, instead of acting like a spoiled child. Second, it was unnecessary, or he would have sent him. Sam pressed. Another agent had reported. The old man left without answering. Learn to follow the news, son. Sam caught up on the feeds. His mind had always skipped daily trivia. The constant drone of distant events felt like poison to real thought. This time, he had missed the Asiatic plague, the second greatest story of the century, the first continent-wide Black Death since the 17th century. He could not fathom it. The commissars ran tight public health. No nonsense, everything by the numbers. They had even scrubbed China to the point where plague and typhus were only sporadic. Yet both now raged across the Sino-Russo-Siberian expanse. The government had collapsed. Pleas for UN aid went out through space stations. He pieced it together himself and found the old man again. Slugs behind the curtain. Yes. Sam exploded. They had to act fast, or the Mississippi Valley would mirror Asia. One rat, one flea. The old man sighed. Maybe that was the best outcome. Maybe the only one. Bomb them then, cleaner death. They would not. As long as a chance remained to clear the vermin without torching the barn, they would try. Sam brooded. The slugs spoiled every world they touched. Perhaps they moved planet to planet because hosts eventually died out. Theory. Useless. One certainty. Zone Red would become what Asia was unless they found a slug killer soon. He decided to force his way into the mind search sessions. If a clue hid in Mary's memories, he might spot it where others missed. He would go in, with or without Steelton's or the old man's approval. He was done being treated as half-prince consort, half unwelcome child. They lived in a cubicle barely larger than a bass drum, meant for one junior officer. The lab had not planned for couples. They did not mind the press. He woke first the next morning and checked her back out of habit. No slug. She opened her eyes and smiled sleepily. Go back to sleep, he told her. 30 minutes yet. She stayed awake. After a while, he asked the incubation period for bubonic plague. She said she should know. One of his eyes was slightly darker than the other. He shook her gently. Pay attention. He had run numbers in the lab library last night. The slugs must have taken the communists at least 3 months before Earth. Yes, of course. She had known. Why say nothing? No one asked. Besides, it was obvious. He groaned. Let's get up. Breakfast. Before they left, he asked if parlor games were scheduled as usual. Yes. She never spoke about what they asked her. She looked surprised. She never knew. Deep trance with a forgetter command? Probably. There would be changes today. He was going in with her. All she said was, "Yes, dear." They gathered in Steelton's office as always. The old man, Steelton, Colonel Gibbsy, a Lieutenant Colonel Sam knew by sight, and assorted sergeants and technicians. The old man's brows lifted when Sam entered, but he stayed silent. A sergeant at the door greeted Mary and told Sam he was not on the list. Sam announced he was putting himself on it and pushed past. Gibbsy glared and harumphed at the old man. The old man rose, asked for a moment, and limped over to Sam. In a low voice, he reminded him of the promise. Sam withdrew it. The old man had no right to extract a promise about another man's wife. Sam had no business here. He lacked the skill. For Mary's sake, leave. Until then, Sam had not questioned the old man's presence. Now he stated it plainly. The old man was no analyst. He should leave. The old man glanced at Mary. So did Sam. Her face showed nothing. The old man asked if Sam had been eating raw meat. Sam said it was his wife on the table. From here on, he made the rules, or no experiments. Gibbsy demanded if he had lost his mind. Sam asked Gibbsy's status. VMI ring? Any other qualifications? MD? Psychologist? Gibbsy drew up. Dignity difficult without clothes. This was a military reservation. And Mary and Sam were not military. They were leaving. The old man asked for a moment as a favor. He drew Gibbsy outside for a private word. They waited. Mary sat. The juniors stayed stone-faced. The lieutenant colonel looked uneasy. The sergeant who had grinned earlier seemed ready to laugh. Steelton worked quietly on papers. A sergeant returned. The commanding officer said, "Proceed." Steelton acknowledged and invited them to the operating room. Sam stopped him. Who were the extras? He nodded at the lieutenant colonel. Dr. Hazelhurst, 2 years on Venus. He stayed. Sam caught the grinning sergeant's eye. Her job? Chaperone. He was taking over chaperone duty. Steelton should keep only who he needed. Certainly, only Hazelhurst remained. The gallery cleared with visible relief. They entered the operating room. A psychiatrist's couch ringed by chairs, tri-dim camera snout overhead, hidden mic presumably in the upholstery. Mary sat on the couch. Steelton prepared an injector. They would try to resume where they left off, Mrs. Nivens. Sam felt the tension coil tighter in his chest as he pushed back against the room's resistance. He demanded to review the earlier memory records first, needing to catch up on what had been pulled from Mary's mind without his knowledge. The doctor hesitated, suggesting Mary wait elsewhere, perhaps in his office, since the playback would drag on. But Sam's blood was up from the earlier clash with his father. Adrenaline still burned in his veins. He refused to let them sideline her without asking what she wanted. Steelton's surprise showed plainly. He warned that the records would disturb her deeply, perhaps even harm her emotionally. Hazelhurst agreed, calling the idea questionable at best. Sam cut through their objections. This wasn't therapy, and if therapy had been the goal, they would have used precise eidetic recall instead of blunt chemical forcing. Time had been short, Steelton admitted, so rough methods had been necessary. He wasn't even sure he could permit the subject to view her own stolen memories. That word, permit, snapped something in Sam. He erupted, voice rising as he told them no one had asked for their authorization. Those records belonged to Mary. They had been ripped from her head without consent. He was tired of men playing God, whether they wore human skin or carried slugs on their backs. Let her decide for herself who saw them and who didn't. Ask her? Steelton turned to Mary then, formal and cautious, asking if she wished to view the records. She answered yes, she wanted very much to see them. When he asked if she preferred to watch alone, glancing toward Sam, she replied firmly that her husband would watch with her. The doctors could stay if they chose. They did. A stack of tape spools arrived, each tagged with dates and Mary's approximate ages. Sam sorted quickly, setting aside anything after 1991. Later years held no relevance to the Slugs' fate on Venus, and Mary could review them another time if she wished. They began with her earliest childhood. Each playback opened the same way. Mary's recorded self-choking, groaning, fighting the forced return to memories she had buried. Then the reconstruction unfolded, her own childish voice mingling with others from her past. What struck Sam hardest was her face in the magnified stereo tank. Every flicker of expression filled the space between them. One moment she wore the open, vulnerable features of a very small girl, the same bone structure grown familiar to him, now yet softened into innocence. The sight tugged at him, stirring a quiet longing for a daughter of their own. Expressions shifted as other remembered figures spoke through her features, an uncanny one-woman show of many lives. Mary sat outwardly calm beside him, but her hand found his and held on. When the playback reached the moment her parents changed, became hollowed-out hosts to Slugs, her grip tightened until pain flared in his knuckles. Still, she held herself steady. He skipped the long stretch marked suspended animation. Far more spools than he expected carried that label. He could not imagine what useful memory survived in a body locked in stasis, and nothing from that time could explain how the Slugs had perished. He moved on to the period after revival, through her rescue from the swamps. The change in her image face was unmistakable. From the instant of revival, vacancy claimed her features. The flat, unmasked stare he had seen broadcast from Zone Red 1,000 times. The memories themselves turned barren, mechanical. Then abruptly, the deadness lifted. She became a frightened, feverish child again. Delirium threaded her thoughts until two new voices broke through, rough and astonished. One marveling at the discovery of a living girl in the swamp, the other questioning whether she still breathed. The tape carried them into Kaiserville, her slow recovery, a chorus of unfamiliar voices and faces. It ended there. Stilton removed the spool and suggested another from the same window of time. Each varied slightly, and that fragile period held the key they sought. Mary asked why. He explained they needed to reconstruct what had killed the parasites on Venus, especially the one that had ridden her. If they could pinpoint what destroyed that Titan while sparing her, they might have their weapon against the invasion. Mary's quiet wonder cut in. Didn't they already know? It had been 9-day fever. Hazelhurst lurched from his chair. Stilton pressed for confirmation. She insisted it was obvious. The death mask and the record matched the fever perfectly. She had nursed cases in Kaiserville after surviving it herself. Immunity had protected her ever since. The faces of the dying had burned into her memory. No one who had seen it could mistake the disease for anything else. Stilton conceded she had made her case, yet he probed further. She had always claimed no conscious recall of that time. His own sessions with her supported that. Now she spoke as though the memories had always been clear. Mary looked puzzled. She remembered it now, vividly, but she had not thought of it in years. Stilton turned to Hazelhurst. Did the lab hold a culture of the fever? Any work done on it? Hazelhurst recoiled. Work on 9-day fever? Impossible. The disease was as untouchable as polio or typhus. They might as well weaponize plague. The vaccine had rendered it obsolete for expeditions. No one studied it anymore. Sam touched Mary's arm. Time to leave. They had inflicted enough damage. She was trembling as they walked out, eyes brimming. He steered her to the mess room for a strong drink to steady her nerves. Later, he settled her for a nap and watched until sleep took her. Then he sought his father. The privacy light glowed green outside the assigned office. His father greeted him with a knowing look, calling him Elihu and congratulating him on hitting the jackpot. Sam corrected the name. Sam, please, and his father yielded. Success excused much, yet the prize felt thin. 9-day fever explained the Venus colony's collapse and the Slugs' death, but it offered no practical weapon. The fever killed 98% of unprotected humans. Only Mary's extraordinary constitution had carried her through. They could not count on that resilience across millions. Sam pointed out the coming plague storms, typhus, perhaps bubonic, already rolling toward the Mississippi Valley. His father countered that the Slugs might adapt, enforce sanitation, learn from their Asian losses. Then, almost casually, he told Sam the burden now rested on him. He had taken charge by overriding judgment, forcing the issue and being proven right. Sam protested. He held no title, wanted none. His father only smiled. A leader was the one who led, not the one wearing the badge. Oldfield could execute orders, but not originate them. The shift had already happened. Sam leaned across the desk, insisting he refused the role. When the crisis ended, he and Mary would retreat to the mountains, raise children and cats, leave the endless directing of agents behind. His father's gentle smile suggested he saw a different future. Still, Sam pressed. He did not want the job. His father quoted scripture lightly, the devil discovering he could not escape the throne he had seized, and promised to keep the title for now while offering support. Then he asked formally for Sam's orders. Sam tried to shrug it off. Go limp, refuse the mantle. It did not work. A top-level conference convened that afternoon. He ignored the summons until a polite whack arrived to escort him. He went, determined to stay silent, but his father conducted the room without ever taking the chair, simply by turning expectant eyes toward him. The pressure of every gaze made silence harder than speaking. The discussion circled the same despair. 9-day fever would kill slugs. Yes, even Venerians who could regenerate from worse, but it would slaughter humans in the same stroke. 7 to 10 days of agony, then death for nearly everyone. The general addressed him directly. Sam had said nothing, yet his father's silent expectation had pulled him in. He answered that too much hopelessness rested on unexamined assumptions. For instance, everyone spoke of 9-day fever as fixed. It was not. The name was a convenient average. The brass shrugged. Averages sufficed. Sam pressed. How did they know the slug experienced the same duration? A murmur rippled through the room. He had struck again. He explained, voice steadier than he felt. In the single known case, the slug that had possessed Mary, it had died well before the 8th-day crisis, presumably detaching and perishing early. One point did not make a curve, but if experiments confirmed a shorter course in slugs, say 4 days, then 5 days remained to locate the infected human, remove the dead parasite, and treat the fever. The general whistled at the audacity. Heroic medicine indeed. But how to cure the host? How to catch and treat 50 million parasite-ridden civilians in the face of active resistance, while an epidemic raged through Zone Red? Sam passed the tactical problem back where it belonged. Logistics and operations were their domain. The cure, he said, pointing to Hazelhurst, rested with the medical expert. Hazelhurst hemmed, citing gaps in knowledge, the need for research, experiments, antitoxin studies abandoned once vaccination proved reliable. Exotic Venusian diseases remained a young field. The general cut in. How soon could he confirm whether antitoxin existed? Hazelhurst promised immediate action, a contact at the Sorbonne, and left to make the call. Before breakfast the next morning, Hazelhurst knocked, breathless. The antitoxin was en route from Paris. It should arrive soon. If potency had faded, they could manufacture millions of units. Sam thanked him dryly and started to close the door. Hazelhurst stopped him. There remained the matter of vectors. 9-day fever traveled on Venus by a tiny flying rotifer, an insect analog. Earth had no equivalent. Without the natural carrier, transmission required direct injection. He could infect someone in a lab with cultured material, but he could not envision paratroopers subduing millions long enough to administer shots one by one. Sam felt the idea begin to turn, heavy and inevitable. 1 million men in a single drop. Why ask him? It was still a medical question. He left the sentence unfinished in the corridor air. Sam's thoughts split between the looming logistics of the drop and the raw numbers still unknown. How many millions waited inside Zone Red? He pressed Hazelhurst for clarity. If the doctor carried the fever and he did not, could it pass between them without deliberate contact? The answer came carefully. No, not easily. A throat smear might do it, a trace of blood almost certainly. Direct exchange only. That settled it in Sam's mind. The first thing any slug did upon meeting another was conjugate. Merge in that intimate protein-swapping conference. If the disease rode along with the living matter they exchanged, the whole colony could ignite from a single spark. He voiced the idea aloud, keeping his tone steady while his pulse hammered. Hazelhurst's eyes widened. The method would work, he declared, proven already in the lab. Why hadn't he seen it himself? Sam warned him not to rush, test it first. But inside he felt the plan lock into place. Hazelhurst hesitated at the door, then asked, almost shyly, if he could claim the discovery in his morning report, giving Sam full credit, of course. The general needed a complete picture. Sam waved it away. The department was Hazelhurst. The doctor left glowing, and Sam turned back to the cubicle feeling the same quiet thrill. He was starting to enjoy the weight of being called a genius. He waited until every detail of the big drop stood clear in his head, then stepped inside. Mary's eyes opened at the sound of the door. That slow, radiant smile of hers washed over him. He brushed a hand across her hair, teasing that her husband had turned out to be a genius after all. She answered without surprise. She had always known. He had simply never asked. When the meeting reconvened, Hazelhurst gave the credit openly, labeling it the Nivens vector. All eyes swung toward Sam. He laid out his agreement, stressing the need for experimental proof, then moved smoothly into the tactical gaps that the doctors had left open. Timing was everything. To save as close to 100% of the population as possible, the parasites had to be infected in one coordinated wave, so rescue teams could sweep in after the slugs died, but before the hosts passed the point of no return. The math belonged to the analyst. He sketched the variables anyway, X for vector origins, Y for rescue drops, admitting the optimum would shift with logistics. Drawing on his own too-close knowledge of slug behavior, he estimated ranges that made the room fall silent. Even the general interrupted only once, offering unlimited volunteers when Sam set X low. Sam shook his head. Humans were out. A possessed host would sense the fever and warn the others by voice. Animals, apes, dogs, anything large enough to carry a slug but unable to speak, would spread it silently and in volume. He kept the outline brisk. Schedule fever first, then, once antitoxin stocks were assured, schedule mercy. In under a week, the continent could be clean. The room absorbed it without applause, but the atmosphere shifted like a current changing direction. The general ended the session and sent word inviting Sam to lunch, provided Mary came too. Sam accepted. His father waited outside. Sam asked, trying to sound casual, how he had done. Dad shook his head in quiet admiration. Sam had them stunned. Politician material, maybe even stereo talent. Sam fought down the flush of pride. He had spoken the entire piece without a single stammer. For the first time in years, he felt like a different man. Later, over another beer, Dad turned serious. The base had become a permanent nudist camp. Once the order came down, there would be no going back. Sam countered that decency laws would snap into place the moment the emergency lifted. His father only smiled sadly, not while any slug might still live. Polite men would have to strip on demand for decades, maybe forever. Sam started to argue, but Dad pressed on. The plan was brilliant yet local. What about the Amazon, the 60 million square miles of untouched land? They had never even beaten the rats. The slugs were smarter and bred faster. Sam felt the wind go out of him. Was it hopeless then? No, only permanent. They would have to learn to live with the horror the way they had learned to live with the bomb. He left the room deflated, the shine of genius suddenly heavy and cold. All he wanted was Mary. Days later, they gathered again in the White House conference room, the same map glowing on the wall. 4.5 days since the vector drop, and the Mississippi Valley still burned red. Sam's nerves stretched tighter with every minute. The calculation said every reachable slug should have been infected 3 days ago. Had a decimal slipped? Had someone talked? Or had the whole elegant chain simply failed? Then a single green light flared in Oklahoma. A tired southern voice broke across the speakers. Little Rock calling for help. An epidemic. Slaves no longer. Sam remembered to breathe. Mary's hand found his. More greens followed. Nebraska, Canada, even Mexico. Another voice, sharp New England twang, drifted in from somewhere deep inside the red zone. The president watched the board with quiet satisfaction, quoting a wry verse about fleas upon fleas. Sam managed a polite smile, though the image sat uneasily. Supper was offered. For the first time in days, the president admitted he was hungry. By late the next afternoon, the map had flipped mostly green. 2 clocks ticked beside it, one for antitoxin readiness, one for the mercy drop. Rexton finally locked the second hand at 17:45. He turned to Dad and Sam. If they still meant to jump with the first wave, now was the moment. Sam rose. Mary was to stay behind. The argument had already been settled. The president invited her to remain in the room. She was family. Sam thanked him and felt Colonel Gibbs's odd glance slide across them both. 2 hours later, the jump door stood open in the aircraft. Sam and his father waited at the rear of the line, behind the younger troopers who would do the heavy lifting. Sweat slicked Sam's palms. The old pre-jump stink rose off his skin. His stomach knotted. He had never liked falling. Sam moved door to door through the crumbling apartment blocks of Jefferson City's old slums, gun heavy in his left hand, antitoxin injector ready in his right. He had already dosed 24 hosts, and still faced 3 more before the rendezvous at the State House. Weariness had replaced his earlier hunger. He had come wanting to watch the slugs die, to feed a bone-deep hate. But the sight of them dead had sickened him. All he craved now was home, a long bath, and the mercy of forgetting. The work was simple yet grinding. Monotonous checks, the constant stench of unwashed, fever-racked bodies that made decent sheep seem fragrant. No living slugs so far, only their shriveled husks. Once he burned a skulking dog whose hump looked suspicious in the failing light. Sunset had come and gone, full dark pressed in. He cleared the last rooms of the building, shouted to confirm emptiness, and stepped back into the near-deserted street. A single man staggered toward him, eyes glassy. Sam called out that he carried the cure and needed an arm. The man swung weakly. Sam struck him precisely with the gun butt, dropping him face down. The red rash of the dead parasite showed across his back. Sam chose a clean patch over the kidney, drove the injector home, and left it embedded. The gas charge did the rest. The next house went faster. First floor held 7 hosts too far gone for talk. He dosed them in silence and moved on. Second floor mirrored it. On the top level, 3 flats stood empty, one requiring a burned-out lock. The fourth held horror. A dead woman sprawled in the kitchen, skull crushed, her slug lifeless and already stinking on her shoulders. Sam left him quickly. In the bathroom, he found a middle-aged man slumped in an old tub, wrists slashed. The man lifted his head long enough to say he had killed his wife and that Sam was too late. Sam judged the blood loss. 5 minutes more and the timing would have been kinder. He weighed wasting a dose. Then the man mumbled about his little girl. Sam pressed for her location. The eyes flickered. The head dropped. No pulse answered his fingers. As a final mercy, he burned a clean shot through the base of the brain. The child lay in the next room, 8 years old, fever flushed but still pretty beneath the illness. She stirred, called him Daddy. He soothed her, slipped the injector into her leg. She barely noticed. She asked for water. He fetched it, fighting the bathroom's reek again. His phone shrilled mid-pour, spilling the glass. Dad's voice crackled. "Park just north. Trouble. Come now." Sam set the glass aside but could not abandon the girl to wake alone in that slaughterhouse. He scooped her up, carried her down to the second floor, laid her on the first sofa he found. Sick tenants occupied the flat. It was the best he could manage. He sprinted north. Dad's voice guided him to a big Cadillac Duo parked at the edge of the small downtown green. Sam ducked through the door, then the blow took him. He woke bound hand and foot in the co-pilot seat, the car already climbing. Dad sat at the controls, the slug riding high and obvious on his shoulders. The old man spoke cheerfully, apologizing for the hit but promising better arrangements later. He grinned with the familiar wicked twist, his own personality still bleeding through the parasite's words. Sam tested the knots. Expert work, no give. Dad explained their course. South, far south, Yucatan first, then deeper. The master might be the last healthy one on the continent. They would hide, multiply, return wiser, avoid past mistakes. Sam asked to be freed, claiming trust. Dad refused. Loose now, and one of them would die. He needed Sam alive. They would go places together, fast and smart, exactly what the masters required. Sam pressed again, reminding Dad he had lived among the Titans and knew their ways. Dad only grinned wider and asked why Sam had never described the feeling. The peace, the perfect contentment. This was the happiest he had been since Sam's mother died. Sam's stomach turned. He spat that no man would feel that way without a filthy slug riding his brain. Dad answered gently, voice soothing despite everything, that Sam would understand soon. The masters would make humanity whole at last. Sam locked his jaw against rising bile. Dad set the autopilot, strapped the safety belt across Sam's middle, and knelt to check the bonds. Sam drove both knees hard into his face. Dad reared back, nose bleeding, yet unangered. The masters did not indulge resentment. He simply tightened the knots and promised it would not be long. Then the slug began to split. A line formed down its horny back, widening to reveal the opalescent mass beneath. Sam realized with cold terror he had perhaps 5 minutes of freedom left. The new master was being born, drawing life from Dad's body. He strained until his wrist bled. Nothing. The old man seemed unconscious, the parasite loosening control during fission. Sam's legs, though bound together, remained free from the waist down. He slumped, swung both feet high, and slammed them across the control board. Every launching unit in the racks fired at once. Massive G-forces hammered them both. Dad and the open, helpless slug were crushed against the seat back. The parasite burst in a wet splash. Dad convulsed in the full death spasm Sam had seen before. Body snapping forward onto the wheel, face twisted, fingers clawing. The car plunged. Sam watched the altimeter unwind, 11,976 into their final mile. At 1,500, the radar fired the nose brakes one by one, each jolt slamming the belt into his gut until he vomited. Dad's body fouled the controls beyond reach. The ship kept diving. They crashed. And now the real work began, cleaning Titan. Sam sat finishing his report in the quiet of Space Station Beta, knowing each of them might never return. This document, loose in places, certain sections destined for the censors, carried everything he had seen and felt, because war against another race was first a war of minds. The legacy was simple: the Titans' tricks, their weaknesses, and the vigilance required forever after. Kelly had been right. Humpty Dumpty could not be reassembled. Schedule Mercy had succeeded beyond hope, yet last week a bear shot in the Yukon still wore a hump. The race would stand guard always, especially 25 years from now should the saucers reappear. The parasites followed Saturn's 29-year cycle for reasons as simple, perhaps, as Earth's own rhythms. Operation Vengeance would meet them ready. Every soul aboard was a combat trooper, from chaplain to cook. They meant to teach the slugs that they had tangled with the toughest, meanest, deadliest life form in this corner of space, a creature that could be killed but never tamed. Sam nursed one private hope, that they might yet save the gentle androgynes, the true natives of Titan, unrelated to their masters. The price of freedom, the slugs had taught them, was the willingness to fight anywhere, anytime, with total recklessness. If humanity failed to learn that lesson, the dinosaurs could make room. No one knew what worse horrors waited among the stars. Sirius, perhaps, where the Titans might seem friendly by comparison. Space was not empty. Man would have to earn the right to remain top dog or even a respected neighbor. Plowshares had to become swords again. Every volunteer had been possessed at least once. Only the hag-ridden truly understood the constant guard required, the depth of the hate earned. The voyage to Saturn would last 12 years. Time enough for a honeymoon. Time enough for 2 or 3 children. Mary had accepted the news with her quiet, "Yes, dear." Dad had smiled and said the race must continue even if it no longer knew its destination. They had said goodbye at Pikes Peak Port the night before, leaving their little girl with him. She had not understood. That had been the hardest part. But it was kinder this way. Sam and Mary would start another soon. Dad had corrected the farewell. "So long," he had said. "You'll be back. I intend to grow crankier and meaner every year until you do." Sam had hoped so. Dad had nodded. "You'll make it. You're too tough and mean to die. I've got a lot of confidence in you and the likes of you, son." The transfer to the UNS Avenger was moments away. Sam felt only exhilaration now. The puppet masters had ruled long enough. Free men were coming. Death and destruction. The end. Thank you for staying with this retelling until the very end. Your patience and curiosity mean more than you know. It's been an honor to share this chilling journey with you. Robert A. Heinlein crafted the puppet masters in the shadow of the early Cold War, a time when fears of invisible infiltration, communist spies, ideological subversion permeated American life. The core idea emerged from that paranoia. What if an truly alien force could hijack the human mind, turning free individuals into unwitting puppets? Heinlein, ever the sharp observer of power and freedom, wove in philosophical questions about autonomy, control, and resistance. He wrote it swiftly for serialization in Galaxy Science Fiction in 1951, but the original manuscript was trimmed from around 96,000 words to 72,000 for publication, deemed too long and controversial at the time. An expanded version restored much of that material years later after his passing. The novel's themes of lost individuality, addictive control, and the fierce fight to reclaim one's will echo through Heinlein's broader legacy. He explored similar ideas of personal liberty and societal structures in classics like Starship Troopers and The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. Decades later, the story reached the screen in 1994 with a film directed by Stuart Orme, starring Donald Sutherland as the veteran agent Andrew Nivens, alongside Eric Thal, Julie Warner, and Keith David. It stays reasonably faithful in spirit, capturing the parasitic slugs attaching to spines, the Midwest invasion, and the desperate counterstrike, but condenses the plot, simplifies some political layers, and updates the setting to feel more contemporary, with a more action-oriented climax that diverges from the book's slower psychological buildup. Bringing it to life wasn't easy. Translating Heinlein's internal monologues and the creeping dread of possession into visual horror required clever practical effects for the slugs, while budget constraints limited grander invasion sequences. Orme, known for his work on television and films emphasizing tension and character, including episodes of British series and other thrillers, aimed for a grounded, suspenseful tone rather than spectacle. Sutherland's performance brought gravitas, drawing on his own history in paranoia-driven classics like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Behind the scenes, the massive hive set for the alien intelligence was built right on the Disney lot, a surreal contrast to the story's rural terror. One fun detail: the film arrived amid a mini revival of body snatcher tales in the 90s, yet it stands out for trying to honor Heinlein's original paranoia without going full camp. If this retelling sparked your interest, I gently encourage you to seek out the original novel. Its depths, inner conflicts, and unfiltered philosophical bites simply can't be fully captured on screen. If you enjoyed this, a like or subscription helps bring more such stories to life. It's how we keep exploring these worlds together. And please share your thoughts in the comments. What struck you most about the tale? Any interpretations, favorites, or even gentle critiques? All voices are welcome here. If the story moved you, pass it along to someone who might need reminding that freedom is worth fighting for. Until next time, stay vigilant, and thank you again.